Does your cigarette taste different lately?
Not if you smoke Raleigh's. They're blended with fully aged, fully mellowed tobaccos. Raleigh cigarettes invite you to beat the band. If you can. Here we go again with another session of fun, trying to beat the band, directed by Harry Sosnick, with our sweet swinging guest star, Gene Ty, yours truly, Tom Shirley, and the man who represents you in this contest of chuckles and quiz, the man who asks your questions, Eddie Mayhaw.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Tom Shirley. Now let's get to our questions and concentrate. That is, if we can get our minds off the heat. Boy, Tom, there are a lot of those old hot weather stories going around, aren't there?
Oh, that's right, Eddie. Yes,
that's right. Like the one where the fellow said it was so hot, when he spent his vacation and there were no trees, so they all sat around.
Take turns sitting in each other's shade. That was a swell story, Eddie. Yes,
funny, wasn't it, Tom? Yeah. And then there was that old one where it was so hot up on the farm that we had to fan the cows.
So she wouldn't give white steam. I remember that. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, that's marvelous.
Yeah. There was a one where we had to feed the chickens cracked ice to keep
them from laying hard-boiled eggs.
Say, I'm going to get on this show if it kills me. Will you play, Harry? Gosh.
Harry Sosnick takes over as the orchestra plays that South American hit, Tico, Tico. Everywhere you go, they're talking. Even your best friends are saying it.
Saying what, Thomas?
Hey, does your cigarette taste different lately?
Yep, that's a fact, Eddie. Almost everywhere you go nowadays, you hear smokers talking about the taste change in cigarettes. But not Raleigh smokers. Reason is because Raleigh cigarettes are still blended only with fully aged, fully mellowed tobaccos. Yes, that's right. Choice pre-war Turkish and field-ripened domestic tobaccos, all brought to their flavor mellow best by the process of time. Light up a slow-burning Raleigh for a genuine pre-war pleasure smoke, free from harsh, throat-parching irritants. No wartime loss of taste.
All right, and now the rules of Beat the Band. It's $25 and a carton of Raleigh cigarettes for each right answer. But each time a question is missed, $50 and 2 cartons of Raleigh cigarettes. Besides, on each miss, we all throw a pack of Raleigh cigarettes on the old bass drum for our men in service overseas. And that goes for you too, Gene Ty, honey. Any questions, Tom?
Oh, Eddie, you're the man with the questions.
Yes, sir, I got them, and I'm going to ask them. So let's get on to the unrehearsed part of the Beat the Band program. Are you fellas brighter than you look?
Why, sure.
There you have the best recommendation for the meatless diet, ladies and gentlemen. All right, our first question. A sailor far away from home, received a letter, and with it, a baby's picture. When his commanding officer saw the snapshot, he said, "Is that your child?" And the sailor answered proudly, Walter Donaldson wrote this old favorite back in 1925, and Mrs. Sidney Phillipson of Buffalo, New York, sending the question. I'm not going to waste any time tonight. I see Paul Rickey has got an intellectual hand stuck out in front of him there. I bet you anything he knows something. How about it, Paul?
Yes, sir, that's my baby.
Yes, sir, that's my baby, did you say?
That's right.
That is the right answer. And can you play it on the licorice stick?
Mm-hmm.
Just play. Well, I'll be doggone. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Paul. All right, that's the right answer. Good question. Right off to a Jack Armstrong start here tonight. This is Sidney Phillipson of Buffalo, New York. $25 and a carton of Raleigh cigarettes goes to you. Next question comes along something like this. A fellow out to impress a new girlfriend ordered her sent 24 American Beauties. Right afterwards, however, he heard she suffered from rose fever. So he hurriedly called the florist and said, This torchy song came out in 1941. Viva Cumin of Marshall, Wisconsin. And honey, if I haven't said your name right, please forgive me, has sent in a very excellent question, and I see practically no hands except Haig Stevens, who is ready to do a stand-in for Monty Woolley's beard. Haig, have you got anything on your mind about this?
Why, he said cancel the flowers.
Cancel the Flowers is the right answer. Can you play it, Haig?
No, I haven't ever even heard of the tune.
I haven't even heard of the tune. I never even heard of it either. What? Can't even get a note or anything out of that? Not a peep. All right then. That question beat the band, definitely. And here was the answer. So he hurriedly called the florist and said, cancel the flowers. He got the right answer, but he couldn't play it. So the question beat the band, and Viva Cumin of Marshall, Wisconsin, your award is $50 and 2 cartons of Raleigh cigarettes. Boys, make the old bass drum boom with Raleigh cigarettes for the men in the service. Get them again! Oh! Haig Stevens disappointed me on that one, Tom. He usually knows the answers. I mean, I always thought I could count on him. He used to know all the answers. He used to be boatman in the Tunnel of Love, but I suppose he's forgotten some of the answers by now. And to be sure, the men in service overseas have plenty of good smokes. We're going to multiply the Raleigh cigarettes thrown in the old bass drum tonight 100 to 1.
Well, to date, Eddie, 488,760,000 Raleigh cigarettes have been sent to our men in service as free gifts of patriotic, civic, and fraternal organizations, labor unions, and the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This week, we say hats off to the electrical workers of Wichita, Kansas, and the Federation of Trades of Atlanta, Georgia, for their particularly generous contributions.
Well, that's fine, Thomas. Tom, I feel a song coming on.
Sorry, old man, but I have my orders. You can't sing on this program.
I can smell ham all the way across here, Tom. Well, it suits me as long as Gene Ty will do my singing for. Can you do some singing for us tonight, Gene?
I certainly can, Eddie, and it's going to be I'll Get By.
I'll Get By. That's a cue, Harry Sosnick, for one of your best introductions. Take it.
I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Though you may be far away, it's true. But what care I, dear? I'll get by as long as I have you. I know that I've neither wealth nor power, but now that you've said you're mine, wherever I go, whatever I do, I'll be doing fine, for I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain, I'll see it through. Though you may be far away, it's true. But what care I, dear, I'll get by as long as I have
I'll get by. I can't imagine how Miss Ty would ever have any trouble getting by. Do you, Tom?
No, indeed.
Can't imagine. Well, all right, we're going to try our next question on the gentleman back here with the large expressions and the small brains. Crooks and coppers. Here we go. Crooks and coppers. The police arrested a gang of bank robbers, but none of them would talk, not until one thug broke down. Hearing this, the ringleader said to his pals,
"Okay, we'll talk. If that rat's gonna sing..."
The answer is a 1940 novelty hit, and the novelty certainly hit my larynx, too. All right, Dorothy Kuhn of Gloversville, New York, sent in this very dancy question here, and ignorance almost set in there, but with the hot weather, how about Willis Kelly from...
I'll take a chance.
You'll take a chance. Oh, Willis Kelly from Sleepy
If
Valley...
that rat's gonna sing, let's all sing like the birdies sing.
He got in there too fast. I couldn't get in my ad lib.
Well, I had to keep
all right, Willis, you got the right answer. Now, the next question is, can you play it?
No,
What?
no.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the Judging and Investigating Committee says that was not the right answer. That's not the right answer. What is the right answer? Oh, yes. Let's all sing together is the right answer, Willis. Sit down and be very quiet while I try to get myself out of this large hole that you have left here for me. All right. Well, he gave the wrong answer, and I'll tell you what the right answer was. The ringleader said to his pals, "Okay, we'll talk. If that rat's going to sing, let's all sing together." So that question beat the band. Well, it was very close for a Kelly. All right, the question beat the band. Boys, make the Drape's bass drum full with cigarettes for men in the service overseas. Will you roll these cigarettes? And by the way, Dorothy Q of Gloversville, New York, congratulations. We'll send you a check for $50 plus 2 cartons of Raleigh cigarettes. I see that we not only have cigarettes, we have cartons thrown on the old bass. You know, Willis, I was only wishing that it was that. You see, I had that song on the mind. Let's all sing like the birdies sing. You know, I wish it was that song because I do wonderful imitations of birds. Would you give me a little bird music back? Not what you're thinking, though. No. Just a little of the 1, 2, 3. Let's all sing like the birds. I love this song, John. Let's all sing like the birds sing. Do many other imitations, too. For example, the wrinkled beak swamp hawk. Once again, please. Just keep that going. Never stop. I'll pay you after. I gave you $1.98 yesterday. What do you want? The wrinkled beak swamp hawk, Tom. Let's all sing like the... There's a similarity there. I would do the flat-chested flea catcher, but the OWI forbids it. All right, let's go right on. Here's the next announcement. Friends, why don't you pay off the mortgage on the old homestead? For details, I now refer you to Tom Shirley.
And here are the details. For each question we use, you get $25 and a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. If your question beats the band, $50 and 2 cartons of Raleigh cigarettes. Mail your questions to Beat the Band, NBC, Chicago 54. The boys in the orchestra and our young lady in song must answer with the correct title and also play or sing an identifying strain of the song. If similar questions are submitted, payment is made only to the person whose question is used. The judges select the most interesting questions. All questions become the property of NBC.
Have you got it, folks? So send your questions. Send your questions to Beat the Band, NBC, Chicago 54. Well, Larry Sosnick kind of snuck up on me with that one. We'll forgive him, though, as we listen to Holiday for Strings. To Holiday for Strings, then all of a sudden we weren't listening to it. How about it? Well, that was really very fine sosnicking there, everybody. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the secret is out. You may now obtain the book on how Harry does it. The book is entitled How I Lead a Band by the Simple Sosnick System of Necromancy, Witchcraft, and the Ordinary Lead Pencil. 10 cents at your nearest haunted house. All right, now here's our next question. It goes a little bit like this. We have all English in the band tonight. Here is a stinger. Here's a stinger. See if we can get this together. Junior ran inside the house bawling. His nose was red and swollen. Goodness, Junior, his mother said. What happened? And Junior replied, I got in the way of This Rimsky-Korsakov classic is a Harry James favorite. Bonita Hand of Birmingham, Alabama, sent in the question. You're going to take Larry Binion right here. Larry Binion on the saxophone.
The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Flight of the Bumblebee is right. I just dare you to play it. Dare you to play it.
They'll call it the Flight of the Stumblebum after
Flight
I
of the Stumblebum. You got that crack right off of last week's show.
Keep the price
sue you
down
for
there.
that one, Larry. Well, I'll be doggone. Well, the Judging and Investigating Committee says that there were 2 right notes in that, so that we will accept that for the right answer. And so we sent a check for $25 and a carton of Raleigh cigarettes to Bonita Hand of Birmingham, Alabama, and expect a call from my lawyer next week. Please, Larry, for that crack that you took right off the bottom of the page. All right, refreshment time again. Refreshment time again with our guest, Jean Ty. In the company of Harry Sosnick and the orchestra, she carries the banner for the sovereign state of Kentucky.
Soon I'll be going where the fall breeze is blowing in Kentucky. Things will be blooming when I roam where there's room in old Kentucky, Kentucky, where the sky is blue and the grass is too, and the sunny style of welcome and smile is made to order for you. Somebody's waiting to begin celebration in Kentucky. I'm not denying that my heart will be flying when I get to Kentucky. I'll declare it's heaven with all those wonders in store. Oh, Lord, make me lucky when I get to Kentucky. Let me stay there forevermore. Soon I'll be going, salt breezes blowing in Kentucky. Things will be blooming when I roam in old Kentucky, where the sky is blue and the grass is too, and the sunniest style of welcome and smile is made to order for you. Somebody's waiting to begin celebrating in Kentucky. I'm not denying that my heart will be flying when I get to Kentucky. I'll declare it's heaven with all those wonders in store. Oh, Lord, make me lucky when I get to Kentucky. Let me stay there forevermore.
Well, Gene, Kentucky's proud banner was carried mighty high, wide, and handsome that time. You could almost get a breath of the old sweet meadow grass in there, couldn't you, Tom? Hear a few of those Kentucky warblers almost. Hail Louisville! All right. And now, while our Sosnick symphoniers slump back for a mental relapse, Sidophilus Flounder poses the question of the week.
Say, does your cigarette taste different lately?
Well, to put it simply, Tom...
The simple fact is there's no wartime loss of taste or quality in Raleigh cigarettes because Raleigh's are still blended only with fully aged, fully mellowed tobaccos. That means no green tobacco harshness, no throat-parching irritants. Raleigh's still contain the full amount of rich, aromatic pre-war Turkish tobaccos, so you get real pre-war flavor. What's more, better tasting Raleigh's stay factory fresh longer because they're doubly protected by the best moisture-retaining ingredient known to the tobacco industry, and then they're flavor sealed in Raleigh's exclusive laminated inner wrapper. Remember, next time you buy, there's no taste letdown when you light up a Raleigh, because quality is never rationed in a Raleigh.
All right, folks, here's a real test of memory, If you'll recall, the Allied invasion of France was delayed one day because of Harold Arlen wrote the standard torch song in 1933. R.M. Lease of New York sent in the question. A lot of hands up. Everybody's hand is up tonight. Everybody's. You notice that? Everybody's got looks like you guys look like a bunch of Rommel's men. Well. How about our singer Gene Ty? Sticking out there. Well, just you almost missed your hand, honey.
Stormy weather.
Stormy weather is right. Can you sing it, dear?
I think so. Sal, will you play it in C?
C, that's the one key sound, but he's all right in that key, Gene.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky.
Sings just like my cousin makes coconut layer cake, honey. That was right answer and the right song, and $25 plus a carton of Raleigh cigarettes goes to R.M. Lee's.
Sorry,
New
Eddie.
York.
This is where I come in.
Oh, that's you again there, Tom. What are you going to do? You're going to go back and add up the scores?
Yes.
All right, yes. You go right back and way back, too, with that yes. And while you're doing that, Tom, the rest of us will give our undivided attention to the orchestra and Gene Ty as they get together in a Gershwin medley from that swell show, Of Thee I Sing.
cares what banks fail in Yonkers? Long as you've got a kiss that conquers, why should I cry? Life is one long jubilee, so long as I care for you, and you care for me.
Of this world. And now back to Tom Shirley and into his world again. And can we have the results of our efforts to beat the band, Tom?
Right, Eddie. Folks, here's the final score on how you, represented by Eddie Mayhoff versus the orchestra and our guest, Gene Tye, made out in our little battle of mirth and music. We used 5 questions and 3 were answered correctly. For the use of those questions, to each person beat the band awards $25 and a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. 2 questions beat the band. Award $50 and 2 cartons of Raleigh cigarettes. And by the way, that means that we will increase the Raleighs and the bass drum by 72,000. Friends, send your questions to Beat the Band, NBC Chicago 54. And everyone in our studio audience tonight receives a pack of Raleigh cigarettes.
Well, minutes manage to skip along, don't they, folks? But it's been a lot of fun for me tonight, and I hope it has for you. And won't you come back and tune in on us next Wednesday, and let's have another date to beat the band. And until then, good luck and good night.
Good night, Eddie Mayhoff. Friends, Raleigh Cigarettes invite you to hear People of Funny Friday night. Tune in the Raleigh Room with Hildegard next Tuesday and team up with Eddie Mayhoff next Wednesday to beat the band. Remember, if your cigarette tastes different these days, smoke Raleigh's for perfect taste.
Top seller and still climbing, Cools, America's largest selling mentholated cigarette. For round-the-clock smoking enjoyment, make it a rule to smoke Cools. No matter how often you smoke, Cools taste mild, smooth, mint fresh. It's the mild dash of menthol that does the trick. Keeps Cools tasting so right, pack after pack after pack. Make that first cigarette in the morning a Cool, smokers, and your cigarettes all day will be Cools. Listen to Penguin Pete. Yes, it is logic-cool to smoke Cools. America's logically milder, by far and away America's largest selling mentholated cigarette. Cools.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. On one of the nicest streets in the bustling city of Summerfield lives Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. a typical American uncle. Stout, jolly, faced with all the problems that the average uncle is faced with. He tries to guide his niece Marjorie and his nephew Leroy, always with the very best intentions and sometimes with the very worst results. And now the Great Gildersleeve.
Well, thanks for the lift home, Judge Hooker.
You're welcome. Say, Gildersleeve, I hate to bring this up, but isn't it about time we used your car?
All right, I'll drive my car down tomorrow.
You know I don't go downtown tomorrow.
Sure, that's why I'm going to drive my car down. Then it'll be your turn again to pick me up the day after, won't it?
Yes. Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting gypped somewhere.
Yep. See here, Hooker. If you're going to talk like that, I won't give you that spare inner tube.
Oh, excuse me, Gildy, old pal. Just forget it. I'll be here for you. Goodbye.
The old goat. That reminds me, I better get that tube out of the safety deposit vault.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. You remember me, don't you? I'm Dottie from next door, and I just saw you driving up from behind our front curtains. I mean, I was behind them, not you, so I ran out to ask you a favor, and I'm sure you won't mind saying yes, because after all, there's nothing I want you to do, so you'll do it, won't you?
What? You want me to say yes to something you don't want me to do?
Well, yes, that's exactly correct. You hit the nail right on the thumb. Well, it's something I want to ask your niece Marjorie to do, and hasn't she got the loveliest red hair? See what kind of a rinse does she use to get at that shade, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Young lady, Marjorie's hair is that way naturally.
Well, naturally, that's what you would say. Well, the thing I wanted you to ask your niece to do for me is to take this list of soldier boys I promised the USO I'd write letters to and ask her if she'd mind writing instead on account of I hurt my hand and can't.
What did you do? Put it in your mouth while you were talking?
Oh, no. I folded it into a folding bed, and it wouldn't have been so bad, only I was in it myself at the time. Well, it was the most horrible experience. I couldn't talk for hours.
You couldn't? No, wasn't that too bad?
Well, you give this list to Margie, won't you? I know she won't mind it. Just a few names. Well, goodbye now, Mr. Gildersleeve, and take my advice. Keep away from folding beds.
Yes. When I get into a bed, it doesn't fold up, it just curls up. Let me see that list. Just a few names, eh? Wow, her idea of a few names is like her idea of a few words. That family next door is beginning to get my goat. That's about the only thing they haven't been over to borrow so far, either. Next time they ask me for something, I'm going to say, good afternoon, Marjorie.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, my dear, I have a little patriotic job for you to do.
Oh, what is it, Uncle Mort?
That girl next door, what's her name? Dilly or Daffy?
Dottie?
Dottie, that's her. She wants you to write letters to this list of soldiers here. She can't because she had her hand squeezed in a folding bed.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, I'm writing to so many soldiers already. It seems like I'm corresponding with half the army as it is.
You are? But how did that happen?
I was serving coffee to that troop train that was going to Camp Stover last week, and one of the detachments adopted me.
Adopted you?
Well, I'm not exactly clear whether they adopted me or I adopted them. I don't know if I'm the daughter of the regiment or the auntie of the anti-aircraft.
Very good. What happened?
Well, they voted me their parachute girl.
What do they mean, parachute girl?
They mean I'm the girl they'd like most to drop in on. And about 200 of them asked me to correspond with them.
200 letters? Couldn't you just write to them by squads? No, I guess not. There isn't much fun sharing a letter from a girl with 11 men and a corporal.
That's why I've been writing each of them personally. And is it a job? No, Uncle.
I don't doubt it a bit, my dear. We should all do everything we can to make them happy, however. I wish there was some way I could help. Do you think I could bang out a few letters for you on the typewriter? Then you could sign your name?
Well, I don't know. Would they look like a girl wrote them?
Oh, of course. I'll type them very daintily. Say, we can put the whole family to work on this. Leroy, Bertie.
Did you call me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, where's Leroy?
Here I am. What is it?
Look, everybody. Marjorie has more letters to write to the soldiers than she can shake a pen at. Now, the boys in camp always welcome a letter, but it means far more to them if it comes from a pretty girl.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not you, Bertie. I'm talking about Marjorie.
Oh.
Yes. Now, the rest of us will have to do a little ghost writing.
Excuse me, that lets me out. I ain't pale enough to do any ghost writing. And besides, I got all I can handle writing to my own boyfriends in the service.
Oh, well, all right, Bertie. Leroy, you'll help me, won't you? Each of us will take 10 names and write letters as if we were Marjorie.
Sure. I've always wanted to be one of those anyhow.
You always wanted to be one of what, Leroy?
A war correspondent, huh? finished. Private George Butcher, Camp Stover. Dear Butch, how are you? I am fine. I hope you are fine, too. How was the journey to Camp Stover? As the guy in school said when he stuck his foot out into the aisle when the teacher was passing, I hope you enjoyed your trip. Ha, ha, ha. Well, having nothing better to do, I wrote. And having nothing better to write, I will close. Tenderly yours, Marjorie Forrester. P.S. If you have any empty rifle shells, please send them, as my brother is making a collection.
This looks like it's going to be the best one yet. Let's see how it sounds. Dear John. I take my pen in hand to thank you and your friends for selecting little me as the girl you'd like to visit most. I am not unmindful of the honor bestowed upon me, but I won't let it turn my pretty little red head. It is indeed unfortunate that you are stationed so far from Summerfield. Otherwise, you could all come to dinner at our house some night, as I love to bake and cook. You know how we girls are. Well, since the shades of night are drawing near, I'd better close, as my Uncle Throckmorton thinks it's time for me to go to bed. Sincerely yours, Marjorie Forrester.
Well, there he is. Dear Willie, I got your letter yesterday and hastens to inform you that the next time you send me a letter without any postage stamps on it, don't send it airmail special delivery. I'm sorry the fudge and the fried chicken I sent you got all mixed up together, but it saves me sending you any chocolate eggs for Easter. I'm knitting you another sweater to replace the one you says you lost at the target range. Only next time, kindly confine your shooting to rifle practice. Because you never was any good at Paducah Parcheesi. Yours truly, your ever-loving, everlasting, one and only Bertie Lee Coggins. P.S. Please disregard them rumors about me going out with other fellas. That's just enemy propaganda.
The mail? Oh, of course, my dear. Let's see. This is the last of March. Oh, yes, that means the June magazines are due. Oh, hello, Mr. Mailman.
Say, I must have 150 letters for you. What's your niece doing? Running a contest? I'm becoming a regular beast of burden.
Oh, the male animal, eh? Oh, some more letters from the soldier boys, huh?
Yes, and if those guys lick as many Japs as they do stamps, the war will be over pronto. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
So long. Oh, Marjorie, here's some answers to the letters we wrote to the Army.
Good heavens. All of those for me?
Yeah.
Let me see. Business is certainly good, sis. Oh, I'll never be able to answer all of these in a month.
Oh, we'll help you, won't we, Leroy?
Yeah, let's start opening them.
Yeah, all right. Be careful there.
Yeah,
now.
okay. Listen to this. Dear Snooky. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Give me that letter. That one's not from the Army.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's from a certain ensign in the Navy, and it's strictly personal.
Yeah, I see. Well, we'll be true to the Army, won't we, Leroy? This one's from Camp Stover, all right. Let's see. Dear Miss Forrester, thank you for that picture of your little brother.
Picture of... What do you mean, picture of my little brother? Yeah, I ran out of snapshots of you, so I sent him one of me.
No, I don't think he resembles you a bit. He sure is a funny-looking kid.
What?
I'm sorry I can't send you any cartridge shells, which you asked for his collection.
What's this? Don't interrupt Uncle Mort.
Yes. But so far, I've been very busy here, acting as barber to a carload of raw potatoes.
Say, what kind of letters have you two been writing in my name?
And now, Marjorie, don't fret. Look at all these letters. You can see we didn't use your name in vain. why don't you run along downtown now like you intended?
Sure, we can clean up all this correspondence.
Well, all right. Only remember, if you read any letters that turn out to be personal or private, don't open them up.
Why, of course, my dear. You can depend on us. How are we going to do that?
Oh, come on, Unc. Let's not burn our bridges till we come to them.
You're a bright boy, Leroy.
All right, here's another letter.
Huh?
Dear Miss Forrester, thanks for the wonderful map of the world you sent me. It comes in especially handy because current events is my hobby.
Oh.
Do you think girls are interested in the serious type of young man, such as I represent? Sincerely, Ernest Darling.
I'll take care of Darling as soon as I've read this postcard. Hello, Red. Thanks for the swell picture of yourself. It sure ghouled me, Toots. From now on, I'm going to devote my non-military career to whistling under your window. Do you think you could go for me in a big way? Yours with a jive, Mickey Conway. You...
Gee.
I'll answer that one, too, as soon as I get the other one out of the way. The one to... what's his name?
You mean Ernest Darling?
Yes. Now, what did he say?
He thanked you for the map.
All right. Dear Darling, I'm glad you like the map. What next?
Current events is his hobby.
Oh, yes. And I am happy to learn you have taken up such a fascinating hobby.
He wants to know are girls interested in the serious type.
Oh. And in answer to your last question, darling, the answer is most certainly yes. Take it, Leroy, and address an envelope.
Yes, sir.
And address another one to Mickey Conway. You better find an asbestos envelope. I'm going to send him a hen track hotfoot. Hello?
Maine, 4181.
Yes?
1 moment. Long distance is calling.
Long distance.
Go ahead, Camp Stover.
Okay. Hello. Is this Marge?
No, it's her uncle. She's out at present.
Gee, I just got 3 days leave and I was coming to see you tomorrow. I was going to show up about 8.
Oh, well, she'll be here. Why don't you come earlier, say about 6?
Oh, well, sure, okay. Just tell her Mickey Conway's coming.
All right, Mickey. It's you, eh? Didn't you get Marjorie's letter?
Sure. That's why I'm coming. Why, I even bought a ring.
After that letter that she wrote?
Sure. Why, that did the trick. I wrote thanking her for a picture. And she wrote back, Dear Darling, I'm glad you like the map.
Oh, my goodness, Leroy got the envelopes mixed up.
And when I says I'm going to make a career out of whistling under her window, she replies, I'm happy to learn you've taken up such a fascinating hobby.
Oh, I see it all now.
And here's the topper. I says, could you go for me in a big way? And she says,
Darling, the answer is yes.
Well, goodbye, Uncle. I'll be seeing you at 6 tomorrow.
And to think that I'm responsible for this one-sided romance.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I suppose you know that good nourishment isn't just a matter of eating a lot. Why, you can overeat and still be undernourished. That's why you should know the nutrition facts about the food you buy, so you can serve your family a balanced diet. So here are the nutrition facts about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. First, Parquet margarine is a wholesome vegetable margarine made of selected American farm products in Kraft spick and span modern plants. That's important. You want to be sure the foods you serve are wholesome and of fine quality. Next, Parquet margarine is a nourishing energy food. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. That's important, too. Parquet helps give the pep and energy you need for hard work or play. Lastly, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, there are 9,000 units of this important vitamin in every single pound. So next time you shop, remember that economical Parquet margarine is as nutritious as it is delicious. Yes, Parquet is well worth trying right away. So tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. And now back to the Great Gildersleeve. It's 6 o'clock the following morning, and our hero's fallen asleep at last after spending most of the night counting soldiers.
Dear General, Won't you come over for dinner? Bring your Jeep along, too. Respectably yours, Throckmorton P. Marjorie. What's that? Time to get up already. Where is that alarm clock? Oh, there you are. What's the matter with this clock? It won't stop. Oh, it's a telephone. Oh. Ooh, that floor is cold. Where are my slippers? The heck with them. All right, I'm coming. Yes, I heard you, operator. I'm hurrying. Hello? Hello, anybody want me? Must be the wrong number. Somebody's got a lot of nerve not telephoning me at this time of the morning. Ooh, it's cold. Which way is my bed? Hello? What is this, games? Hello, operator? Wait a minute, how can the bell ring with the receiver off the hook? Oh, I know, it's a doorbell. Hold your horses, I'm coming. Yes, what is it?
Is this where Miss Marjorie Forrester lives?
Yes?
Well, I'm Private Mickey Conway, and I was told to be here at 6.
At 6? Oh, my goodness, is it 6 p.m. already?
No, sir, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
What? Who told you to come here at this hour?
I'm Marjorie's uncle.
I'll break his... Oh, my goodness, that's me. What did you say your name is?
Mickey Conway.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You come on in, Mickey.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sit down. I'll see if Bertie, our cook, is up on the stove with a pot of coffee yet. Make yourself comfortable. Good morning, Bertie. Quick, some coffee.
It's almost ready, Mr. Gildersleeve. What gets you up so early?
A soldier who's fallen for Marjorie because of some letters I've written in her name.
Oh, you better be careful. He'll sue you for the breaches of the promises.
This fellow got the wrong letter, that's all, Bertie. And now he's here to propose to Marjorie.
But he can't do that now. She's sound asleep.
I won't let him do it if she wakes up either.
Well, what you gonna do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it's too early in the morning for me to figure things out. I can't have an open mind without some good shut-eye.
Then why don't you go on back to bed? That soldier's probably tired, too. Let him take a nap in your den while you figure this whole thing out on your pillow.
Well, Bertie, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever come to think of it?
Well, to tell the truth, I need a little more beauty sleep myself. It's 10 o'clock, and Marjorie should be down soon. Now, remember, Leroy, and you too, Bertie, we mustn't leave those two alone together.
But I still don't see why.
If we do, he'll start proposing to Marjorie. It'll be very embarrassing for all concerned.
Yes, and especially for you.
But wouldn't it be a lot simpler, Unc, if we were to tell Marjorie what it was all about?
You mean how you put Private Darling's letter in Private Conway's envelope, and vice versa?
Well, on second thought, maybe your way is better, Unc. Well, Jiggers, here comes Marjorie now.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, hello, my dear. How lovely you look this morning.
Yeah, you look swell to me, too, sis.
That's right. And you certainly going to look good to that soldier who came 300 miles just to pop the
Ixnay, Ernie Bay, Ixnay.
Just to pop what, Bertie?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Miss Morris.
But I'm interested. Pop what?
Well, that is, if he walked 300 miles, he probably going to pop his corn.
Seems to me you're all acting a little peculiar.
Why, the idea,
Well, maybe not, but you've got 3 of the fishiest-looking pans I've seen outside of a seafood grotto.
Say, I had a swell rush, Mr. Well, don't tell me this is Marge. Well, hiya there, Red.
Hi. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Why, Marjorie, you remember Private Mickey Conway, who wrote you all those nice letters?
Who? Ouch. Oh, yes, how are you, Mr. Conway?
Oh, now, baby, cut out that Mr. stuff. I'm just plain Mickey to you.
Yes, he's just a plain Mickey to all of us. Why, he came all the way from Camp Stover to spend the day with you. With us, I mean. Now, what'll we do first?
Well, first, I'd like to have a quiet little confidential talk with Marge here.
Not on an empty stomach, Mickey. Where's your sense of romance?
Oh, well, all right. Let's have some breakfast first.
Yes.
But right after that, I got something to show her.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, he wants to show you the town. I mean, we want to show him the town, don't we, Marjorie?
Oh, yes, of course we do. Suppose I take him out for a ride this morning.
Why, fine. We'll all take him for a ride. Say, would you care to drive, Mickey?
Huh. What, a rabbit eat cabbage?
Oh, I see. Yes, very cute. You can drive our car, and I'll sit next to you, just to show you how the gears shift and where to put on the brakes. And, Marjorie,
yes?
You can sit in the back seat with Leroy.
Miss Marge, did y'all have a nice ride?
Yes, we all did. That is, all except Mickey and me.
Well, that just leaves Mr. Gildersleeve and Leroy.
You're right. We tried to leave them a dozen times.
What's the matter? Did they chaperone you too vigorously?
They didn't chaperone us, Bertie. They convoyed us. Why, every time Mickey opened his mouth, Uncle Mort put his foot in.
What they doing now?
Oh, Uncle Mort showing Mickey our family album in the living room. Oh, great stars.
Anything wrong?
Oh, I'll say there is. I better get in there before they come to my baby pictures.
And this one is Marjorie at the age of 1, I think. Fat little rascal, wasn't she, Mickey?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, cute dimples, huh?
I'll say. Now, let me get a good look.
Yeah.
Boy, was she fat.
Oh, don't you dare. Let me see that picture. Oh, well, that's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, then you don't mind?
Not in the least. Only that isn't me.
It isn't? Then who is it?
It happens to be you, Uncle Mort.
What? Where's my mustache? Oh, well, that's right. I didn't have one, did I?
Uncle Mort, if it's all the same to you, could I have a minute alone with Red here?
If you want to be alone?
That's the general idea, General. Well, how about it?
Why, of course, I understand. All right, but only a minute, mind you. Bertie, quick. Get in there and do something.
Yeah, but what?
Anything. Don't leave them alone till someone relieves you. Just move the piano, dust under the rug. Play the Star-Spangled Banner. What does it matter?
Yes, sir. Play What Does It Matter?
Oh, how do I get myself into these messes? Oh, now there's somebody at the door. As if I didn't have enough to do already.
Here's the mail, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got a gob for Marjorie, too.
No, thanks. She has a soldier in the living room already. Oh, dear. I better get Leroy warmed up to go in for Bertie. Leroy! Where is that boy? Leroy!
Here I am, Uncle Mort.
Look, Leroy, Bertie is in there pinch hitting for me. I don't know how soon she'll strike out, so you better be ready to go in there and see that Mickey doesn't get to first base.
Well, what about you, Unc?
I've got a telephone for reinforcements. I'm so desperate, I'm going to invite Judge Hooker to dinner.
Gee, are things that
Yep. Leroy, he'll just talk and talk and talk. If he runs down, you ask him what he did in the Spanish-American War. That's good for 2 hours.
bad? Yeah, but it's 3 hours till dinner. How do we hold out till then?
That's the problem, my boy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve? Are you home, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Gee, that Gabby gal from next door.
Yes, there's the answer to our problem. I'm coming, Dottie.
Gildy. Sorry I'm late for dinner.
A fine time to come here for dinner, 8 o'clock. And you're a fine friend to depend on, Judge Hooker.
Now, wait a minute.
I won't wait another minute. We waited as long as we could, then we had our dinner.
You mean you didn't wait for me?
No, that girl from next door took your place, Judge. What delayed you?
I had a puncture with that rubber strainer you gave me for an inner tube.
That wasn't a strainer. That tube was made out of the finest reclaimed Gildersleeve girdles.
Why? You big blowfish.
What?
And after I've been hauling you to town every day on my poor thin tires, I've got a good notion to punch you.
Judge Hooker, you couldn't punch your way out of a bag of marshmallows.
Guess I'll have to show you. I'd polish you off with one uppercut, only I can't decide which chin to aim for.
Oh, yes? Well, you twitch one eyebrow at me, Hooker, and the first aid girls won't know where to begin.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, I'll let him start
Yes,
What's going on here?
Oh, your uncle swindled me out of a lot of free rides.
Serves you right for standing me up when I needed you here to keep that soldier from proposing to Marjorie.
What?
Yeah, she doesn't know. And this is all your fault, Hooker. Marjorie, let me explain. Some letters were sent to the wrong soldiers, and he thought that you, Oh, it's too involved. Mickey wants to marry you.
Oh, is that what he's been trying to say all day? Well, he had me worried. I thought he was trying to tell me that my slip was showing.
Hey, Unc, Mickey, I'd like to talk to you private.
Oh, I might as well do the other half of the job. Send him in. Now, Judge, you and Marjorie go out the other door.
Okay, Gildy. Come on, my dear. Do you think Bertie has anything left over from dinner?
If she has, you'll have to fight the cat for it. Oh, hello, Mickey.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, this is awful embarrassing to say, but do you mind not telling Marjorie about our engagement?
What?
Well, you see, I guess I changed my mind. Now I'm nuts about this little Dottie gal from next door. Gee, she isn't as pretty as Marjorie, but I get a chance to talk to her.
You do?
Yeah, and she's such a wonderful conversationalist.
I'll grant her that. Well, maybe it's all for the best, Mickey. You and Dottie run along now, and lots of luck. You're going to need it.
Well, gee. Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hey, Dottie, come on, let's get out of this dump.
Oh, Mickey, I have to know.
Yeah, well, I knew everything would come out all right.
Uncle, look at this telegram that just came for me. It's from some, Captain Earl Eby at Camp Stover.
Oh, Captain Eby. Well, I've been corresponding with him. Oh, for you, of course. What does it say?
Dear Marjorie, hooray, we are being transferred to Summerfield. Since you frequently requested the pleasure of my company for dinner at your home, I'm happy to accept for tomorrow night on behalf of my entire company and myself.
Yo, this is going to be one of my bad weeks.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, here's an experiment I wish every one of you would make. You see, I've been telling you how delicious parquet margarine is, but wouldn't it be better if you found it out yourself? So here goes. Next time you bake hot biscuits or rolls or make some toast, have a pound of parquet margarine handy. Then spread them while they're still piping hot with plenty of parquet. Now, that's a real test for any spread because the heat brings out its flavor. Yes, you can tell right away how good parquet margarine is. Parquet's flavor is delicate, not strong. It's a tempting, satisfying flavor. Then try parquet margarine in your cooking, too. Use it for baking and pan frying. You'll find that a spread as delicious as parquet margarine makes cooked foods tastier, too. And remember, no matter how you use parquet margarine, you're serving your family a wholesome, nourishing, energy food. A food that's a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So why not try these simple tests and prove to yourself how deliciously good parquet margarine is? Yes, get a trial pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. But be sure to ask your food dealer for parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine. Made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you would take a tip from your Uncle Mort and do something for your Uncle Sam. Buy more United States government bonds and stamps. There's no finer investment in the world today, for in every way they protect our future. Our choice is clear. Which do we want? Our country's bonds or those of the Axis? Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Rochester, I'm sure that golf ball sliced over here to the right. No, it's not here.
Boss, why don't you give up? We've been looking for that ball all week.
We'll find it. Don't be so impatient. Now, let's see. When I hit it, I know it went over here by these trees.
Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hurry up. We've got to get to the studio. It's Sunday again.
Oh, my goodness, how time does fly. Come on, Rochester. We better get going. Come on.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Deep in the Heart of Encino.
flavor and still more flavor. That's what you get in Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Jell-O's marvelous new process that locks in its delightful goodness. The tang of Jell-O, its swell, intriguing taste, are there for you to enjoy as never before. For today, Jell-O offers you a new high in flavor, a new peak in pleasure. You find that Jell-O is more than ever a glorious dessert, a grand treat that everybody loves. A clear, colorful mold of Jell-O. What an attractive sight it is, and how it glistens with goodness. And never have you tasted anything better than the lively, refreshing flavor of Jell-O. Flavor that makes you think of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Flavor that is locked in for your added enjoyment. Prove to yourself how much richer Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow and thrill at the extra delight of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. For You I'll Pine at Sunset and Vine, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, we're going to present our for your entertainment, Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrel show.
That's right, so let's get going. Is everybody here?
I think so.
Say, Mary, where's Dennis?
Dennis? I don't know.
I haven't seen him.
He must be around here someplace.
That's you dodo. Come here, Dennis. We've got a minstrel show to do. I see you've got burnt cork on your face. Where were you?
I was over in the corner practicing how to talk like Amos and Andy.
Good.
Good nothing. It comes out like Lum and Abner.
Oh.
Wonderful world.
Never mind. You'll get rolling. Now, Mary, we have to do this right. So straighten things out and put the chairs in a semicircle.
What's a semicircle?
Look, put the chairs in a circle and then take half of them away. Now, Phil, we want some real old-time minstrel music tonight. You know, a lot of loud, corny brass. Do you think your band can do it?
Well, it ain't our style, but we can try.
Oh, brother. Now, let's see. Where's Virgil? We got to have our props. Is the sound man here?
No, I'm in a Turkish bath. Want me to steam some clams for you?
Now, Virgil, you don't have to get cute about it. We're doing a minstrel show tonight, so pass out the tambourine.
I passed them out already.
You did?
Yeah, and they're swell, nice and juicy.
Those are tangerines. Now, Virgil, there's a whole pile of tambourines right there on your table. Now, pass them out.
Okay, here they are.
You didn't have to throw them on the floor.
He's mad because you won't let him be an end man in your minstrel show.
That's too bad about him. Well, I guess we're all set, so let's get started. Come on, Don, give us an introduction.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrels, including the incomparable Mary Sweetstuff Livingston.
Mary?
That sentimental gentleman from Georgia, Phil Honeyboy Harris.
Take it easy, gals. I'll get to you.
Also our own silver-voiced tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day.
Very good, Dennis.
And last but not least, that ton of fun, yours truly, Don Blubberlip Wilson.
Yes, sir.
The time was a bright summer afternoon many years ago. The place, Main Street of St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Take it away.
All right, everybody. You have to clear the streets. The parade's coming. Keep your little boy up on the sidewalk, Mrs. Farrell.
Come here, Charles. Stay right close to your mother.
Mom, I want to see a parade.
Here it comes.
howdy. It's sure good to be back in St. Joe. Great to see so many bright and smiling faces here to greet us.
Howdy, Doc.
Howdy, Constable. I see you got some new traveling salesmen sitting on the porch of the mansion house.
They ain't you. We just dusted them off.
Well, see you at the Opry House, Constable. Follow the parade, folks. The show starts promptly at 2:30.
We now take you to Simpson's Opry House, where Doc Benny's minstrels are about to begin.
Let me see your tickets, please. B2 and 4. First two on the aisle. Thank you.
Candy, popcorn, and sandwiches. You can't enjoy these hams without a sandwich. Sandwiches?
Get your Jell-O here. Top off your sandwich with a dish of tempting and appetizing Jell-O. Hey, Mama, I want some Jell-O. Well, here you are, Sonny. Isn't he a cute youngster?
All right, John, don't overdo it.
Stop, please. Right this way. Here you are, sir. B2 on the aisle.
There's someone sitting there.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, madam. You've got the wrong seat. I've got the right seat. Well, you've got it in the wrong place. Stop, please. Hey, Constable, you can't bring your horse in here.
I got a ticket for him.
All right. Seat 1, stall 2. What's he laughing at? The show hasn't started yet. Stop, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, for a few moments before the big show begins. Now, I have here a selection of the latest song hits of the day. Tunes they're all a-whistling. In the shade of the old apple tree. On a bicycle built for two. Only a bird in a gilded cage. Down by the old mill stream. And a zoot suit with a reed fleece. Thank you. Here you are, sir. All the latest songs, folks. Take me out to the ball game. Wait till the sun shines nully.
Say, have you got that old sweetheart of mine?
Yes, and you can have her back. Anyone else have a copy of the big songbook? Last chance before the curtain goes up. Overture! The Doc Benny Minstrels.
On the Mississippi, where those boats go puffing along. Through the Mississippi, dear old Mississippi, that's where I was born.
I dream of Jeannie with a light brown.
Pick 'em up, boys.
We're shuffling along. We're shuffling along. So take your best gal, your real gal.
Go down to the levee.
I said to the levee.
Join that shuffle and song. Hear that music and song. It's simply great. Make waiting on the levee, waiting for the Robert E.
Thank you. Gentlemen, be seated. Well. Tell me, Mr. Harris, how are you feeling this evening?
Mr. Interlocutor, I am in the mood to mangle some merriment.
Well, I must say, Mr. Harris, that you do look good.
Well, boss, why shouldn't I look good? I just had myself a Kentucky breakfast.
A Kentucky breakfast? What's that?
A big steak, a bulldog, and a quart of whiskey.
Well, what's the bulldog for?
Somebody's got to eat that meat.
Very good.
It didn't impress me.
Now, Mr. Day, you mean to say you can do better than that?
Ask me what's the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Day. What is the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer?
One is wheezing and one is squeezing.
Well, what about the Eskimo fan dancer?
She's freezing. Get her blanket.
Excellent, Mr. Day, excellent.
I ain't convulsed.
Why, Miss Livingston?
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, do you mind if I ask you a riddle?
No, Miss Livingston, go right ahead.
What's the difference between you and a jackass?
I don't know. What is the difference?
A jackass wears a collar.
Well, so do I wear a collar.
Well, then I guess there ain't no difference.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, when it gets to me, I wish to convey that I'm mentally and physically fastidious.
Well, Brother Wilson, what makes you so happy?
I got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they's both working.
Very funny, Brother Wilson, very funny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our silver-voiced tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day, will favor us with a song and dance. That ever-popular ballad, Can't You Hear Me Callin' Caroline, and dedicated to Mrs. George Primrose.
I miss you in the morning when, oh, Pop, I give this call. Caroline, Caroline. I miss you at the sunset when evening shadows fall. Caroline, Caroline. I miss you when the moonbeams out on the river shine. Oh, can't you hear me calling? Oh, you Caroline. Can't you hear me calling, Caroline? It's my heart a-calling, join. Lordy, how I miss you, gal of mine. Wish that I could kiss you, Caroline. Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips are saying? Can't you hear my soul are praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
La la la.
He's dancing now, folks.
Can't you hear my lips are saying? Can't you hear my soul are praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
That was very good, Mr. Day, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. That was rendered with feeling, sweetness, and tenderness.
I didn't like it.
Why, Mr. Harris, I noticed that you and Mr. Day have been quarreling quite a bit of late. What have you got against him?
Nothing, except he's dishonest, disloyal, and hen-coop conscious.
Oh, come now.
That's a fine way to talk after I invited you over to my house for dinner.
Who cares?
Don't you remember that nice fat chicken I served you?
Remembered, boy, I recognized it.
Mr. Harris, that's a bold allegation. I think you should apologize.
I'll say he should.
I can't believe that Mr. Day has been stealing your chicken.
Not only that, boss, he stole my wife.
I didn't steal that old thing. She jumped in the bag with the rest of the hens.
Why, Mr. Day, I'm ashamed of you stealing Mr. Harris's wife and chicken.
I'll bring them back. I'll bring them all back.
Don't bring back nothing that ain't got feathers on it, son.
Now, you better watch your step, Mr. Day. That Mr. Harris is a bad man when he gets riled up.
That don't worry me none. I'm going to walk over there and put them right smack in the mouth.
Who is?
I is.
How you gonna get back?
Gentlemen, please, let this bickering cease. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, Doc Benny, will render that renowned and melodious selection entitled Asleep in the Deep. assisted by the Alabama Four. Music, Professor. Loudly the bell in the old tower ring, bidding us listen to the warning it brings. Sailor, take care. Sailor, take care. A danger is near thee. Be aware. Be aware. And many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. So beware. Thank you.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
I just thought of another riddle.
Another one? Well, let's hear it.
Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
I don't know, Miss Livingston. Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
'Cause the Yanks are coming. Yahoo!
Now, that was really brilliant, Miss Livingston.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor, what's the difference between you and a bag of wind?
I don't know. What is it?
Bertha, you stay out of it!
We don't want any more riddles.
I'm awful sorry to hear that, Mr. Interlocutor, because I got one that's not only entertaining, but appetizing as well.
All right, blubber lips, let's have it.
When you go down to your neighborhood grocer, what is the very first thing that you ask for? Credit.
Mr. Harris, please. I don't know, Mr. Wilson. What is the very first thing you ask for at your neighborhood grocer's?
Jello. G-E-L-L-O.
Blubber lips never went to school, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special added attraction, Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement that well-known minstrel man, Rochester Van Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor.
Mr. Van Jones will sing that ever-popular song success made famous by the late Bert Williams, entitled Somebody Else, Not Me.
Great moments come to every man, some situation where he can attain such fame, folks acclaim the very mention of his name. The circus played our town one day, 3 Bengal tigers got away. The manager looked right at me, said he, "Here's opportunity. Somebody's got to catch them cats. Somebody's got to go. The tiger man is sick in bed. Put on your hat and coat," he said. "Now the man who catches them alive, a hero's gonna be. It's a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me." 2 ivory bones with ebony dots, oft times lead to cemetery lots. A game last night brought on a fight which finished up with pistol shots. I was the furthest from the door. All the others got out before. A body lay on the floor dead, and through the transom somebody said, "Somebody's got to stay behind. Somebody must remain. And when the officers arrive, explain how came he ain't alive. The man who stays and sees it through gains notoriety. It was a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me."
Thank you. That was Somebody Else Not Me, rendered by Rochester Van Jones. Oh, Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Interrogator?
That mistake didn't either hurt or help the program, Rochester. I noticed that in looking over your expense account for your costume and so forth, you put down $1.50 for makeup. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that seems a little unnecessary. Would you mind explaining what you spent that money for?
Well, I heard you tell everybody to buy burnt cork for their faces.
Uh-huh.
And then as much as I didn't need it, I bought a cork with a bottle of gin around it.
Oh, I see. Well, I have news for you, Rochester. You may collect that $1.50, but it'll be from somebody else, not me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, every minstrel show has an masterpiece, and ours will be no exception. So tonight we are going to offer Doc Benny's version of the greatest love story of all time, Romeo and Juliet. The scene is the balcony of the home of Miss Juliet Johnson on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee. Curtain music. Romeo and Julie were sweethearts, and oh, how that Romeo could love. That's me, folks. Yeah, they do. Oh, Julie, climb down this ladder. You know, we're going to elope tonight.
I can't see you down there. Romeo, wherefore is you, Romeo?
Here I is, gal, right below yon balcony.
Well, get thee on that ladder, son.
4 sous, honey. I'll be there 4 sous. Here I come. I'll be right up, sugar.
Just a minute, Rummy. Get thee down from that ladder.
Hush up, son. I'm ascending to my lady friend, Juliet.
Then move over, because I am the local, and this is the express coming through.
I don't know what you did with that gag. I know you can't be the local and the express. I must be the local. Now, wait a minute. I mean, either you is the local or the express. Now, wait a minute. Who is you, anyway?
Here's my card.
Julius Mushmouth Caesar and his orchestra, appearing nightly at ye Biltmore Arena.
That's me.
Now, listen here, Mushmouth. You ain't got no business around here. Get off this ladder.
Don't mess around with me, Romeo. Remember, flowers don't care who they lays on.
I understand. Past friend. Gazook.
Who that? Who that coming up the ladder, Romeo?
Somebody else, not me.
Now listen, Romeo. Is you coming up here or is you ain't?
Be patient, woman. Keep thy cloak on. Yucca! Slow but sure, that's me.
Hey, you get off that ladder.
What, another one?
You heard me. Juliet is my gal.
Oh, no, she ain't, son. She's my gal. So you better hie thee away, Nave, or I'm going to take my razor and you're going to be grinning from ear to ear. Understand?
You make one pass at me and you're going to be playing Love and Bloom on a harp.
Well, in that case, pass, friend. Egad.
Hey, Romeo, what is this cane and thou?
I'm caught in traffic, honey. Well, here I come, Julie. Here I come. I'll be right with you, Julie.
Oh, pardon me, brother, but you're standing directly in my path.
Now, who that? Who is you?
Othello.
Othello who?
Othello Jello.
Oh, then you is the Merchant of Venice. Past friend, unhindered. Look at that ladder bend. Hey, Julie, can it be that you is unfaithful?
I ain't unfaithful, honey. I'm going to rope tonight.
With me or not with me? That am the question. All these men climbing that ladder. I was regusted.
Now, don't be jealous, honey. I'm just raffling off the Plymouth up here.
A Plymouth? Oh, that's right. Where did I put my ticket? Oh, here it is. Here it is.
The lucky number, Am, 987X42.
That's me. That's my number. I got it. Here I come, Julie. Here I come. A Rhapsodize, Phil. Rhapsodize.
Here's a dessert, friends, that will make a big hit with everyone because it's so good-looking and so downright delicious.
It's jellied plums, a swell, attractive treat that combines luscious plums and rich emerald lime jello. Yes, here's a dessert that is really a masterpiece. A dessert that your family will get mighty excited about because it's so gay and inviting and so thrillingly good. Jellied plums is truly a treat of treats and easy to make. Simply dissolve one package of lime jello in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned plums. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never tasted anything that was more delightful, never laid eyes on a dessert that looked more enticing. Make up this grand treat. Tomorrow, get a package of lime jello. But be sure it's genuine jello, because jello's new locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 26th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Jack had to run away and do a show for the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Good night, folks.
The Jello program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Jack Benny, Paulette Goddard. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Starring Paulette Goddard and Jack Benny in Parrot by Proxy. And now here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring you radio's #1 comedian, Jack Benny. And with him, one of moviedom's most glamorous stars, Paulette Goddard, in a hilarious comedy, Parent by Proxy. In just a moment, our play will begin. But meanwhile, we'd like to say,
Friends, these days, most of us feel that even a car that's apparently running in tip-top shape rates extra attention just to be sure that no little routine protection has been neglected. Well, when you get to wondering about that, why not take your car to a man whose business it is to know about such things? To your good Gulf dealer. He'll help you save your car with his Gulflex Car Saver Services that assures you of planned car-saving service by men who know how to do the job and who have the specialized equipment necessary. That way, you get a combination of a number of seasonal car saver services. Some of these car saver services are draining and flushing your crankcase and refilling with the proper seasonal Gulf motor oil, changing to summer gear lubricants, a complete Gulflex lubrication job, cleaning your air filter, cross-switching your tires, plus traditional Gulf courtesy services. So when you get your good Gulf dealer's car saver services, you're sure to get done many of those jobs which are vitally important and which are so easy to forget. Stop at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers tomorrow and start to care for your car for your country.
And now Oscar Bradley's music raises the curtain on Parent by Proxy, starring Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard. As our story opens, Jim Sloan, alias Jack Benny, who is a big splash in the American plumbing business, has just strolled into his office and taken his place at his desk.
Good morning, Miss Humphrey.
Good morning, Mr. Sloan. You're in early today.
Well, a businessman has to be on his toes, Miss Humphrey. I expect this to be a busy day. A very busy day. In fact, I hardly know what to do first. What time is it now?
12:30, sir.
Oh. Then in that case, open the files under L.
Under L?
Yes, my lunch is in there. And, by the way, is there a copy of the Morning Times around?
On your desk, Mr. Sloan.
Good. There's a little item I'd like to show you, Miss Humphrey. Your boss attended the charity ball last night.
No.
Oh, yes. Society is opening its doors to Jane Sloan. Even if I did make my money in plumbing fixtures. Here's the story right on the front page. I'll show you my name. Among those present were Biddle, Bowles, Carey, Fletcher, Morrow, Graves. Continued on page 12. Sharon, Burns, Riley, Jackson, Boulogne, Goldblatt. Continued on page 33. Can't seem to find the rest of the list.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Sloan. Next to the obituary column.
Oh, yes. I'm glad it wasn't under it. Larson, O'Neill, Hickey. Aha! Harry Baldwin, James Sloan, and Austin Peterson. Poor old Austin. Imagine being last on the list. I'll bet he feels like a nobody.
I'll bet he does.
It was really a gala evening, Miss Humphrey, and there I was in the middle of it, drinking and dancing. Of course, I would have looked better if I'd had a partner. And, oh, yes, I took a chance on a raffle.
What kind of a raffle?
Oh, I don't know. I never win anyway. But Miss Palmer said it was a thing to do.
Miss Palmer, huh?
Oh, don't use that tone of voice, Miss Humphrey. Clara Palmer is a lovely girl. Of course, her hair is a little stringy. That's what gave me the idea for my new drizzle shower. Now, run along to our office and call the Edgemere Stables. I want to find out how much a ponopoli costs.
A what?
A ponopoli. I mean a polypono. A polo ponus. You know, one of those things you sit on when you play pono. I mean poli. A polo. I'd have been better off if I'd taken up badminton or tennis. Now, call the stables. Clara told me if I want to become socially prominent, I should take up the game.
But, Mr. Sloan, you fall out of a swivel chair. How will you stay on a horse?
I'll hang a guitar around my neck, and he'll think I'm Gene Autry. I can go along with a quip. Now, get out.
Yes, sir. Oh, Jim, darling.
Oh, hello, Clara.
Jim, dear, I have the most fabulously wonderful news for you. You won the charity raffle.
I did? How much?
Oh, but the prize wasn't money.
Oh.
But, darling, it was something money can't even buy.
Razor blades?
Oh, no, silly. You won the privilege of adopting a refugee orphan.
I did? I did.
Yes. Now, the child's name is Marcel Bender. Isn't it too utterly thrilling?
Oh, it's the utterliest thing I've ever heard of. But look, I can't take an orphan.
Now, it arrives today, homeless and hungry. And if you don't take it, your social prestige may suffer.
It will, eh? Well, where's the kid from?
France? Oh, you do speak French, don't you?
Oh, not fluently. I know a couple of words.
Oh, good. Well, let me know what you decide, dear boy. Bonjour.
What was that?
I said bonjour.
Oh, French. Well, the two words I happen to know are oui. See you later. Marcel, huh? Cute name for a kid. See, no home, hungry, nobody to love him. Gee, I could be both a father and a mother to him. Then if he couldn't get along with his father, he could always come to the mother in me. It's a wonderful feeling at that, you know.
Oh, Mr. Sloan, you can get a polo pony for $3,000.
Poor little thing. I think I'll have him sleep in the same bed with me.
Sleep in the same bed with...
Probably hasn't had anything to eat for days.
Not even oats?
Oats? What he needs is hot soup and lollipops and a warm bunny suit to sleep in.
Bunny suit?
Miss Humphrey, will you do me a favor?
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sloan?
Will you pin those little three-cornered pants on him? Now, what else do I need? Oh, yes, I want to look at a crib, please.
Yes, sir, for a little boy.
What difference does it make? Do little girls sleep side saddle?
No, sir. Now, here's a very popular model. We call it our teepee-tot Betty. Isn't it a tooty-wooty? Just the thing for itty-kitty-witty.
Uh-huh. How much is it?
Only $18.50.
Anything off for Cashy-Washy?
No chisley-wizzly.
All right. I'll take it. Let's see. What have I bought so far?
A crib, a velocipede, alphabet blocks, Indian suit, an electric train, and a Buck Rogers disintegrator gun.
Well, I guess that's enough for my kid.
Oh, you must be a proud father. You know, I have 8 children of my own.
Hey, you don't sound like it. As many as that? Well, Oh, by the way, if I don't like my kid, will you take back these toys?
If you don't like your child?
Yes. If I don't like them, I'll send them back.
You can do that?
Why, certainly.
Why don't somebody tell me these things?
Mister, will you kindly get back in line? But look, I'm expecting a baby today. I mean, an orphan. He's arriving on this boat.
These other folks are here for the same purpose. Just wait until I call the name of your kid and then yell.
Oh, okay. Gee, I'm excited.
Louis Carbone, Pierre Renoir, Cecile Degas, Marcel Bender. Nice going, brother. All right, take your orphan.
But which one is it? I mean, which is Marcel Bender?
I am Marcel Bender.
Oh, my little baby. I mean, oh, baby. Look, there must be some mistake. You can't be Marcel. I really expected a baby.
But I am Marcel.
My goodness, how long did that trip take?
There's something wrong. You do not feel well?
Oh, no, I feel fine, just fine.
But, monsieur, you are trembling.
Well, it's just that I had a different picture of how you would look. The construction, you know. I thought you'd be a little younger. You know?
But I am young. I am only 19.
No, but I expected a little itty-kitty-witty. You're a beautiful, gorgeous young girl. They can't do that to me. Or can they?
Maman?
Oh, nothing. What about me, Marcel? Do I look the way you expected me to look?
Oh, no, monsieur. I thought you would be an old man with a beard.
An old man with a beard. Fooled you that time, huh?
Yes, you have no beard at all. Glad you like me. I was so afraid you would be ashamed of me in this poor little dress I wear.
The dress?
Yes, it is all I have and very small for me. Look, see how tight it fits me.
Uh-huh.
And the dress is very short, too, because I've worn it many years. See, it is above my knees.
Uh-huh.
But you're only looking at my feet.
Don't rush me.
Oh, no, monsieur. But if I am to leave at your home, I cannot call you monsieur. What shall I call you?
Well, let's see. Would you mind holding my pulse for a minute?
Like these?
That's right. Now call me Daddy.
Daddy?
What about the pulse?
Oh, she jumps up and down very fast.
She does. Huh? Well, then call me Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim.
The pulse?
Oh, she jumps very quick.
She does, eh? And you better call me Mr. Sloan, I think, huh?
Mr. Sloan?
Yes, until we get home. Then I'll take a vitamin pill and you can try Daddy again. Let's go.
I beg pardon, Mr. Sloan.
What is it, Charles?
I wanted on the telephone, Miss Clara Palmer.
Oh, Clara. Well. Hello? Oh, hello, Clara. Well, I've been busy the last 2 weeks. Tonight? Oh, I can't. Why, I'm taking Marcel to the matzo ball. You know, Herbert J. Matzo. What? I had a date to take you? Oh, I'm sorry, but I'll see you there anyway. Anyway, I want you to meet Marcel. Goodbye, Clara.
Oh, Uncle Jim, are you busy?
No. Come in, Marcel.
Oh, Uncle Jim, I'm so happy here. Your house is lovely, and the big rooms and the beautiful paintings on the walls.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. Marcel, you know I'm in the plumbing picture business, don't you?
Yes, Uncle Jim, you told me.
Well, I have a big surprise for you. I sat up all night, all last night, designing a new bathtub just for you.
For me?
Uh-huh. It's going to be built in the shape of a kangaroo. And then when you take a bath, you fit in the pouch. Oh, it's a knockout.
Charming. Oh, Uncle Jim, you haven't said anything about my new dress.
Well.
Do you like it, or does it leave too much of me outside?
No. It's beautiful, Marcel.
Oh, how happy that makes me. I want so much to please you at the ball tonight. Oh, I bought some other things, too, Uncle Jean. The perfume I'm wearing, and these gloves, and a beautiful pair of garters. Would you like to see them?
Garters? No, Marcel. You mustn't bother.
Oh, but they are lovely. Please let me show you my garters.
No. You mustn't bother.
But there is no bother. They are in my room in a little package.
Oh. Then you certainly mustn't bother.
I found them in a little French lingerie shop, the Maison Claudette. And would you believe it, Madame Claudette is a fifth cousin by marriage of the nephew of the wife of my fourth cousin Anatole.
Well, one divorce in the family, you'll have to arrange that all over again. Come on, Marcel, we mustn't be late for the dance. Clara, this is my orphan, Marcel Bender. Marcel, this is Clara Palmer.
How do you do? Oh, I've been simply trying to meet you. How kind. Oh, well, you go on into the ballroom, Jim. I want to be alone with Marcel.
Are you unarmed?
You silly boy.
Well, I'll be back, Marcel.
Oh, my, Jim is so charming, isn't he? Such a gentleman. Yes, and he's been so good to me. He probably hasn't told you that this whole thing is a hideous mistake. I don't understand. Well, you know he wanted a little boy. You were quite a shock to him. Of course, he doesn't want to hurt you. Miss Palmer. Yes? Please, you have said enough. I understand now, and I will go away. Oh, are you going without saying goodbye to Jim? Yes, I will leave now.
Now, pull yourself together, Charles. I mean, what did she do? What did she say?
Well, she took her bag, sir, and said goodbye, sir. To be exact, sir, she said goodbye, Charles, sir.
Never mind, sir. I mean, never mind. This is terrible. I've got to find her.
I beg your pardon, sir, but are you in love with the young lady, sir?
In love? Yes, sir. Certainly not. I just happen to like Orphan. Gee, I read Orphan Annie all the time. Anyway, I'm a lot older than Marcel.
Very good, sir.
It is not. I can't understand it, Charles. I simply can't understand why she left. Gee, maybe she didn't like me. Oh, that's impossible. Isn't it, Charles? Isn't it, Charles?
Good night, sir.
You coward.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of our show tonight, Parent by Proxy. Following our usual intermission, we'll continue with the adventures of socialite Jim, alias Jack Benny Sloan. But right now, here's our own man about the microphone, Bud Easton. Brett? And now the second act of Parent by Proxy, starring Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard, and adapted for us by Keith Fowler, Frank Galen, and Sam Perrin, from an original by Charles B. N., Kasia Young, and John McClane.
I haven't got that many writers.
Now, it's the following evening, and Jim Sloan is returning from a fruitless all-day search for his ward Marcel.
Oh, good evening, sir. Any news, sir?
No, Charles. I spent the entire day walking the streets of New York, didn't even get a glimpse of her. Just think of it, Charles. A beautiful little French girl of 19, all alone in this big city. Who will look after her? I mean, who will try to be her friend?
I beg pardon, sir, but are you kidding, sir?
Look, Charles, I've got to find her. Now, let's see. Where would I go if I were a gorgeous young French girl? Where wouldn't I go?
Well, sir, you might be in one of the better cafes, the Stock Club or El Morocco.
No, they're too expensive for a young French girl like me. No, they're not either. The man who takes me would naturally pay the check. I keep forgetting I'm beautiful.
Yes, sir, it's quite easy, sir.
Oh, I don't know, with a close shave and the right sweater? No, but this isn't getting us anywhere. Where would I go if I were a French refugee in the... Wait, the Maison Claudette. It's a lingerie shop. I got to get right over there.
Oh, sir, aren't you taking this game about being a girl too seriously?
The lingerie isn't for me. I'm going to try and find Marcel in it. I mean, well, you know what I mean, Charles. Pardon me. Are you Madame Claudette?
Yes, monsieur. Can I help you?
I hope so. You see, I'm interested in a girl. And I thought...
I understand, monsieur.
Do you think you can help me?
I will try, monsieur. Now, if the young lady prefers panties of black lace, these are...
Panties? Huh?
Monsieur does not like them?
Oh, yes, of course. It was just the shock of seeing them.
What did you expect to see in a lingerie shop? Bicycles?
No, you don't understand. I came in here for something else entirely.
Indeed, monsieur. Unfortunately, I happen to be a very busy woman. Perhaps my clerk will be able to help you. I'll send her right out.
But Madame Claudette, all I... Say, these are kind of cute at that. Black lace. And so soft and fluffy. I wonder if... No, they probably only make them for women. Gee, black lace panties. I mean, Marcel.
Mrs. Sloan, how did you know I was here?
Never mind that. Imagine going away without leaving a note. That isn't nice, you know. Why, once when I suddenly went away, I left a note for the milkman, and I don't even like him.
Oh, please, Mr. Sloan. Miss Palmer has explained everything to me. I cannot leave at her home anymore.
Miss Palmer, eh? So that's it. Look, Marcel, I want you to come back. Please, won't you come back?
Well, all right.
Come on, dear. Oh, by the way, Marcel, before we leave, what's the biggest size in those black lace... Oh, never mind. Let's go. Hello, Charles. Look what I've got.
Why, you found her, sir. Welcome home, Miss Bender.
Thank you, Charles.
Oh, I beg pardon, sir, but the refugee committee is waiting to see you in the drawing room.
To see me? You wait right here, Marcel.
All right.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Sloan. We are from the refugee committee. It has come to our attention that you, a single man, have accepted as your ward a 19-year-old girl. We cannot permit it.
Now, wait a minute. I'm only one of thousands who offer a helping hand to refugees. Someone gets a freckle-faced boy, someone gets a pug-nosed kid, someone else gets a little girl in pigtails. Can I help it if I hit the jackpot?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sloan.
All right, give her to someone else. I only did what any generous man would have done. I pitied that poor homeless refugee. I felt sorry for her. I didn't feel that
I want you to pity me, Mr. Sloan.
Marcel, you shouldn't have listened. I mean, I didn't mean that...
I know what you meant. I want to go away again.
Look, was your mother frightened by a commutation ticket?
Miss Bender, we've arranged for you to be taken to another home, Mrs. Hortense Van Martin's.
Marcel, you don't want to stay with Mrs. Van Martin. She's an eccentric old... she's an old eccentric.
I will pack my things.
But Marcel... That's the thanks I get for being a nice guy. I wanted a boy in the first place. I'd have been better off that way.
We can still get you a boy.
Why these things happen to me, I don't know. All the trouble I went through with that girl.
We can still get you a boy.
Boy would have been much simpler, believe me.
We can still get you a boy.
Oh, stop mumbling. For heaven's sake. Hortense, Marcel will be here any minute. I came over to tell you I think the poor little thing will be better off in your care.
James, what do you mean, poor little thing?
Excuse me a moment. All right, boys, you can bring him in.
Where do you want this sandbox, Bud?
Anywhere will do. And put the kiddie car over there.
James, what is the meaning of this?
Marcel's toys. I thought you might as well have them.
Toys? I thought you was a grown girl.
Oh, she is. Physically. I'll set up her choo-choo train before she gets here.
James, do you mean...
No. Don't forget, when she runs the train, you stand right here and go beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
Yes, you see, you're supposed to be a station wagon at the railroad crossing. It's not hard. As a matter of fact, in that dress, you look a little like a station wagon.
James, I thought she was a perfectly normal girl.
Well, she's practically normal, Hortense. Look. This is her little Indian suit. You see, sometimes she thinks she's Pocahontas.
Oh.
And if you want to keep her quiet, just give her a telephone directory. She loves to call all the John Smiths in it, you know?
I don't feel well, James. I need rest and quiet.
Oh, and here's her little bow and arrow.
Bow and arrow?
Oh, she's quite harmless, but don't ever eat an apple in front of her.
I think I'd better lie down. I'm ill.
Mrs. Van Morton, the young lady has arrived.
Oh, ask her to come in. You just run along, Hortense. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, James. You're a very sympathetic boy, even if you are a plumber.
Oh, think nothing of it. All right, Hawkins.
Yes, sir. Right this way, miss.
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, just making sure you'd be comfortable, Marcel. Mrs. Van Martin's upstairs whipping the maid. She'll be right down.
She's whipping the maid?
Oh, won't take a minute. Only 30 lashes.
What did the maid do?
She put noodles in the chicken soup.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but don't ever say that in front of Mrs. Van Martin. Why, she'd probably jump right off the shelf, you know?
What shelf?
The shelf she sits on when she thinks she's a teapot.
She sounds crazy.
Oh, she's not so bad now, Marcel. Why, when she cooks a roast beef, she doesn't even crawl into the oven to watch it anymore. You know?
I don't want to stay here. I wish I'd never come here, and I wish I'd never seen you.
But, Marcel...
Go away. You never wanted me, and now I am trying to forget your face.
You can't, Marcel. It's on half the bathtubs in this country.
Please go away. You only took me in out of pity.
No, I didn't.
I heard you say it yourself.
I only said that so these men wouldn't take you away. I didn't want you to go.
But I do not understand. What are you trying to tell me?
Look, Marcel, it's as simple as ABC on these blocks. I'll show you. We'll start with the letter I. Here's an I. No, it's a J. Well, here's an I. No, that's an L. Well, this must be an I. A K. Must be an easier way to do this.
Here's an I.
Oh, yes, thanks. I stands for I.
Yes.
Now, where's that L we just had? Oh, here. Do you know what the L stands for?
Love.
Look, I'm trying to be cute about this thing. Would you be so direct? Well, shall I go on?
No, you don't have to.
Good.
Jim, what are you doing?
Throwing away these blocks. From now on, we're going to play house.
Thanks to Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard for a swell show and a grand cause. And thanks to Oscar Bradley for his excellent score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Star's own theater. And the money they would ordinarily receive, Gulf gives instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. So, Jack, thanks again to both you and Paulette Goddard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to tell you about next week's show. Next week, your Gulf Screen Guild Theater presents 4 great stars, Greer Garson, Henry Fonda, Fred McMurray, and Virginia Weidler, in the first radio presentation of one of the year's greatest box office smashes, The Philadelphia Story. Here's a show I know you won't want to miss, so note it on your calendar. Until next Sunday, then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Americans, do you know how to spell freedom? Well, the quickest way is BONDS, United States Savings Bond. And the quickest way to preserve your freedom.
Howdy, folks, and welcome to Melody Ranch with King Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend.
with a long to meet all the folks here at Melody Ranch. Johnny Bond, Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. But right now, here's the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Dean Autry.
I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the other is rain. Third is the roses that grow in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the other is rain. Third is the roses that grew in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before.
Well, thank you there, friends and neighbors, and especially you friends out there in the audience. Yes, sir, it's time once again for our weekly open house here at Melody Ranch.
Don't ever be afraid to go home.
Don't ever be afraid to go home. When you've hitched your wagon to a fast fallen star, and the last string is broken on your lovesick guitar. Whatever you're doing and wherever you are, don't ever be afraid. Don't ever be afraid to go home.
He used to be afraid to go home.
But one day I was made to go home. Now I was almost certain they would lock the door on me.
'Cause he's a sour apple on his old family tree.
But folks who really loved me made me welcome as could be. Don't ever be afraid.
Don't ever be afraid to go home.
Don't ever be afraid to go home. Don't ever be afraid to go home. When you've hitched your wagon to a fast fallen star, and the last string is broken on your lovesick guitar. Whatever you're doing and wherever you are, don't ever be afraid. Don't ever be afraid to go
home. You don't mind if I register a slight complaint, do you?
Are you kidding? I'd think that there was something wrong if you didn't. What's it all about this time?
Well, my room over in the bunkhouse, Mr. Autry. You know that new Murphy bed and Morris chair that you moved in there?
Yeah, and what about it?
Well, now, the room's so small that every time I close the door, Murphy and Morris get in bed with me.
Must be nice and cozy.
Well, I got news for you. Either Murphy and Morris go or I do, one of the two.
Well, we're going to miss you around here, son.
Well, while I'm on the subject of complaining, there's another thing.
Oh. I was pretty sure there would be. Now, what is it?
Well, just this. I'm through getting up every morning at 5 o'clock just to go out and feed them dad-blamed chickens.
But, Patrick, the chickens have to eat, don't they?
Okay, if they're hungry, let one of them lay an egg and they can split it amongst themselves. Huh?
I don't know why they have to lay them. You do a pretty good job of laying them for them.
You hate me, don't you?
No, I don't hate you. Now get lost for a few minutes, will you?
Nothing doing. I still got one more little complaint.
Oh, what's that?
Well, the gramophone over in the bunkhouse. We need
the what?
Gramophone is Victrola's thing. We need some old records for it.
Old records?
Yeah.
You mean new records, don't you?
I mean old records. I'm getting tired of all these here new modern-day songs. They just don't make sense to me.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, explain yourself.
Okay, for instance, used to everybody'd sing a nice, old, beautiful song like, oh, where have you been, Billy boy, where have you been, charming Billy? Now what do they sing? Ham bone, where you been, round the world, gone again. Ham bone.
It doesn't do much for you, in fact.
No, it don't send me, it don't even make me want to go.
Oh, it don't make...
No, for instance, here's another one, too. Used to, one of my favorites was the waltz you saved for me. I'll always remember the waltz you saved for me. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Now what do they sing? I warm so easy, so dance me loose.
Well, I'll have to grant you that there is a difference.
I'll say there's a difference. Not only the songs they sing, but the fellers they got singing them nowadays.
Oh?
For instance, everybody now is raving about Johnny Ray and Marlon Brando.
Mm-hmm.
Put them both together, what do you wind up with?
I'll bite. What do you wind up with?
A guy crying because somebody tore the shirt off of his back.
I'm a fool to care when you treat me this way. I know I love you, but what can I do? I'm a fool to care. I'm a fool to cry when you tell me goodbye. You left me so blue when you were untrue. I'm a fool to care. I know I should laugh and call it a day, but I know I would cry if you went away. I'm a fool to care when you don't care for me. Why should I pretend I'll lose in the end? I'm a fool to care. I know I should laugh and call it a day, but I know I would cry if you went away. I'm a fool to care when you don't care for me. Why should I pretend I'll lose in the end? I'm a fool to care. You know, I guess one of the things a cattleman dreads most is an epidemic of hoof and mouth disease. I will say one thing, though. We've been pretty lucky out here in this part of the country. But I remember once, a long time ago, we had a scare that not only affected our livestock, but almost caused a small war as well. It all began early one morning when Johnny Bond and I were riding out over part of our south range, and just spotted what we thought was a stray steer. Whoa, Chad.
Whoa, girl, whoa. Huh? Sure don't look like one of ours, Gene.
No, we'll know in just a... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look at this steer's mouth, Johnny.
Holy smoke. Hoof and mouth disease.
Sure is. But that don't bother me as much as this brand.
New one on me. Looks like it might be the sun with a streak of lightning through it.
And that's exactly what it is, Johnny. This steer belongs to that tribe of Indians living on the other side of Sundown Mountain.
Well, I'll be. But, Gene, how did it get way over here?
I'll give you the answer to that question after we go over and talk to the chief. The tribe of Chief Silver Eagle was and still is a peaceful, law-abiding clan of Indians, even though some folks around here consider them primitive in lots of ways. They grow all their own food and depend upon the white man for practically nothing. As a consequence, the only time you're ever likely to see one of them is when their cattle happen to stray over on our range, as was true in this particular case.
What white man won?
We found one of your steers badly infected with hoof and mouth disease over on our range, Chief.
So?
I'm afraid that you'll have to destroy him.
White man come with trick. Want Indian kill cattle. No kill steer. Him sick, he get well.
That's where you're wrong, Chief. You'll only spread the disease to the rest of the herd.
Silver Eagle no understand. Live here in peace. No bother white man. All time white man make trouble for Indian. Great-grandfather tell Silver Eagle, stay away from white man. No get in trouble. Me no kill steer. You no trick Indian.
Okay, Chief. That's the way you feel about it. Come on, Johnny, let's go.
But, Gene...
Come on, I said.
Look, Al, it ain't none of my business. But why don't you go back and tell that stubborn old coot we're going to kill his steer anyway?
Violence isn't the way to solve anything, Johnny. Besides, I got another idea.
Yeah, all I can say is it better be good. Because if that hoof and mouth stuff ever starts running wild again, like it did 8 years ago, the ranchers around here might just as well start kissing their herds goodbye.
Don't you think I realize that?
Well, you sure don't sound like it.
Maybe not. But listen to what I have to say first.
Okay, what?
Chief Silver Eagle has a son named Charlie attending State Agricultural College over in Capital City.
So what you going to do, send the old man to college too?
Not quite. But maybe through his son, we can bring the college to him. So you see, Charlie, if we don't stop the disease right now, all of our cattle are in danger. Not only your father's, but my people's, too.
I understand, Mr. Autry. However, I'm afraid there's much more to this than meets the eye.
Go on.
First, you must know my father. He is not a stupid man. Rather, he is simply living by ancient laws. You see, he believes that a great Indian father in heaven will protect both himself and his people. Consequently, all his faith is concentrated in that belief.
I know, Charlie. But surely you can see that the steer is sick.
True. I agree with you.
Then can it be made to realize something should be done about it?
In his mind, Mr. Autry, he is doing something about it. In fact, probably right at this very moment, my father and his medicine man are calling on the great Indian spirit to cure this disease and protect their people.
You mean to tell me...
Now, wait a minute, Johnny, wait a minute. Look, Charlie, and believe me, it's not that I don't respect his belief.
I know what you're going to say, Mr. Autry. That's why I came to the university, so that I might learn, and thereby teach my father and his people how to preserve the ancient lore of their ancestors, yet still benefit from modern-day knowledge. Come, perhaps your problem will help me to start. Together we will see my father.
Silver Eagle, happy to see son. Son, now stay with tribe.
Not right yet, I'm afraid, Father. This is just a visit. I must first return and finish my education.
Father, teach boy all need know. Boy, stay with tribe.
Please, Father. Someday I will. Right now I have brought a friend with me. A good friend.
He no friend. You want to kill Indian cattle.
But, Father, don't you see it's for your own good? Even as I stand here now, more and more of your cattle are dying. Is this not true?
Others get well. Great Indian spirit make them well. No need help of white man.
But, Chief, now please listen.
No, you listen. Great Indian father no want white man in village. Son, stay. You go. Never return.
Strange, isn't it? I had a funny feeling when I left Charlie there, almost like I had just seen him for the last time. What's more, the next day passed without any word from him, until by evening I had started getting a little worried.
Hey, Gene, remember this one? I was hanging around town, not earning a dime, being out of a job just to spending my time, when I saw...
Hey, Johnny, listen.
Well, what's the matter? Tom-toms.
Indian tom-toms, Johnny. And if I'm not mistaken, that sounds like their death chant.
Does that mean somebody's dead?
No, but it does mean one of the tribe's dying. The others dance to ward off the spirit.
Brother, sure gives me the creeps.
Quick, Johnny, saddle the horses.
What for?
We're going into town to pick up Doc Reynolds. Then we're heading to that Indian village. I think I know what's happened. After we picked up the doc, all three of us headed for the other side of Sundown Mountain as fast as we could make it. For less than an hour later, I saw and heard something I'll never forget. The flames of giant fire pierced the darkness, and around them danced hundreds of natives, all chanting their weird prayer to the Indian god, Death. Not long after that, we found Chief Silver Eagle. I needed only one look at his face to know what had happened.
White men go. Go far away. Bring evil spirit to haunt sick boy.
So it is Charlie that's sick.
Boy, show faith in father. When you go, he gather tribe together and tell them Chief Silver Eagle right. He say he no afraid to eat meat of sick cattle.
You mean your son actually ate the meat of an infected steer?
Great Indian father protect him. He no die.
Look, Chief, this man's a doctor. You've got to let him help you.
Medicine man inside. He help boy. No need white man medicine. You go now. Me return to son.
But, Gene, this is unbelievable. What do we do now?
I'm afraid there's not much we can do, Doc, except just wait.
But there must be something. The boy doesn't have to die.
I know. Funny, isn't it? You've got the medicine to give him life. Yet they're in there doing some silly mumbo-jumbo.
But why? Will you tell me... Listen.
Now the drums have stopped.
Mubala! Great Indian father call. Boy dead.
Dead?
Come on, Doc. Hurry. How is he, Doc?
Next 10 hours should tell the story, Gene. But I'd say his chances are just about 50-50. In fact, gee.
Yes, Charlie. I'm right here.
Father?
Your father will be right back, son.
Does he understand now?
Father understand. Son die. White doctor make him live again. He never forget.
Brother, I'll never get over how close that one was. Matter of fact, I'm still shaking. Look.
Don't give me that stuff. You're like Buttram. You always shake.
Not like this, I don't always. Say, by the way, not to be nosy or nothing like that, but would you please mind telling me how 1 minute that kid could be dead and 5 minutes later be living again?
Well, Johnny, from what the doc said, seems that Charlie had a 105-degree fever, brought on mostly by the infection in his system.
So?
When the fever reached its peak, his heart stopped beating momentarily. The Indian medicine man naturally thought he had died. But just moments later, the wonders of modern-day medicine took over. Doc Reynolds gave Charlie an injection of some kind of a new drug, and in just a matter of seconds, his heart was beating again.
Man, oh man. You know, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't have been right there and seen it happen with my own two eyes.
Me either, Johnny. Incidentally, speaking of things you wouldn't believe unless you saw them with your own eyes, take a look out over the edge there, over the edge of that trail. You ever see anything so pretty in your whole life?
I'll say I haven't. Funny thing, Gene. Looking down on that valley from way up here, it's almost like we were sitting on a cloud.
You can say that again. In fact, I was just thinking. I can, by reaching on high, touch a star in the sky. from the rim of the canyon. Low, I can see far below, where the cool waters flow from the rim of the canyon. Gazing on the wonders that grew at God's command, seems that He's so near me, I can feel the touch of His hand. Night and the day is in flight. What a glorious sight from the rim of the canyon. Gazing on the wonders that grew at God's command, seems that He's so near me, I can feel the touch of His hand. Night and the day is in flight. What a glorious sight from the rim of the canyon, from the rim of the canyon, from the rim of the canyon.
Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at the same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-oh, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
The story behind the headlines. In cooperation with the American Historical Association, we again present Caesar Searchinger, noted foreign correspondent and writer, in an informal analysis of the news. Mr. Searchinger retraces the events of the past to help you in arriving at a fuller understanding of what is happening today. Tonight, Mr. Searchinger's subject is New Zealand as our partner in Pacific defense. Caesar Searchinger.
Good evening. The agitation for a Pacific War Council with headquarters in Washington has reached a new stage. The question was first raised by the Australian government some time ago when Prime Minister Curtin said that Australia looked to the United States for leadership in the Pacific War. Another phase of this Pacific defense problem was Australia's demand for representation in an Imperial War Cabinet in London, which has now reached its sequel in the appointment of Richard G. Casey, Australian Minister in Washington, to the British War Cabinet as Minister of State. Since last weekend, there have been discussions at the White House with Dr. Herbert Everett,
the Australian Minister of External Affairs, who's now on a special mission to this country, and with Walter Nash, the recently appointed New Zealand Minister in Washington. President Roosevelt afterwards spoke of the teamwork and contact between the three countries, meaning Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. By the end of the week, it seemed that the creation of a Pacific War Council was on the verge of formation, pending, of course, the expected concurrence of the British government. Behind these recent moves is the changed condition in the Pacific area. The old ABCD command, Australian, British, Chinese, Dutch, has, as the President put it, gone out of business with the fall of the Netherlands Indies. What forces the Dutch have left are merged with those of Australia. China is collaborating closely with the British forces in Burma, and its function in the Pacific area is now confined to its internal defense. British naval and land forces are fully occupied in other theaters of war, and General Wavell's headquarters have been moved to India. The Pacific area is therefore completely in the hands of the Pacific countries, Australia, New Zealand, and the USA. The arrival of General MacArthur in Australia and the recent activities of the Japanese in that area have focused our attention on that continent. But New Zealand is an equally vital factor in the strategy of the United Nations, so I'm going to say a few things about that. It is no less necessary to hold New Zealand as Australia itself, for if the Japanese were to land in New Zealand, they would be able to cut our communications with Australia, and they could outflank any offensive which we might launch against Japan. In such an offensive, New Zealand may become a secondary base of operations. Even now, Auckland and Wellington are chief termini of our trans-Pacific supply lines. And New Zealand is, of course, an essential supply base, especially as regards that most vital material of war, namely food. With its extensive farming, stock-raising, and dairying industries, it is capable of supplying not only its own forces, but those in Australia, if the need should arise. But it is clear that an island nation with less than 1.75 million inhabitants cannot defend itself against invasion without outside aid. New Zealand has a standing army of about 30,000 men, plus a considerable home guard. When conscription was introduced in the summer of 1940, 80,000 New Zealanders had already volunteered for service overseas, 4,000 of them Maoris, the original New Zealand natives. By November, 20,000 of them were abroad, including a Maori battalion which earned undying fame in the defense of Crete. I shall tell you more about the Maoris later on. The number of men enlisted to date, Prime Minister Peter Fraser told an NBC audience last Monday, is equivalent to what a force of 11 million would be in the United States. However, in a nation of 1.7 million, that is less than 150,000. So while many New Zealanders are still fighting in other theaters of war, American soldiers are being sent to reinforce the defenders of New Zealand itself. That is a good thing in more ways than one. For in this way, a number of Americans are going to become acquainted with one of the most beautiful, salubrious, and socially advanced countries in the world, and one which embodies many of the best features of our own in miniature. The size of New Zealand is somewhat less than New England plus New York State. It consists of two rather narrow islands, North Island and South Island, stretching for about 1,000 miles from northeast to southwest. They are approximately as far south of the equator as our Pacific coast is north of it. So in climate, you get something like Seattle at one end and something like Los Angeles at the other. In other words, ideal. The scenery of the country is spectacular. From steep, snow-covered mountain ranges of over 10,000 feet, glaciers descend to within 1/4 mile of the sea, in some places through the dense evergreen of a subtropical forest. It's a paradise for the big game fisherman and the mountain climber. Some parts of New Zealand have reminded people of Japan, and there is even a close rival to Fujiyama, the snow-capped cone of Mount Egmont. Yet there is much of the homely atmosphere characteristic of fertile, temperate countries that appeals to the romantic European. In this, as in other respects, New Zealand is very different from its nearest neighbor, Australia, about 1,300 miles away, which is a continent the size of the United States, a place of wide open spaces and much of it arid. But the contrasts go deeper than geography. Australia has long had a vigorous nationalism of its own. New Zealand still preserves a strong sentimental attachment for England. Even third-generation New Zealanders who have never been outside the country continue to speak of England as home. Australia, in spite of its enormous sheep-raising industry, has become considerably industrialized in the last 2 decades. New Zealand still remains predominantly a country of farms and pastures. It has, in fact, been described as a kind of outlying dairy farm for Great Britain. There are also important historical and political differences between Australia and New Zealand. Australia has adopted a federal constitution based in many respects on our own. Consequently, it has 6 state governments as well as a federal government. New Zealand, though it formerly had provincial governments, abolished them and set up a single unitary government for the whole country. In other respects, however, their political institutions are similar. Both are self-governing dominions with a Prime Minister and a Cabinet responsible to Parliament. The British King is represented by a Governor-General whose functions are purely formal. The story of New Zealand's settlement is practically unique. It was the result of an idealist's dream. In the early years of the 19th century, one Edward Gibbon Wakefield had a vision of solving England's social economic problems by systematic overseas colonization. His idea was to transplant a replica of English society from the country squire and the urban capitalist to the farmhand, artisan, and clerk to somewhere overseas. The enterprise was to be financed from the sale of land duly acquired from the natives. Christian benevolence and social enlightenment were to do the rest. After a preliminary experiment in South Australia, Wakefield's eye lighted on New Zealand, which Cook had once tried to annex for King George III. But the British government, still remembering all the trouble with the North American colonies, wasn't any more helpful to Wakefield than it had been to Captain Cook. Until, in 1840, a rival French settlement company was threatening to get ahead of the British. Thereupon, Queen Victoria's ministers gave their blessing and signed a treaty with the native Maori chiefs, which transferred sovereignty to the British Crown. The Maoris had already been affected by Christianity, and it was their trust in the Christian missionaries that induced them to sign. Wakefield's dream to transplant a cross-section of English society didn't altogether come true, but his careful organization of the colonists has left a permanent mark. It facilitated the orderly settlement of the uncultivated land of the country. In consequence, New Zealand has always been much more a country of small individual farmers, in contrast to the vast sheep and cattle ranches of Australia, in the early days at least. And the inspiration of Wakefield, the reformer, lives on today in the outstandingly progressive social legislation in which New Zealand has been a pioneer. It may be said to have had its New Deal about 50 years ago. In the 1890s, New Zealand's government established such things as old age pensions and widows' pensions, family allowances, government loans to homeowners, government-operated insurance companies, etc. Women's suffrage was adopted in New Zealand many years before here. And recently, under the Labour government, which came into power in 1935, there have been other important measures of social welfare, including the establishment of an all-embracing system of social security, including unemployment, health and old age, and medical care. As the result of its infant welfare program, New Zealand has the lowest rate of infant mortality in the world. Wealth in New Zealand is better distributed than in most countries. Real incomes of the lower middle classes, that is, incomes in terms of purchasing power, are on the average higher than those of corresponding groups in America. New Zealand is the youngest white man's country in the world. Up to 1840, it was inhabited not by primitive aborigines like Australia, but by a relatively cultured and decidedly warlike branch of the Polynesian race, the Maori. The Maoris migrated to New Zealand from somewhere in the Central Pacific from 500 to 600 years ago, in canoes, mind you, an incredible feat of seamanship. For centuries, they managed to resist white settlement, except for some missionaries in the north, although the islands had been discovered by the Dutch navigator Tasman as far back as 1642. Although the white man did not settle in New Zealand till 200 years later, his treatment of the Maori was only somewhat better than his treatment of the American Indian over here. It was the same old story of thousands of acres of valuable land turned over to the white settlers for a few guns or blankets, though eventually the New Zealand government set up a land court to protect the Maori's remaining heritage. It was largely because of disputes over land that various Maori tribes embarked on fierce wars against the settlers in the 1860s. They fought with great skill and bravery. In one case, when the Maoris were surrounded and called upon to surrender, they sent out an envoy with a message which has since then become the motto of a New Zealand regiment: Ake ake kia ka. We will fight on forever and ever. On one occasion, having taken the Christian teachings seriously, they actually stopped fighting on Sunday, and they felt bitterly betrayed when the British troops took advantage of this to launch an attack. In the days of fighting, the Maori warrior earned the respect and admiration of the British soldier. Today, every New Zealander has a genuine fondness for the Maori citizen. To have Maori blood in your veins is a distinction. After a period of decline, The Maoris have found their feet in the new order of things. Their numbers are increasing, and they share in the possession of the land and the nation's prosperity. Maoris sit in Parliament. Some have risen to cabinet rank. The Maori soldier is as famous for his valor today as his forefather was. He has served the British Empire in the last war, and he is fighting for his country's democracy today. For there is no doubt in anybody's mind that New Zealand deserves the name of democracy as much as any country on earth, and the responsibility for defending it must naturally be shared by us. It is true that we in this country haven't been very conscious of this younger sister democracy across the seas. In peacetime, international relations are apt to be based very largely on trade, on export and import trade. And while we have sold 5 times as much to New Zealand as she has sold to us, a country of 1.7 million can absorb only just so much. Not till 2 months ago did the two countries think it worthwhile to exchange diplomatic envoys. But the eminence of these two men indicates how important these relations have suddenly become. New Zealand has sent us Peter Nash, the intellectual leader of the Labour Party, and until recently the dominating figure in the cabinet. We have sent no less a person than Patrick J. Hurley, former Secretary of War. It's clear that New Zealand's importance in the world struggle cannot be measured by her size alone. If we are to have a Pacific Council, War Council, New Zealand is as indispensable in it as Australia and the United States. And when we consider the principles involved in this war, New Zealand stands out as a shining example of all the things we are fighting for: genuine dynamic democracy and the freedom of man. Good night.
You've been listening to Caesar Searchinger, whom we presented in cooperation with the American Historical Association. Next Sunday evening, Caesar Searchinger will be back with another story behind the headline. The story...
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'm Silver!
Some distance off the trail that led down from the wooded hills toward Mountain City, center of the Northwest fur trade, two men lay below the crest of a narrow ridge. Screened by thick brush, they lay tense and motionless. Their eyes were fixed on the narrow trail below them, and so were the two rifles that were loaded and already aimed. Over their heads, a blue jay screamed.
I figure the range is about 50 feet. At that distance, we can't miss. We can put our bullets right through him.
Yeah, I never did like that Injun, and I won't have to. He'll be dead.
Dead as a fur he'll be carrying.
Say, Sorrel.
Yeah?
Where'd you find out that he'd be packing furs toward Mountain City?
Oh, it's spring, ain't it? All the fur trappers bring in their catches time of year.
Sure, but how did you know?
Well, you talk too much. You chatter worse than that blue jay up above us.
All I asked
was...
was...
Don't ask, Savvy. You and me are going to ambush this Injun. We're going to take his furs and sell them. We'll get good cash for him, too. But how I come to know he'd be on this trail and what time and what he'd be carrying, well, that's my business.
It won't be so easy selling furs.
Why not?
That new town marshal is a tough hombre.
Maitland won't bother us none. He won't know where them furs come from.
Keno, Sorrel. Reckon you know what you're doing, so I'll stop. Here's something.
Hoofs?
Yeah, walking hoofs. Must be the engine and a couple of pack horses.
No sign yet.
They'll be coming around the bend right soon.
Shut up and tighten your trigger finger.
So now.
Yeah, that blue jay, I wish he'd stop his screaming.
Sorrel, there's a horse. What in blazes? He's gone. He turned tail and headed back out of sight.
Those shots warned him off.
It wasn't me. I didn't squeeze the trigger.
Don't be loco, I know that. But some hombre must have spotted our ambush. Come on, we gotta make tracks out of here before we get caught.
It must have been the marshal.
I don't know, but whoever it was, I ain't staying here. Come on, Burley Bamboos.
Faster! It's all right now. Hurry on. Who are you? Why you try to stop me? You not reach for gun. Me Tonto. Coming with Vance. Lone Ranger. You Indian like me. I believe you. I'm Siskiyou. How? Siskiyou, you're heading straight for an ambush. Hal and I fired those shots across your path to make you turn back.
Ambush?
Yes. Didn't you hear the blue jay?
Blue jay, him watchdog of forest. He make plenty chatter. Let you know trouble head.
That's true. You're an Indian, Siskiyou. You're used to the forest. Why didn't you hear the blue jay's warning?
Siskiyou dream as he ride. Not pay attention. Who outlaw would shoot me?
Oh, we didn't see them.
We follow him now. My horse fast.
No.
No?
We could catch them easily, but I don't want to because they're just working for someone else. Someone more important. Later on, Tonto and I can follow their trail, and we'll see where it leads.
That's right.
You have 2 pack horses. Those are furs?
Yes, white brother. I fur trapper. Go toward Mountain City. Sell catch.
There are 2 fur companies in Mountain City. The Great Western and the Webster. With whom do you trade?
I not like Webster Company.
That's answer enough for me.
You got only 2 pack horse. This all you trap all winter?
No. Back in mountain, I have cabin. Have more fur there. I have black fox fur.
Black fox? Why, pelts like that would be worth a fortune.
Oh, that's plenty good. You got black fox skin?
I have 3.
Oh, you have plenty good hunting, my brother. Tonto hope you... Who's that?
It's back up the trail. A woman.
That sounds like running fawn. My wife. What is wrong? Why you not stay back in cabin?
Trouble, my husband. The pelts of the black fox. Gone.
What?
They're gone. All of them. Stolen.
But that cannot be.
You'll never find out about us standing here on the trail. Tonto, go up on the ridge where we heard that blue jay screaming. Look around until you find the tracks of the men who attempted this ambush. Follow them.
Tonto, do it.
Get off, scout. The 3 of us, Siskiyou, are heading straight back to your cabin. Come on, Silver.
Steady, Silver.
Her cabin.
Where were those furs kept?
You come. I show you. Here, in corner, behind fireplace. I build cache for furs. So.
You see, my husband? It's so. Pelts of black fox gone.
Here's a Bear Cake Cafe. We'll head into the back room, Burley. There's a gem there I'm aiming to see. Here, go there. Keno, the horses are hitched. Follow me. Well, what's eating you?
Ain't nothing, Sorrel. Just looking along our back trail.
For what? It's nighttime. You can't see nothing.
I had a kind of funny feeling there was someone following us.
You're loco. We stepped away from that ridge as slick as you please.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Hey, come on, then. Howdy.
Come in. Close the door. What's your idea, Sorrel? I've been doing business with you alone. Who's this man?
Howdy, Mr. Sedley. You know me. My name's Burley.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's it, huh? I kept asking Sorrel who we'd sell them furs to. He wouldn't say. I never figured the manager of the Webster Fur Company would be the gent who was paying us to
Shut
get
him up,
them.
Burley. I asked Sorrel a question. I haven't been answered yet.
Well, I decided Burley might as well be around when I told you, Mr. Sedley.
When you told me what? Come on, let's have it. Did you get those furs?
No.
No! Well, you fool, what went wrong?
Well, I went up
Would have
there.
been as easy as skinning a rabbit. I told you what trail Siskiyou would take in the Mountain City, where you could shoot him, how to bring the furs to me, everything.
Sure you did. But some hombre shot a gun just as Siskiyou came into sight. Before we had a chance to let fly, he cut back around the bend again.
Those shots were a warning?
Yeah.
Who fired them?
Well, I don't know.
Did he spot you?
No, I don't reckon he even saw us. But there was a blue jay screaming right over our heads. And I guess this gent must have been smart enough to figure blue jays don't chatter just for nothing. Mr. Sedley.
Well?
Me and Burley are mighty dry. And...
Buy your own drinks.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
It is.
You promised me some ready cash just for taking on this job.
Guess again, Sorrel. I promised you cash for Siskiyou's furs. If you didn't bring the furs, you don't get cash. I don't pay for failure.
Why, you...
Don't raise your voice to me, Sorrel. You're just mountain rats. I'm a respectable man. I can have you thrown into jail.
Sedley, one more word out of you.
Sorrel, Sedley. There's somebody looking in the window.
What?
I see him. Don't turn around. Don't reach for your guns. I've got one in this drawer. Keep watching me. I'll try to get him. Now, quick, out the door.
He's gone.
Yeah, hear that horse? Who was it?
I don't know. It was an Injun, but I never saw him before.
I've seen him before. His name is Tonto. His partner is the Lone Ranger.
It's all right, Silver, old boy. Now, Scout, Tonto's coming back to camp.
Howdy, Kimasabi.
You've been gone almost all night, Tonto. Didn't lose the trail?
No. Tonto not lose trail.
Now, what did you... Kimasabi, what's that cut on your face? Were you shot?
Man shoot at Tonto. Me not hurt bad. Only scratch from glass, not bullet.
Glass?
Me look through window. See bad man.
Good. Who were they?
Tonto not know that. But Tonto know other man.
There was another man there?
It in back room of Bearcat Cafe. Man who talked to them shoot at me. His name, Sedley.
Sedley. Manager of the Webster Fur Company. I knew it. I was sure of it, Tonto. Never mind now. I'll tell you later. Right now we're riding. Here, Silver.
Where we go?
In your saddle, Tonto. Steady, big fella.
Scout, Walter.
They're going to see John Maitland. He's marshal of Mountain City. He's going to put those two outlaws in jail and Sedley, too.
Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
As you say, mister, are you sure?
Tonto saw them with Sedley, Maitland.
From his description of those two hombres, they sound like Sorrel and Burley.
And them talk with Sedley.
It don't so to stack up. Sedley's an important man in town. He's kept on the right side of the law. They acted friendly, huh? Too bad you didn't hear what they were saying. That'd be right good evidence.
Maitland, there's no time to be lost. Sedley and those two outlaws are still at the Bearcat. You're the marshal. It's your duty to move right now.
He no matters, man. You made me marshal of this town, and you're the best friend I've got. I'm heading for the Bearcat.
Where's Maitland?
The town marshal. He's got his guns.
What's up?
I'm looking for Harry Sedley.
Why, he's in the back room, Marshal.
Blazes, the back room. Sedley, what are you doing with that shooting iron?
I'm glad you showed up, Marshal. These two
I know them. Sorrel and Burley. What about them?
Well, they're fur thieves. Two of them came in and told me they'd stolen furs from Siskiyou, the Indian trapper. Wanted me to buy them for the Webster Fur Company. I told them I would...
all this scheming, snake-dodging, coyote tricks I've ever
Keep your hands up, Sorrel.
Marshal, if we're guilty, so is Sedley. He offered to buy furs from us and told Sorrell where to steal them.
Don't laugh, Sedley. That's a serious charge. I think I'll put all three in jail.
Now hold your horses, Marshal. Those two are known to be bad hombres. I'm an honest man.
Yeah?
Yes. Why, by capturing these two men for you, I'm doing the law a favor.
Sedley, I reckon you're right about these gents. While I'm not so sure about you, there's no way I can prove my suspicions. So for the time being, I'll let it stand. Sorrell, you and Burley start walking. I'm putting you behind bars.
Marshal, I'll admit me and Burley done a few things that's outside the law. But I tell you, it was Sedley who asked me.
Inside the cell.
You're making a mistake, Maitland. You'll find that out. I tell you, Sedley asked us to do it. Just believe me. He got in touch with me.
Marshal.
What the... Who's that? I'll get a light.
Never mind the light. You only brought two of them to jail. Who was missing?
Oh, it's you, masked man.
Who was missing?
They were all there, like you said. Only Harry Sedley couldn't be jailed, mister. He was smart enough to disclaim having anything to do with Burley and Sorrell.
Sedley's guilty.
Perhaps so, but I can't prove it.
Maitland, I know he's guilty. Pretty soon I'll bring you the proof. Just keep an eye on him. Tonto and I get back from the little trip.
Mister, are you hit?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the shot was fired right outside the window of the marshal's office, a crowd gathered immediately in the dusty street.
Did you hear that? Another shot. More doggone shooting going on tonight.
All right, gents, all right. You know, start drifting now. No more excitement.
Are you hurt, Marshal?
No, somebody fired through my window, but nobody's hurt. And nobody broke out of jail. I've still got those two hombres behind bars.
Who could have fired at you, Maitland?
I don't know. Where were you, Sedley?
Me? I was down the street near the cafe.
Anybody see you there?
I don't reckon so. It's a pretty dark night. You still don't trust me, Maitland?
Forget it, Sedley. Someone in this crowd is a skulking coward. A gent who shoots in the dark. And whoever you are, I'll get you.
Sure. That's the way to talk, Maitland. That's why we elected you marshal.
We? You had nothing to do with it. You voted against me.
I realize my error now. By the way, you had some company in your office? I thought I heard a horse riding away just after the shot.
That's odd. You were down at the other end of the main street.
I mean on my way here. Thought I heard the horse as I approached. Did you hear it?
I heard nothing. I was inside the jailhouse.
That's odd. I distinctly heard it. Thought I caught a glimpse of it, too. A big white horse.
This time, shot fired at you. Yes, Tonto. Said they missed you early last night. You missed me later. Perhaps he needs more practice with a 6-gun. You say Sedley shoot at you? Yes, Tonto. You see him? No, Tonto. Marshal and I were inside the house in the dark. The shot came from outside. I'm taking it for granted it was Sedley. Him plenty bad. Bad and clever. As soon as he heard the marshal ask the bartender for him, he was smart enough to pull out his gun and capture Sorrell and Burley himself. Say that he was innocent. Why you not run from jailhouse and get him when he shoot? In the middle of town with all the people running that way. Remember, Tonto, I'm wearing a mask. Only Maitland knows who I am. That's right.
Those men all carry guns. They'd have seen my mask and taken it for granted that I was an outlaw. They started shooting at once.
Tonto will not think of that.
No, the marshal wants to capture Sedley himself. He has to catch him with proof. Have you forgotten about those 3 black fox pelts, Tonto?
Huh?
Remember, they were stolen from Siskiyou's cabin.
You mean you trail thief who steal pelts? Sedley steal pelts?
I tried to follow the tracks, Tonto, but whoever took the skins cut across Bear Rock on Catamount Peak. I lost the trail.
Why you say Sedley steal pelts?
I didn't say that, Tonto. It was you.
Oh, that right. Me not savvy. They all mixed up.
Wait till later, Tonto. First thing to do is head for the trail. Siskiyou's waiting in his cabin. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi. Morning, Siskiyou. Morning, Running Fawn.
Maskman, you left here yesterday evening to find out who take pelts of Black Fox. What have you found out?
Silence, Running Fawn. It's not proper, I ask, before we welcome our brothers, according to what is correct. White brother, Tonto, we have food. You will eat?
Not yet, Siskiyou. We know you're anxious to learn what's happened, then we can eat.
The
men who were on the ridge above the trail waiting to shoot you are now in jail.
That's good.
They are ones who steal Black Fox?
I followed that trail from this cabin up over Catamount Peak. The trail disappeared in the rocks.
Oh. Then you not find...
Enough. Our white brother help us. Had he failed, not matter.
Skins of Black Fox bring plenty cash. Heap cash.
Yes, Tonto. If they gone, they gone.
Siskiyou, you're a real warrior. I said I lost the trail, but I still think I know who has those skins.
You know?
With your help, I can get them back for you. Siskiyou, are you willing to send Running Fawn into Mountain City to sell the rest of your furs?
Speak, white brother. Tell us what to do. It shall be done.
What you coming back for this time, Maitland? Still too early for supper.
I'm letting you skunks out of jail.
You what? Let us out.
You'll hurt me. Personally, I'd like to keep you under lock and key from now on in. But seeing as how Siskiyou didn't come into town to prefer charges against me. Well, here your guns. Go ahead, get out.
We sure will, Marshal.
Leave Mountain City within 24 hours, Savvy. If you're still here, I'll jail you for vagrancy.
We sure got out of that mess easy, didn't we, Sorrel?
Pretty so, Billy. We got a score to settle with Sedley first. That hombre's been acting too slick. If he thinks he's got me buffaloed, he'd better think twice. Turn us over the Lord.
About me, Sorrel?
Well, I'll be... Reach for your guns.
Don't be a local idiot, Sorrel. We're right out in the street and clear sight of everyone.
Who made you coyote to do what you did last night?
I said don't be an idiot. I had to do that, Sorrel.
Huh?
I knew you'd be released today.
You did?
Well, of course, and you were. Now look at it sensibly. In my position, I can't afford to go to jail even for a day. Now, do you understand?
Yeah, I reckon so.
You sure are smart, Sedley.
Where will you be? I may need you to.
We won't be here. Marshal gave us 24 hours to get out of town.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, I may have to make a wagon trip to Portland. Suppose you head that way. Camp near the trail about 5 miles out of here. Watch for me.
Keno, Sedley.
Well, if you're making a trip, why don't you start
Stop asking so many fool questions. Will you be there or not?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Sedley. Sure.
All right, good. I've got some work to do. That's why I'm not leaving yet. Besides, I saw Running Fawn go into the Great Western Fur Company office with some furs.
Running Fawn? Isn't that Siskiyou's squaw?
Yes, I want to talk to her when she comes out. Oh, you, just a minute. You've traded your furs here at Great Western?
Yes.
Why didn't you bring them to the Webster Company? Our prices are good.
My husband say take furs to Great Western.
Oh. Where is Siskiyou?
I go now.
Now, hold on. The news got around a couple of weeks ago that Siskiyou had trapped himself some black fox. Those are mighty valuable pelts.
Siskiyou, he get pelts back very soon.
What do you mean by that?
Man who take pelts leave trail. Siskiyou follow.
Left a trail, but...
You let go. You hurt my arm.
Well, how can he follow a trail when he... I mean, suppose he loses the trail.
Siskiyou not lose trail. He take gun. He take scalping knife.
Scalping knife?
When he find man who steal fox furs, Siskiyou get them back. Take care of man his own way. Indian way.
Excuse me, I just remembered something I got to do.
Now I go back to cabin. Tell Lone Ranger I do what he say.
You must hurry. And Marshal. Maitland!
Howdy, you been looking for me?
Yes, tell I went into Mountain City, but you'd left your office.
I came out here to check on somebody's spring and beaver traps. What's it about?
Siskiyou had 3 black fox pelts. They were stolen.
Yeah, the Great Western Fire told me about it. The Injun squaw was in. So far, I haven't got a single solitary idea who could have done it. Unless it was Sorrell and Burley.
No, Maitland. They just worked for the thief.
Hey, you say that like you knew who did it.
I'm almost certain it was Harry Sedley.
Sedley?
Siskiyou wanted to come along, but I was afraid he'd kill Sedley. That mustn't happen. Sedley must go to jail for his crime. Maitland, you're marshal. Will you watch Sedley and then let me...
It's no use. Sedley left town an hour ago.
Left town? What do you mean?
Just what I said. Said he had to see Mr. Webster. He's heading for Portland.
Heading for... Maitland, head back to Mountain City. Round up a posse and start after Sedley. Take the Portland Trail.
Well, if you say so.
I do.
Keno, mister, that's enough for me. What about you?
We're on our way right now. Come on, Toto. Get him up. Look for us later, Maitland. Get up, man. Come on, get up. Get on
Fight you, Sidney. What's your plan? Hurry.
You'll find out in just a moment, Sorrell. See that clump of spruce up ahead near Catamount Peak?
What about it?
Rain up just beyond it. I'll stop the wagon.
Hear that, Burley?
Yeah, I don't savvy, but I hear it.
We're already more than 20 miles outside of Mountain City.
Here we are. Rain up.
Whoa, boy.
Take a look along the back trail of Mountain City.
It's all clear. Don't see anybody.
What's all the mystery about, Sidney?
See that big rock yonder? About 20 feet off the trail?
We ain't blind.
Get off your horses. Come along here. A couple of nights ago, I moved that rock. Fastened a rope around it and had the other end on my horse and lift it.
What are you getting at? Is there something important under that rock?
Suppose we lift it up and find out. Here, grab hold of it.
Hey, there's something hidden under it. Looks like an old buffalo hide.
Unroll the buffalo hide and you'll see.
Here, I'll do it, Burley.
Well, I'll be doggone. Black fox.
3 of them. Finest pelts I ever saw. Sedley.
Well?
So that's it. These skins belong to Siskiyou.
They don't any longer. Now they're mine.
You're a mighty slick hombre. You stole these while me and Burley was up on that ridge, didn't you? Yes, sir. I always said Jacob Webster was the smartest fur trader in the Northwest. And you're next.
I work for him. Jacob Webster likes black fox pelts. They bring a fancy price. If they're not paid for, so much the better. Now, here's where you two fit in.
I was waiting for that.
When we get to Portland, you'll get 500 cash apiece. Then you disappear, you understand?
Savvy. In other words, you want everyone to think it was us stole those furs.
That's it. Not that they'll ever be traced, but we'd like to be protected just in case.
It's Jake with me, Mr. Sedley.
Likewise.
Good. Then back to the trail. We ought to reach Portland You'll never reach Portland, Sedley.
What? Who said that?
I don't see anybody.
Right here. Look out. Up, is he? At the top of the ledge. The masked man, the Indian.
Come on, gentlemen.
Here they come.
Grab your guns. Shoot. Shoot them down. There's some of us. Shoot.
They're shooting up ahead. Faster, men.
There's a wagon right in the middle of the trail.
Standing idle, there's nobody in it. Hey, you men, listen.
Yeah?
They're shooting. Stop. Let me meet. Get your guns ready. I don't like this.
Hey, you better slow down, Marshal.
No, it's off to the left someplace, beyond those fir trees. There are plenty of us here, just right in full tilt. Now, follow me.
Be doggone, look it. There's 3 of them, all roped and tied and stretched out on the ground. Nobody else around any place.
That wasn't me. It was Sedley. Sedley stole them furs.
At least they're all alive. All right, Burley. What's that you were saying?
I said
They jumping. Well, Maitland, look at this.
Black fox pelts. Now, those were stolen from Siskiyou. Isn't that right, Sorrell?
Yeah, Marshal. But me and Burley had nothing to do with it. Just get these ropes off now.
The ropes will come off when you get to jail. Well, Mr. Sedley, you haven't opened your mouth yet. How about it? You going to try to deny it?
I'm caught dead to rights, Marshal. No use bucking my head against a stone wall. I stole them.
Well, if that don't beat everything. But hey, I don't savvy.
Savvy what, eh?
Well, we heard a lot of shooting, and when we get here, these hombres is all tied up like packs on a mule. Who did your job for you, Marshal?
He knows who got us, don't you, Maitland?
I reckon I do, Sedley. And so do you. It was the Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in I Wanted Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of mankind's oldest dreams, traceable straight back through recorded history to the ancient myths of Icarus and Bellerophon, came true on a lonely North Carolina sand dune on December 17th, 1903, when man stretched his wings and flew. America gave man the airplane, and now, as the forces of freedom meet the powers of despotism in the battle for the world, America must give freedom wings for victory. The planes that were counted by the hundreds in the last war, when I learned to fly, must be counted by the tens of thousands now, and there must be men to fly them. I Wanted Wings is a story of some of the men who will fight this battle of the sky. A story of the cadets of the Army Air Corps, written by Lieutenant Bernie Lay, Jr., now on active duty with the Air Corps. Paramount's picture must have given everyone who saw it a deep sense of pride in these gallant boys. And tonight we have the same stars who thrilled you on the screen: Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake. Ray has just served a year's term with me in Reap the Wild Wind. For your producer, a drama like I Wanted Wings is very close to him. Because in 1917, I started the first airline to carry passengers on regular scheduled flights between cities in the United States. And we trained many pilots for the Army, too. Traveling across the country last week, I met many people who may have been strangers in fact, but seemed like old friends, because they were regular members of this Monday night family circle of ours, listeners who helped raise the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater by going all out for Lux toilet soap. As one of them, a charming lady, shook hands with me, she told me how much she enjoyed these weekly evenings in the theater and pressed into my hand what she said was her ticket for our next performance. The ticket, I discovered, was a carefully folded wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. As a matter of fact, I think I can see her now, sitting out there in that corner of our theater, which covers the state of Illinois. So for all of you who feel the same way, here's another play and another fine group of actors. It's curtain time for I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Somewhere near Marchfield, an Army flying fortress wings low over the hills, too low. Lurching through the night sky, it tries valiantly to gain altitude, its four giant motors roaring defiance to the earth. Suddenly, a ridge looms up in the darkness. With the speed of a comet, the giant plane sweeps on to its doom.
An Army flying fortress en route back from maneuvers is reported to have crashed in the hills north of Marchfield. The pilot is alive, and several members of the crew are believed to have bailed out safely. Officials refuse to comment on the unconfirmed report that a woman was found dead in the plane.
Now the pilot of the wrecked flying fortress is placed on trial. Gathered in solemn session to fix the blame for the disaster, the examining officers hear the charge.
Charge 1, violation of the 64th Article of War. Specification: in that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, having received a lawful command from Captain Everett Mercer not to attempt to take off from the scene of an emergency landing, did willfully disobey the order, with the result that injuries were sustained by the crew, a passenger was killed, and the airplane destroyed. Charge 2, violation of the 96th Article of War. Specification, in that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, did at Marchfield, California, permit an unauthorized passenger, one Sally Vaughn, on board a Flying Fortress airplane in violation of existing regulations and to the prejudice of good order and military discipline.
Are there any preliminary statements from defense counsel?
I wish to waive counsel, sir.
Is the court to understand the accused does not wish to be represented?
Yes, sir.
Very well. The judge advocate will proceed.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 1?
Guilty, sir.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 2?
Guilty, sir.
You have no further statement?
No, sir.
The court will be closed pending an examination of the record of the accused. Well, gentlemen, here is the record. Name, Jefferson Young III. Education, Lawrenceville Preparatory School, Yale University. Applied for Air Corps training, was admitted to Randolph Field, January 1938.
Colonel Brandt, sir.
Oh, yes?
May I be permitted to speak, sir? I'm Captain Mercer.
Well, no witnesses have been called yet, Captain Mercer.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I feel I have something to say which may bear on this case.
Who is this other man?
Ludlow, sir. Albert Ludlow. I used to be a cadet at Randolph Field.
You're an enlisted man now.
I was the crew chief on that wrecked plane, sir.
I see. You men are friends of the accused?
Yes, sir. We know why this thing happened.
And we know why he's pleading guilty, sir.
Well, I see no reason why this court shouldn't hear you. Proceed, Captain Mercer.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to go back quite a while. Just about the time you mentioned before, sir. When Jeff Young was admitted to Randolph Field. He was in the same class as Ludlow and entered on the same day. I was the officer in charge of new cadets.
All right, you new men, fall in here. Give me your attention. Men, down here at Randolph Field, we don't care who you are or where you came from. The Army's only interested in two things. Can you fly and will you make an officer? And we'll soon find out. Now, before you report to the flight surgeon for your physical, take a look at the men on either side of you. Go ahead, take a good look. In 4 months, one of you won't be here. Dismissed.
1 out of 3 washed out. That's a pretty high percentage, isn't it?
Well, let's see. You're on my left. This fellow's on my right. You two should toss a coin to find out which one he's talking about.
Thanks. It'll probably be me. My name's Tom Cassidy.
I'm Al Ludlow.
Jeff Young, gentlemen, at your service.
Say, you know, this place is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Look at all those planes up there. Scares you a little.
Scared of flying, Ludlow?
Scared of not flying.
Okay with you fellas, I'll take this part of the room over here. Okay, Cassidy?
Okay.
How about it, Mr. Ludlow?
Well, it's all right by me, Mr.
Thank
Young.
you. Thank you.
Come to think of it, it's got to be all right. You're all moved in. Hey, who's the picture? Your girl?
No, just me. I keep it around to remind myself how good I am.
Let's see. What are you supposed to be doing on the horse?
That is a polo pony, my friend.
Well, fancy that. He plays polo.
That's right. I'm an 8-goal man.
Hey, Ludlow, this guy must be filthy rich.
Yeah, $8 million. $1 million of gold. That's how they rate them.
Say, Young, what does a tough guy like you want down here anyway?
Well, maybe I'll find out just how tough I am.
I don't have to find out. You see this statue? This is what they gave me for being the toughest left half in the Big Ten.
Well, it's too bad they don't have cheerleaders down here.
Yeah, and here's the shoe that kicked the winning field goal against Notre Dame last year.
Oh, very nice. Someday I'll show you my baby picture.
I can see this is going to be very pleasant, living in the Hall of Fame.
Say, Ludlow, what did you do before you came here?
Well, I was a mechanic, worked in garages, airplane factories. I tried just about everything.
Where'd you get your 2 years college equivalent? Night school?
No, I never stayed long enough in one place. I've got a satchel full of diplomas from correspondence schools.
But what brought you down here?
And I told you before, I want to fly.
Lowerclassman report to supply room. Lowerclassman report to barber shop.
Lowerclassman report for infantry drill.
Lowerclassman report for buzzer practice. Lowerclassman report to the meteorologist.
Lowerclassman report to photographic room.
You know something? I've made a terrible mistake.
What's the matter, Young?
Oh, nothing, sir. Except I thought they taught you how to fly down here.
They do. You'll meet your flying instructor tomorrow.
All right, you men, listen carefully. That thing over there is an airplane. And I'm going to teach you how to fly one. I hope. All right, let's look her over. I'll tell you everything I know about it. All I ask is your strict attention. I expect you to make mistakes, but don't make excuses. Any questions? Good. Oh, you, Young, I'll take you first. Yes, sir. Fall in there. Yes, sir. Now, the rest of you get over there and watch. You all set, Young? Yes, sir. Well, get your hand off the stick. All we do this morning is shake hands with flying. Start feeling at home on a plane. Get familiar with the sky. Now, fasten your belt. Try to land the airplane, Young. Nobody can land an airplane. Ease back on your stick and keep it from landing. Hold it off the ground until it lands itself. Now, that's better. That's better. Get your nose down, Cassidy. Don't land out of a stall. Get your nose down. That's it. Now you're flying. All right, Cassidy, bring her in. No, Ludlow. You keep making the same mistakes. Listen, Ludlow, don't use the whole field for a landing. Fly the airplane. Don't let it fly you. Now try it again.
Here's the list, boys. The ignoble order of blind and dumb airplane pilots.
Hey, who's ahead, Tom?
The dumbbell derby is now being led by Al Ludlow. He bounced 4 times on that last landing.
4 bumps, eh? At 2 bits a bump, he owes $1 to the kitty. Mark it down.
He's marked. He owes $30 right now.
Oh, what's the difference how good or how bad we are? They don't send us up to Solo, do they?
Yeah. Maybe they're going to wash out the whole battalion.
Oh, shut up. Hey, here comes the bouncing boy himself.
Yeah, hello, Al. Welcome home.
Yeah, I'm lucky still I have my breakfast with me.
4 bounces, pal. $1 for the kitty.
I'll give it to you up in the room.
You know, Al, we ought to make you a wholesale rate.
A layoff, Young. The way I fly's my own business.
Okay.
Young, Jeff Young.
Yes, sir.
On the line, right away. Solo.
Yes, sir.
What? Solo? Oh, you lucky.
Hey, where's my flying suit? Don't crowd me, boys. Give me some air.
Come on, Jeff, snap it up. And listen, get out there and show them. Give them the old power play. And just remember one thing. Keep your head, kid.
Oh, don't worry about me, boys. You climb a little fast and you glide a little further. That's all there is to it.
That's right, Jeff, but don't get nervous.
I'm not nervous.
And why you got your suit on backwards?
Huh?
Young, where are you?
Coming, sir. Ready in a second.
Come on, Young. You're going to Solo, not to be married.
Hey, Jeff, wait a second.
Huh? What's the matter, Al?
Oh, nothing. Just good luck.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Young, get out of there.
Yes, sir. Was I all right, sir?
Listen, you were only supposed to stay up there 5 minutes. Didn't you see me flagging you in?
No, sir.
Nobody ever does on his first solo. You send them up for 5 minutes and they try for an endurance record.
Hey, Jeff.
How are you?
Oh, gosh, Jeff, you were swell.
Oh, nothing to it, my friend. You just climb a little faster and glide a little further.
Come on down. You're still 10 feet in the air.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
Over there with the line.
Oh, well, let's see. Offhand, I'd say it was a girl.
Offhand, I'd say it was a very beautiful girl. What's she doing, taking pictures?
What do you care? You got plenty of pictures of yourself.
Oh, I've got to look into this. See you around, Tom.
Mike, bring that reflector in a little.
How's this?
Hold it there a second. A little to the left. I want it on the undersection of the wing.
Okay.
Too far, just a little bit. Oh, would you mind moving, please?
Who, me?
Well, you're the only person in my way.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to watch, that's all.
Why, haven't you ever seen an airplane before? Hold it, Mike.
Say, you're pretty free with that camera around an army post, aren't you?
Would you mind? You're casting a shadow on my reflector.
You know what? I think you're a spy.
That's it, Mike.
You know what happens to spies? They shoot them at sunrise.
Look, I'm trying to make a series of pictures for a national magazine with the full permission and cooperation of the United States Army.
A likely story. What kind of pictures?
You know, I hear it costs nearly $25,000 to make a pilot.
Well, that's very educational.
Well, don't you think you've wasted enough of the taxpayers' money? We'll set up over there for the next one, Mike.
Okay, Miss Bartlett. Oh, of course. That's right. Carolyn Bartlett, photography's dynamic symmetry girl. Kansas corn silos, steam turbines, the private life of a blast furnace.
Yes.
Oh.
And I must say, I find them even more interesting than Junior Birdman. Bye, Junior.
Now, just one thing more. You men who have soloed are starting to feel like pretty hot pilots. During the past week, Several minor violations of flying regulations have cropped up. You've heard of Cadet Barker's being turned in for low flying over Fort Houston 2 days ago. But you may not know that he met the board this morning. And they threw him out. So go easy. You men who haven't soloed yet, I'd like to give you a little tip. The Army can devote just so much time finding out if you're a flyer or not. So make every minute in the air count. That's all for today. Oh, Ludlow, I want to see you. Stick around.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Ludlow, would you say that I know my business?
Well, they think so around here, sir.
Why am I losing out on a man who's got everything it takes to be a flyer?
That couldn't be me, could it, sir?
What's on your mind, Ludlow? Family? Money? Women?
What makes you... You tell me I'm through, sir. I can take it.
Ludlow, why don't you forget her?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, break down.
Oh, I can't forget her. I keep seeing her, the way she was the night we busted up. I keep hearing her. You're a flop, she said. You'll never be anything but a $15 a week grease monkey. I was sore, too. I told her to beat it, and she did. After that, I threw up my job and pulled out. Things didn't go so well, and I kept telling myself it was just bad break. But after a while, I started wondering, maybe it was me. That's one of the reasons I joined the Air Corps. You see, I had to know about myself. If I wash out, then she was right.
What if she is right? I know a lot of swell guys who are $15 a week grease monkeys. Now, the trouble with you is you're trying too hard. Relax. Stop tensing up. It's part of learning to fly, a big part.
I know that.
Now, look, Ludlow. Flyers are just like all other men. And they fall into the same two groups. Those that women have made happy, and those that women have made unhappy. If you can't forget this girl, don't try. But get this through your head. You can still be a whale of a flyer.
Now, look, Tom, it's very simple. Catastrophic instability is a characteristic of an aircraft which, having deviated from level flight, tends to...
Listen, I've soloed, haven't I? Why do I have to learn this junk?
You want to know what you're doing, don't you?
No, what for?
So, hey, Al, tell this guy, will you?
What can I tell him? I'm still a groundhog.
Hey, Tom, you're wanted at Lieutenant Mercer's office.
Now, what for?
They must need some expert advice. Go on, beat it.
Oh, catastrophic instability is the characteristic of an airplane.
What's on your mind, Al?
Nothing.
You've been sitting there all night tying knots in those goggles. Look at that, a perfect sheepshank.
Now, I'll roll up your flaps, will you?
It's nice talk to a hot pilot.
Yeah. You're in a class all by yourself, aren't you?
So they tell me. Just watch me up there, and maybe you'll solo, too. Come on, Al, snap out of it. Here, give me those goggles.
Cut it out.
Come on, before you break them.
Let go, do you hear?
Listen, what... See what you did?
I told you to lay off of me.
Are you crazy?
You never learn, do you?
Quit it, Al, listen.
Hello. What's the matter, young?
Nothing, sir.
Although you're supposed to be a gentleman down here.
You don't have to tell me what I'm supposed to be, here or any other place. I'm leaving. But before I go, I'm gonna...
Al, cut it. Cut it, do you hear? Now go and cool off.
You're lucky he caught you, Ludlow. Wash you out fast for striking an upperclassman. Now, what's this all about? Who started it?
I guess I did, sir. Had a little argument, I got sore, and I popped him. I don't blame him for losing his head.
Report to orderly room for disciplinary action.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to take any raps from me.
No, don't be a chump. I wouldn't want to see anybody washed out before he had a chance at what he came here for.
Well, what's the difference? They're sending me up on a test tomorrow. The last chance I'll get.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I put the rib on. I know how you feel.
Oh, that's a laugh. How can you know? You've never been in a storm in your life.
Oh, no? I've been in a storm ever since I got here.
You? What are you talking about?
Every time I walk on that flying line, those faces nearly drive me nuts. 300 guys daring Jeff Young III to be as good as Joe Dokes.
Oh. Well, I never figured you were afraid of anything.
You want to know something else? The louder I talk, the more scared I am. But that's strictly between you and me. Here. Try wearing my goggles tomorrow. They were lucky for me.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Keep swinging, Al. You've still got a chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, will return in Act 2 of I Wanted Wings. And here's our young friend, Sally. Oh, Sally, I've got a question for you. When it comes to beauty care, don't you suppose there are lots of girls like this young lady, for instance? It's late evening, and she's getting ready for what she thinks is her beauty sleep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, side, twist. That makes 10 times. Whew. Grand exercise for the waistline, though. Oh, but I'm sleepy. Think I'll just skip the rest and turn in right now.
Goodness, Mr. Ruick. Isn't she going to do a thing about her complexion? Is she really going to leave dust and stale cosmetics on her skin all night long?
Sally, I'm afraid that young lady doesn't realize what a chance she's taking with her good looks when she neglects complexion care.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I think somebody ought to tell her about Lux toilet soap and how little time it takes to give her skin real beauty care every night.
Well, Sally, why don't you tell all the ladies in our audience about the Lux soap facial that Hollywood screen stars use? The active lather facial, they say, is such a wonderful beauty aid.
Here's all you do. You pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. It feels so rich, creamy on your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then you pat your face dry with a soft towel. Now your skin feels exquisitely fresh. And it is.
You mentioned Lux toilet soap's active lather, Sally.
Yes. Lux soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. It's thorough, but it's gentle, too. So creamy it's like a caress to your skin. Leaves it feeling beautifully soft and smooth.
Thank you, Sally. 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their $1 million complexion. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow? It's as fine a soap as money can buy, you know, yet it's so very inexpensive. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials every day for 30 days. Just see what Hollywood's gentle, protecting care can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. 2 men stand before the officers of the court-martial to testify for their friends. Captain Mercer's voice is quiet as he goes back over the record of Jeff Young, a record which does not appear on paper, but only in the minds of the men who knew him.
Jeff Young was a great flyer, sir. He still is. I always believed it was Young who pulled Ludlow through his first solo.
That's right, sir. We talked all night before it. You see, I thought I was the only one who was afraid of flopping. But when I found out that Jeff was, too, it gave me some sort of confidence. Well, anyway, I'm sorry, Captain Mercer.
Well, that's all right. This is really your part of the story.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Well, I passed my solo, and that night Jeff and I went out to celebrate. We went to a club near the field, the Club Colonnade.
I saw you last night and got that home.
Take it up, Al. We got to be on the line at 8 in the morning.
Now, don't forget, Jeff, this war dance is on me.
Oh, we'll settle that later.
Oh, no, I just drew a month's pay. I'm showing you the bright light.
Okay. Hey, look over there, that table near the wall.
Ah, what is it? Oh, it's Tom.
Yeah, and stabbing me in the back. That's my girl he's with.
Your girl?
Well, she doesn't know it yet, but I saw her first. Come on, let's break it up.
Well, take off. I'm right on your tail.
You like this girl, Al. She takes pictures.
Well, who cares what she does?
How are you, Tom? How's the boy?
Oh, hello.
Well, Miss Bartlett, a woman's work is never done, huh? What pose is this? Night life of a flying cadet?
Oh, occasionally I come out of my dark room, Mr. Young.
Well, now, that's fine. You don't mind if we try to lighten up the party?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Miss Bartlett, I'd like you to know Mr. Ludlow, hottest pilot in the class.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Cassidy was just telling me the most fascinating story.
I know. He had the ball on the 2-yard line and his skull fractured.
My ribs, not my skull.
You see? He's irritable, tired, overworked, and overexposed. Now, look, how about my having the next dance, Miss Bartlett?
Oh, certainly. You can find somebody to dance with you.
Well, that ought to hold me for a while. I'll take a look around anyway. Aha, now there's a fancy little dish. That girl singing with the band. See her, Al?
Yeah, I see her.
Well, they ought to put that on the menu.
Yeah.
Like to meet her?
Oh, no, thanks, Jeff.
Just wait here. I'll show you how it's done. Excuse me, Miss Bartlett. Hello there.
Hello.
Say, you're a swell singer. Is your dancing just as good?
Sorry, but I never dance with the customers.
Well, if you dance with me, I'll see that you're made an honorary member of the Air Corps.
Thanks. But I don't think I'm the type for wings.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
But I don't want to dance.
But you are dancing. Nice, isn't it?
Say, who are you?
Jeff Young?
Jeff Young? No, I know you're crazy.
Okay.
You aren't really Jefferson Young, are you?
Jefferson Young III, but just Jeff to you.
Thanks. My name's Sally Vaughn.
How are you, Sally?
You know, you don't look at all like your pictures.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed. I'm not. You look just the way you should.
Got me all figured out, haven't you?
I think so.
You're smarter than I am. I never know what I'm going to do next.
And then we were on the 10-yard line. It was fourth down, 2 minutes to go.
Hey, Tom, not while you're dancing. You might forget and go off tackle.
Oh, cut it out.
Don't pay any attention to him. Go on, Tom.
Who's that fellow cutting in on your girl?
Tom Cassidy. My girl? Who says she's my girl?
You do. She does, too, with her eyes.
Ah, you're way off the course. Say, come over here. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Hey, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Al, meet Miss Vaughn. Look, dance together, you two. I've got to intercept a pass. See you later.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Sally.
Well, that's a warm welcome.
Lay off, Sally. I started all over down here. I'm after something new. What'd you follow me for?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm here with the band.
Oh, good. Stay with it.
Okay, Al. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's how. You messed up my life once. Once is enough.
Don't worry. I've struggled along without you. I just hope you find what you're looking for. Say, is that fellow really Jeff Young?
Yeah. And don't waste your time, Sally. He's way out of your league.
Think so? Maybe.
Where are you?
In the dark room. Come in, Tom.
Oh, Tom couldn't make it today, so I came instead.
Oh, Mr. Young.
Hello.
I'm rather busy. If you don't mind,
I don't mind at all. Maybe I can help. Need any good shots today? Got some great ideas.
Thanks, but I've got about everything I need.
You mean, you finished up around here?
That's right.
Then what do you do?
Well, you'll find me photographing bananas. I'm flying to Guatemala tomorrow.
Oh. Oh, I wish I'd known you were leaving. I'd have...
Yes?
Well, it kind of cuts my time down.
Excuse me, will you? I've got a picture here I'm working on.
Let's see it. Say, who's that cadet? Friend of yours?
I like to think of him as a friend.
I don't remember seeing him around here.
You ought to know him. You see him every day. He's no glamour boy. His ears are too big. But he'll make a magazine cover just the same.
Oh, quite a guy. What's his name?
Yankee. Joe Yankee. He's a composite of a lot of the cadets down here. His chin is yours.
Mine? Is that my chin?
Why not?
You know, it's a funny thing, but I've got a composite picture of a girl, too. Miss America, in a green smock and her hands in hyper solution. She knows all the angles and waits for development.
That's rather cute.
Say, look, would you mind if I kissed you?
No. I don't think so.
That's the way it was, sir. Miss Bartlett left Randolph a couple of days later. But she and Jeff wrote each other a lot, and they
Just a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure, Ludlow, that all this has a bearing on the case?
Yes, sir.
Jeff Young is on trial here for wrecking an Army airplane.
Oh, it all adds up, sir. If you'll just give us a little more time.
Well, go on, Ludlow.
I told you, sir, that Jeff had met Sally Vaughn. But he didn't see her again until the day we had a crack up on the field. One of the boys hit the hangar. It wasn't bad, but the plane started to burn, and Jeff was standing by. I don't think he was scared. He just couldn't move. Well, somebody else got to the plane and pulled the pilot out.
It was Ludlow who did it, sir.
I just happened to be there, sir. Anyway, Jeff couldn't forgive himself. That night, he went to the club colonnade. He took a few drinks just to forget.
Well, hello, Jeff Young III.
Sally Vaughn. Now I know why I came down here.
What took you so long?
I was trying to be a flyer.
You won't be if they catch you down here on a weekday night.
Nah, let them catch me. I'm through. I'm no Joe Yankee.
Who?
I want to fly, I'll buy a blimp.
You can buy anything you want.
Yeah, anything but wings. You gotta have nerve for that, didn't you know? You gotta have guts.
What's the matter, Jeff? What happened?
He crashed right in front of me. And I stood there. I knew the guy. He was a friend of mine. And I stood there while he started to burn. Jeff Young, the big shot pilot.
Take it easy, Jeff. Forget it.
Forget it? Yeah, sure. Look, Sally, stick with me tonight, will you? I don't want to be alone. Just don't leave me.
I won't. Come on. Let's get out of here. Oh, it's you. Come in, Al.
Is Jeff here?
Isn't it pretty late for you to go around ringing doorbells?
They told me at the colonnade Jeff was with you.
Well, old Elsie Wellesley himself. Sit down, cadet. Have a little ring on the house. Nothing's too good for a hero. Joe Yankee himself. Kind of a cross between Sir Galahad and Daniel Boone. He's full of moxie.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Jeff. Right now, you're coming back with me.
Oh, no, I'm not. Sally and I are pals. She isn't looking for Joe Yankee. Jeff Young's good enough for her.
Plenty good enough.
You said it, Sal. Hey, where's my drink? Oh, it's in the kitchen. Excuse me. Don't go away, Al.
Lay off him, Sally. I'm warning you.
You're getting what you want down here. Why shouldn't I?
You want his dough.
I couldn't be on the level, could I?
Well, you never were with me. I'll tell him to go back to the field.
You must think I'm crazy. I like this guy.
How long do you think it'd last, Sally? Jeff's no dope. What happens when he sobers up? He'll see you then for what you are. A smart little tramp with her hooks in him.
Shut up!
Why, you... Sally, I'll tell you once more. Send Jeff back or I'll spill the whole story.
Just try it.
Here we are. Come on, Al. Have a little drink, huh?
No, thanks.
Jeff, you'd better go back before you get in any more trouble.
Huh? Yeah, Al, take a little drink.
Jeff, did you hear me?
Sure, I heard you, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are. Come on now. It's getting late.
Oh. So you're running out on me, huh? You're one of those hot and cold propositions.
I'm not running out on you, Jeff. I'll be waiting around.
Sure. You're a good kid, Sal. You're all right.
Better run along now. I'll phone you tomorrow.
Okay, don't forget. Come on, Al. Going home.
That was smart, Sally.
For now it was. But you or your whole army won't get him away from me. And don't ever forget it.
Jeff pulled out of that one all right. It took a little time, but after a while he forgot it. And then Carolyn Bartlett came back from Guatemala. It was the night before we left Randolph Field. There was a dance at the field that night to celebrate.
Did you miss me, Mr. Young?
Miss you? Say, the day they turned me loose on cross-country, I almost made it non-stop to Guatemala.
Why did you turn back? It was rather lonely down there.
Oh, Mr. Cameron must be slipping. I thought he kept you too busy to be lonely.
He always did, till I went to Guatemala.
Hey, Jeff, you want it on the phone?
Huh?
It's that telephone call for you.
Tear it up. I'm not taking any calls tonight.
You better take this one.
I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside.
Hello? Who is it?
Hello, Jeff. Why haven't you called?
Well, I've been busy, Sally.
You can't be so busy tonight. I hear there's a dance out there.
Well, it's just a little party, our last night at Randolph.
I can duck away after the first show. I think I'll drive out for a while.
Look, I wouldn't do that, Sally.
Why, Jeff, it's been weeks since I've seen you.
Look, Sally, we've been all through this. I thought we were going to be intelligent about it.
What does that mean? Goodbye, good luck, you go your way, I'll go mine? Don't try and sell me that routine.
I wish I could think of a better ending, Sally, but I can't.
No? Well, maybe I can. I want to see you tonight.
I'm sorry, Sally. I've made other plans.
Listen, Mr. Young, drop in here at my place after that dance, or I'll start making a few plans of my own. I'm expecting you.
Hello? Hello, Sally.
You weren't very long. Was it important? important?
Yes, in a way. Look, Carolyn, I want to speak to you.
Yes, Jeff.
Look, while you were gone,
56 days. I counted them.
You did?
I don't look so unhappy.
Well, Carolyn, you see, while... Gosh, it's hard to say.
Is it? Carolyn, while you were gone, I went into a tailspin and crashed right on the bandstand of the Colonnade Cafe.
How did you know?
Oh, I saw her lining you up.
But it's over now, really it is.
I'm sure you wouldn't have asked me if it weren't.
Look, Carolyn, tell me one thing, will you? How is it nobody ever married you before I will?
The next day, we were transferred to Kelly Field. And pretty soon, we were within 2 weeks of getting our wings. That was about all we could think of.
You never got your wings, Ludlow.
No, sir. You see, there was a formation flight one morning. Jeff and Tom and myself. I was the leader. I guess I was feeling too good. I led the formation pretty low over the trees and, well, hedge hopping, sir. I knew it was against regulations, but, well, Tom went even lower than I let him. He was skimming along the ground, and I knew it was going to happen. I tried to signal him up, but he didn't see me.
Thomas Cassidy, killed in formation flight. Albert Ludlow, eliminated from the service for disobeying regulations.
What kind of a racket is this, anyway? Graduation day, and they throw out the best man in the class for something he wasn't responsible for any more than I was. We egged you into it. Tom's the one that slipped up.
Well, I killed Tom. I'll take what's coming to me.
If you'd only listened to me, Al, we could have cooked up a story.
Well, don't you think I felt bad enough about it without lying out of it? And you didn't do me any good when you horned in on the blame. You almost got yourself washed out, too.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm quitting anyway. I'm fed up with discipline. They can have it. Take a running full twist into the lake.
Oh, now cool off, Jeff. You'll feel better after they pin those wings on you.
Wings? I'll hang them up in my trophy room.
Now, where do you get off talking like that? You've got no beef. You came down here a polo-playing grip, and they made a flyer out of you. I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm always touched.
It's okay. You're right.
Young, you're flying with you this afternoon. Get out there.
Yes, sir. Stick around, will you, Al?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Al.
Oh, hello, Carolyn.
What's the grip for?
Huh? Oh, I'm leaving. I was just watching the formation for a minute. Pretty, isn't it?
Al, you can't go like this. Jeff and I have plans for you.
Well, thanks, but I'd rather be on my own.
Where are you going?
Oh, this is a big country. Look, tell Jeff so long and to stay on the beam. You'll know what I mean.
Al, will you kiss me goodbye?
Why, sure.
Say, how many aviators do you kiss, sister?
Sally, what are you doing here?
I just drove over to congratulate Jeff.
So long, Al.
That's right. Turn up your nose.
Oh, Sally, stop it.
Try and make me. I know you, sister. I read about you. Big military wedding for Jeff Young III. Where is he?
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Let go of me. I'm tired of being pushed around. So they're giving him his wings. They won't dare when I get through. I'll give them a scandal that'll shake the army. I'll tell them a story they won't forget.
Oh, now, come on.
Al, let her go. Jeff hasn't seen her in months.
That's your story. He's seen me lots of times. Jeff Young can't pick me up and drop me without seeing where I'm going to land. I'll make him marry me.
Oh, Sally, be sensible. You can't do that.
Can't I? You'll see if I can't. You'll see.
Carolyn, do you mind?
I'm leaving, Al. Write to me, will you? Bye.
Sally. Sally, look at me. Jeff gave you a pretty rotten deal, didn't he?
I'll say he did. But I'll make him squirm. I'll take care of that pal of yours.
Ah, he's no pal of mine. Not after the way he kicked you around.
Well, I'm through being kicked around. Oh, well, I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't want to hurt anybody. But they're always hurting me.
Look, Sally, Jeff's got another half an hour in the air, and there's no sense starting anything till you've had a talk with him. Come on, let's go get a drink.
All right. Say, why aren't you up there flying?
Oh, me? Oh, they washed me out.
Wouldn't you know it? the same old Al. You and me both, a couple of also-rans. Come on, Al. I want that drink.
He didn't even wait to see me. Then this telegram came. I'm taking Sally away. We're getting married.
Married? Oh, no.
Whatever made Al do a thing like that?
Can't you imagine?
What do you mean?
Jeff, have you been seeing Sally?
Yes. She threatened to go to the commandant. I wanted my wings, so I saw her and gave her a check.
Do you think that takes care of everything?
What do you expect me to do?
But, Jeff, you can't use a checkbook for a conscience.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
A lot. Look, I've had a swell time on my own, Jeff. I've got to know what I'm giving it up for.
Look, just because Sally
She was
suddenly...
here this afternoon. She wanted to make trouble. I spoke to her, and so did Al.
What'd she say?
Don't you know? Al drove away with her. You wouldn't be getting your wings today if it weren't for him. It's a pleasant thought, isn't it? I wonder if you're worth what he did for you.
No. I don't think I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in Act 3 of I Wanted Wings. Let's drop in now at one of the parties being given for our boys in the service.
Hey, Joe, be a pal. Look, over there. See the slim destroyer in blue? Convoy me over, will you?
That's sailor talk for I want to meet that pretty girl in the blue dress. Introduce me, will you? Now that our young sailor friend has his introduction.
Mind if I tell you blue's my favorite color? Especially when it goes with a peaches and cream complexion.
Peaches and cream. That's certainly far from a new expression, but even our modern sailor boy can't think of a better way to describe a lovely Lux soap complexion. Smooth and radiantly fresh. That's the kind of complexion that gives a girl real beauty. Beauty that never fails to attract admiring eyes. Hollywood stars know this. Here's what charming Madeline Carroll says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skins. Complexion beauty should be cherished. I use Lux toilet soap every day. It has such wonderful creamy lather.
Now, why don't you take a tip from this distinguished star? Make luxurious white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap, too. When you unwrap a cake of this fine soap, notice how satiny smooth it is to the touch. That's a promise of the rich, creamy lather Lux toilet soap gives. Lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Your complexion is precious to you. Are you missing out by not using a soap that's as gentle and fine as you can buy? Lux toilet soap costs so little. Now remember, it's hard milled. That means every cake can be used down to the last thin sliver. Start using Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, with Lynn Carver. The story continues. The record of a man who wanted wings. The officers of the court-martial hear the testimony of Albert Ludlow.
When I took Sally away and married her, I felt good about it. At least I was doing something I didn't have to be ashamed of. I was helping Jeff get his wings. The marriage didn't last long. It couldn't. We moved to a cheap flat in Kansas City.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, did you forget your key again?
Yeah, sorry.
I was talking on the phone.
Well, go ahead.
Hello, Tony? Look, what about a spot for me at the Paradise? Listen, I'm a married woman now. I don't want a trip to Florida. I want a job. Okay, Tony, skip it. I'm sorry I bothered you. Tony Vanessa, the wolf. Well, what happened today?
Nothing.
You mean you didn't get...
I told you nothing.
Don't bite my head off. I only asked a question.
Well, it would have been a commission job anyway.
Don't kid me, Al. You didn't want that job. You don't want any job except flying.
I'm through with flying. I don't want any part of it. Is dinner ready?
I'm sick of cooking for you. I don't have to stay here. I can skip right now. You think the baby's stopping me. Well, there isn't any baby. There never was.
Oh, I knew that, Sally.
You knew? Then what did you marry me for?
And does it matter?
So you didn't want to help me because you thought... You didn't care anything about me. What a sucker I've been. Trying to make a go of a 2-cent marriage when all the time you're just grandstanding for a guy named Jeff Young. It's on me, isn't it, Al? All right. But I'm walking out now.
She left that night. I don't know where. I came out to the coast and enlisted in the service as a mechanic, stationed at March Field. One day I heard there was going to be maneuvers. A lot of new ships came in, bombers. And that night, Jeff flew in with Captain Mercer.
Form sheet on 64, sir. Told you to drain those pressure gauges. Taking off tonight, not next week.
Yes, sir.
Young, is that the B-17 we borrowed from Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Just rolled her in. That brings our squadron up to full strength.
We'll keep them enlisted men, but we'll supply the officers.
Yes, sir. Haven't checked the new ship yet, sir. Excuse me.
Go to it.
Crew chief, up front, sir. Coming.
Get down here, will you?
Al! Oh, Jeff, is that you?
Oh, for the love of Pete, where were you? Where have you been?
Oh, gee, you look swell, Jeff.
Come on, spill it. Where have you been hiding? I dragged the whole country for you.
Oh, did you? Well, I moved around pretty much.
What about Sally?
Oh, last I heard she was in Florida. We're washed up. How's Carolyn?
Oh, I haven't seen her since graduation.
Oh, I don't get it. You two were dead right for each other. What happened? Where is she?
Oh, she's up north somewhere. I keep myself too busy to think about it. But say, crew chief on a bomber. Mister, you're doing all right on a year.
Oh, acting crew chief, sir.
Oh, don't give me that sir stuff. If I write, I ought to be taking orders from you.
Young.
Sir. Come on, I'll meet your commanding officer.
What's wrong with this emergency release?
Door doesn't drop, sir. Air Corps Supply won't have parts until tomorrow.
Well, Ludlow. You can't stay away from it, can you?
Well, if I can't fly them, sir, at least I can polish their wings.
I'm glad you're back with us.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll get the checklist, sir. Right back.
As the man who should be flying, Captain. Can we do something?
I've got a friend or two in the chief's office. Cases have been reconsidered before. But right now we've got other things to do.
All right, men. You get those flares installed in the bomb bay?
All set, sir.
Good enough. Oh, Al.
Oh, that emergency release is okay now.
Swell. Look, Al. I spoke to Mercer about another crack at Kelly. He said he'd go to bat for you.
Oh, do you think there's a chance?
You know Mercer. If there is, he'll swing it.
Oh, boy, the way I feel right now, I could swing the ship over my shoulder and carry it out of the hangar.
Look, I'm late for the pilots' meeting. But when we get back tonight, well, we've got a lot to talk about. See you then.
Yeah, see you, Jeff. Charlie, what about that turbo supercharger?
It's all okay. I'm working on the carburetor.
When you finish, knock off for a while.
Right.
And if you want me, I'll be right outside the hangar.
Where can I find Lieutenant Young? Al.
Oh, Sally, what are you doing here?
Al, help me. Help me. They followed me. The police are out there now.
Get out of here.
Al, I'm your wife. I'm in a jam, a bad one. Tony Vanessa's dead. Somebody shot him, killed him. They framed me. They said I did it.
Did you?
Al, please.
Did you?
Yes. And I'd do it again. I'd do it again. You've always helped me, Al. You've never turned me down.
Oh, you were born to kill somebody, Sally.
He hit me. He hurt me.
Oh, shut up. You can't stay here. Now, have you got any money?
No.
Oh, here. Here's everything I've got. Now, wait around the hangar until you see your chance and then get back to Los Angeles.
Will you meet me there?
No, you're on your own, Sally.
Al, please. I don't know where to turn. I've got to talk to somebody. I'm all alone. Tomorrow night, Al, at the station. Please, Al.
All right. They must have turned me out labeled sucker. Now, get out of here. We're taking off in maneuvers. The ship took off a few minutes later. Jeff was pilot, and I was on as crew chief. But what I didn't know was that Sally was on it, too. She was hiding in the bomb bay. She didn't have time to get off. When I went back, I saw her. She was scared.
Al, get me out of here. I'm sick, Al. I can't breathe. I'm scared. Take me up front with you, Al.
Oh, you must be crazy. You want them to see you? Now, you stay right here until I come and get you. And stay put. And look out for those flares. In 15 seconds, they could blow us all to glory. Understand?
But I can't stand it in here any longer. I can't.
Well, now you will. Now, get over there.
Al, don't leave me in here.
Look out. Light flare! Light flare! Light flare!
Go on, please. Then what happened?
Well, there were sparks all over the bomb bay, and I'm not sure just what did happen.
I can take it up from there, sir. Go on, Captain Mercer. I heard Ludlow call live flare. I went back and we started to unload it through the bomb bay door. We got the flare through all right, but I slipped and fell. Bomb bay door was wide open. I tried to grab the catwalk, but the slipstream was pulling me out of the plane. Ludlow tried to hold me and we both went down. We had our chutes on, of course, but mine was late in opening. I hit a tree and was knocked unconscious. Young saw the chutes and started down after us. He landed in a narrow space surrounded by hills. When I came to for a minute, he was leaning over me.
You all right, sir?
Oh, you're a fool, Young. Who taught you to land a plane in the middle of the night? A spot like this? I didn't.
We made it, sir. We're getting you out. You're pretty badly hurt. We have to get you to a hospital.
No, we're staying here. Notify Marchfield. We're staying here.
Oh, he's dying, Jeff. What are we going to do?
I'm taking off. They don't care at March.
Can't get out. That ridge, we can't get out. Can't get out.
Listen, men. Yes, sir. I'm in command now. We're taking off. Anybody like to stay? All right, bring that stretcher.
All set for the takeoff, sir.
All right, give me every last inch of manifold pressure. Those engines will take it up, burning up. Go ahead.
Wide open, sir.
Here we go, Al. An awful lift, Jeff. Got it dry. More pressure, more pressure. That's all we've got, sir. There's got to be more. Watch it, Jeff. Watch it. Jeff, look out. The ridge. Jeff! Is everybody all right? Any of the crew hurt?
Nothing serious, sir. We've sent out a message.
Lieutenant Young.
Yeah?
There's a girl back there, sir.
Girl? Are you crazy?
She must have been in the tail of the ship, sir. She's badly hurt. Ludlow's with her.
Al, hold me.
Oh, it's all right, Sally.
I hurt Al. Make it stop. Make it go away. Thanks, Al. It's not hurting now. You're really a good guy.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone, Jeff.
Her troubles are over.
Nobody can hurt her anymore. You know something? I loved her. Yeah, I couldn't help it. That's the whole story, sir. That's why Lieutenant Young pleaded guilty. To shield me. He said the court would never believe that I didn't know my wife was on the ship. He said I'd be finished for good. I'd never get another chance. He said he knew he had to go, but there was no sense in both of us taking it. That's all, sir.
The court will reconvene in 1 hour. Have the accused and the witnesses present.
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Young in the court?
He's in the corridor somewhere, miss. Oh, there he is.
Oh, thank you. There hasn't been any decision yet.
In a few minutes, I think.
Good luck, Jeff.
Carolyn,
I thought you might want to see me.
want to see you? I'd like to tell you how much, but I can't.
Why, Jeff?
Don't you know? You're about to tie a tin can to my tail. But thanks for coming anyway.
I'm here to stay this time.
Nope. I wouldn't ask you to hang my dishonorable discharge where home sweet home ought to be.
That won't matter.
Not to you, maybe, but it would to me.
Jeff, they want you inside.
Thanks. Goodbye, Carolyn.
I'll be waiting, Jeff. That verdict's for me, too.
The accused will face the court of the specification charge 1, not guilty. The court finds that Lieutenant Young's decision to disregard Captain Mercer's command was justified under the extraordinary circumstances. Of the specification charged to, not guilty.
There they are. Look at that formation, Carolyn. Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I remember standing like this with Al one time. Which plane is his, Jeff? There's so many of them.
He's the first. Right up there where he belongs.
Finally got his wings, didn't he?
Yep. They need men like Al. Men to fly the greatest ships the world can build. We're getting them. We're getting the planes, too. You think that's a lot up there? That sky will be black with them someday, and soon. Yes, we'll get our wings, American wings, for American fighters.
To the men with wings, all honor and good hunting. To Raymer Land, Bill Holden, and Veronica Lake, we dip our wings for an exciting performance.
Thanks, C.B. The Air Corps cadets of a few weeks back are the first-line fighting pilots of today. So wherever they may be, Iceland, Hawaii, Bataan, or Australia, we have one wish for them. Happy landings.
And a promise that we won't fail them.
What's the best way for us to help, Mr. DeMille?
There isn't a man, woman, or child in the country who can't help by doing his or her job a little better, working a little harder. If 130 million Americans all work a little harder, more planes, more tanks, and more guns will come rolling off the assembly lines, and there'll be more ships to carry them to armies that'll use them at the right places and at the right times. The word of the hour is work and more work.
We're going to buy plenty of United States saving bonds and stamps to pay for those planes and guns. Bonds every payday and stamps in between.
And I can hear an echo of that from Maine to California. Veronica, you're the only one in our cast who hasn't visited the Lux Radio Theater before, but I'd like to assure you now that your first visit will not be your last.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I am a stranger to this theater, but far from a stranger to Lux soap. I've used it for a long time now, so I know how really fine it is. A Lux complexion is something every girl wants.
And should have, Veronica. There's luck in that Lux soap.
What about next week, Mr. DeMille? Got a play?
We certainly have, Bill. And it's one to make us all stand up and cheer. Because it's the Warner Brothers hit, The Fighting 69th. And our stars will be Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy. This is a thrilling story of the First World War. The story of a regiment with famous names like Wild Bill Donovan and Father Duffy on its roster. If you're looking for a drama of action and adventure and raw courage, you'll like The Fighting 69th next Monday evening.
Well, it sounds great, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear it. Well, good night.
Just a moment before you all go. Bill Holden hasn't been talking about it much, but I think the audience would like to know that he's going into the Army on April 11th.
That's from all of us, Bill. Well, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night to all of you. And keep 'em flying. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69th. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Holden is currently starring in the Paramount picture, The Fleet's Inn. Veronica Lake is now being seen on the screen in the Paramount production, Sullivan's Travels. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Captain Mercer, and Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, Edward Marr, and Howard McNear. Tune in next Monday night to hear Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69th.
Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Presented this week and every week, till it's over there. Hello there, buddy. Here comes Command Performance number 5, and it's your show, tailored by the American entertainment profession for the best-dressed men in the world, the men in the uniforms of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces. Here's this week's lead-off request, all the way from Iceland. It says, Dear Command Performance, we had a bull session the other night, and we decided we'd like to hear Georgie Jessel. Well, buddy, your wish is our command. Here he is, America's #1 Toastmaster, the star of the Broadway hit High Kickers, genial, jovial, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, Jimmy Wallington, and thanks to the boys in Iceland for the very kind invitation. It's a nice feeling to know that they've been requesting the boys to hear me because that's a novelty. Most of the requests I get are usually from people that want to hear from me. You know what I mean? You know, we cannot keep you all on there any longer. Send it, for heaven's sake, you know. One of the request letters that I read was very intriguing. It was from a sergeant who had been in the Army for over 30 years. And he wrote, I would like to hear Georgie Jessel. I haven't heard him since I was a little boy. Well, I'd like to take advantage of this moment to tell the sergeant that when he heard me, I was also a little boy. But, of course, actors are always made so much older than they really are. Now, tonight, when I was coming in here to broadcast, I heard two fellas talking. One said, hey, look, there's Georgie Jessel. Other fellow said, gee, he can still walk. Of course, as you know, I went on the stage many, many years ago. I was 9 years old when I first went on the stage. I don't remember what that date was. All I remember was that General Custer was our stage manager. Funny thing, I was looking at some of the pictures the other day. Oh, my. I was a cute-looking kid, if I say myself. Oh, my hair all in curls. I didn't look like Shirley Temple. I looked more like Temple Emmanuel, I think. But now, answering a request from Private J.L.D. somewhere in North Africa, the lovely leading lady of the hit parade, Miss Joan Edwards, singing America's #1 song, Deep in the Heart of Texas. Joan Edwards.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The state in blue is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas. Get along, little doggy, get along. Get along, little doggy, get along. There is a land, a western land, mighty wonderful to see. It is a land I understand, and it's there I long to be. 'Cause the stars at night are big and bright, deep, 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 deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep, 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 deep in the heart of Texas. All the cowboys cry, K-E-C-I, deep in the heart of Texas. It reminds me of that one along, little doggy, get along. Get along, little doggy, get along. Deep in the heart of Texas.
Thank you, Joni. And now to the sports department of Command Performance, a regular weekly feature to answer your many requests for news from the world of sports. On Friday night, March 27th, Private J.L. Barrow, Joe Louis to you fight fans, tangled with ample Imglick Abe Simon in Madison Square Garden. Now, you fellas didn't have ringside seats, but you're getting them right now. Command Performance recorded the title match especially for you. So lay your bets, boys. Here's the big fight.
They move out into the center once again. Lewis jabs the left of the chin. Now Simon comes in with his left hand sticking out, jabs it twice to Lewis's chin, and the referee goes between them. Simon tells the referee something. I didn't get it. Lewis jabs the left of the jaw, hooks the left of the jaw, pounds the right to the head, and Simon rushes him to the rope with a hard right hand to the body. Again, Simon is shaking his head after the referee cautions him. There's a right to the jaw, another right to the jaw by Lewis. Simon's knees buckle. A left hook to the jaw by Lewis drives Simon out to the center. Another left hook to the jaw and a right to the jaw. Simon is stunned, but he goes into his own corner. Lewis doesn't miss with a left and a right to the jaw. A left hook to the jaw by Lewis. But Simon fights back, jabbing two left hands to Lewis's chin. There's a right to the head by Lewis, and a left hook high on Simon's head, and a right to the jaw by Lewis. As Simon, fighting back, rushes into the rope with a hard left to the body and a left to the head. They move out into the center once again. 1 minute of the round yet to go. A left hook by Lewis finds the mark. Simon is short with a left and takes a right to the jaw thrown by Lewis. Simon almost goes down but grabs Lewis. A right to the chin by Lewis almost sends him down again, but he fights back, jabbing a left to Lewis's head. There's a left and a right to the body. And now Simon is holding his groin as if he were hit low, but I didn't see any low blow. There's a left hook to the jaw by Lewis, and another left and a right to the jaw by Lewis, and a right to the jaw by Lewis, another right, and a left uppercut to the jaw, another left to the jaw by Lewis, and a right to the jaw by Lewis. Simon takes the left jab, but comes back fighting. Real American gameness in both boys. A left and a right to the head by Lewis. Simon fights back with a feeble right hand to the body, and rushes Lewis to a neutral corner. They move in again. Lewis hooks another left to the jaw. Simon is still up there. We wonder how. He fights back with a left to Lewis's jaw. Jabs away with a left, which is short of the mark. Simon backs away. Lewis, that right hand cocked, keeps moving in. Simon is short with two left jabs. Lewis jabs his own left to the chin and crosses the right to the jaw. Sends Simon into the ropes with his back to him with a right to the jaw. Simon sags to the corner in his own corner. Simon down at 4, 5. There's the bell.
It was 4 in the bell that time. The crowd was on its feet again, thinking the knockout had come, but it was only 4. And the bell, I got it very carefully. Down here says 6, but I thought it was 4. And I think I heard it before. Jimmy Crowley did. Anyhow, it was either 4 or 6. Simon was down in his own corner, and it would probably have been a knockout, but the bell saved him again. He's in bad shape. Nobody ever took such punishment, I don't think, and stayed on his feet as that game fella did in that round. He's a terrifically, tremendously, completely game fella, and Lewis simply ripped him and tore him with a complete barrage of blows. I never saw such punches. 1, 2, 1, 2, left, right to the body. Once Simon grabbed his groin, but he was not hit low as far as I could see, and it was right here over my head. The referee's over saying something to him again. He's going to come out. It's the 6th round and down.
All right, Lewis is out there jabbing a left and firing a hard right to the jaw, a left and a right to the jaw, and Simon is down, rolling over. 3, Simon is trying to get up. 5, he crawls over to the rope. 7, 8, he's going to hold on to the ropes. 9, and he's up at the referee. The referee stops it. He was on his way up at 9. Simon is very discouraged. Here's Bill Torrum.
One right hand stopped the fight right in the middle of the ring. A right hand that found the point of the chin. Simon went down like a log. His 255 pounds hitting with a terrific thud, and rolled over 3 or 4 times toward the rope. Look of pain on his face. Here's the announcement.
Seconds of the 6th round, the winner by a knockout
and still the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis.
There you have it, boys. The highlight of the Joe Louis Abe Simon Championship fight is described by Don Dunphy with Between the Rounds color by Bill Coram. Now, here's a note from a couple of able-bodied seamen by way of the Virgin Isles. Dear Command Performance, it says, my buddy and I are getting hep to the Spanish language, but our Portuguese is a little rusty. How about letting us hear from Carmen Miranda? Well, here she is, direct from Sons of Fun, Carmen Miranda.
Rebola, bola, vou mostrar como é que é. Bota que rebolado da cabeça até o pé. Rebola, bola, prende a bota no botão. Rebola, bola, morena que fica no coração. Eu vi um papo em papa, nem papa dela e outro papo em papo, sabe? De uma papa de fubá. Papo pipoa, papa amarela no papo do papim papo, que papo lá na mapa. Quando eu disse a papa que papim papa, meu papo teve um desmaio, porque o papo era papão. Eu fiz que como um papo no meu sapo, quando escuto um papagaio, ele diz, papagão. Rebola, bola, vou mostrar como é que é. Bota que rebolado da cabeça até o pé.
Rebola, bola, prende a bota no botão. Rebola, bola, morena que fica no coração.
E eu não quis mais saber de ver o papo, que de papo numa pipa, na papa desse papo. E é por isso que nós olhamos logo o tapo, quando vê gente botipa, papai ou papavô. Que se cubra o capeta de uma capa, que se trepe na garupa do capeta capataz. Porque ninguém possa ver o papo, pipa, possa andar em paz. Rebola, bola, vou mostrar como é que é. Um batuque rebolado da cabeça até o pé.
Rebola, bola, prende a bota no botão. Rebola, bola, morena que fica no coração.
Eu vi um papo em papa, nem papa dela e outro papo em papo, sabe? De uma papa de fubá. Papa pipoa, papa amarela no papo do papim papo, que papo lá na mapa. Quando eu disse a papai que papim papo, meu papai teve desmaio, porque o papo era papão. E eu fiquei como papo no meu sapo, quando escuto o papagaio, ele dizia papagão. Que se cubra o capeta de uma capa, que se trepe na garupa do capeta capataz. Porque ninguém possa ver o papo, pipa, possa andar em paz. E eu não quis saber de ver o papo, que de papo numa pipa, na papa de papô. E é por isso que nós olhamos logo tapo, quando vê tipo, bye-bye.
Thank you, Carmen Miranda. And now, in response to the insistent demands from virtually every section of the world where this program is heard, we present the triumphant return command performance of the great American actress, Miss Tallulah Bankhead. For the men of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, Miss Bankhead reads the inspiring dramatic poem by Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur, What is America?
What is America? What is the USA? Some people think it's a piece of map, shaped like a wisdom tooth and colored like a handful of lollipops. Some people think America is a dollar sign with a halo over it. Some people think the USA is an ostrich, the red, white, and blue tail feather. Some people think America is a smokestack and a gas filling station, an adding machine, and the Brooklyn Dodgers. Some people think the USA is a skyscraper with the moon hanging over it like a for rent sign. Some people think America is a feather bed where freedom can snooze till the cows come home. Some people think the USA is the doggondest collection of railroad ties, window panes, manhole covers, wheat fields, electric signs, apple pies, and steel mills ever assembled within the boundaries of one nation. Nobody can deny that we are all these things, but they are nothing. They are the window trimmings. They are the nickels worth out front. The real gold is inside them and behind them. America is an idea that people can live in without having their wits scared out of them, without a gag in their mouths or a straitjacket on their spirits. The USA is the dream that a human being is better than a red ant, and the soul of man is a bigger flag than the biggest swastika ever tacked up on a Nazi platform. This idea and this dream were born in the blood shed at Lexington. And ever since that blood ran, Americans have died in defense of the idea of freedom. Our history is the history of men and women who have fought for the dream of freedom, of men and women who have believed that wherever freedom is threatened, there they stand in danger, of men and women who have believed that wherever freedom perishes, there a part of themselves lies dead.
This, say our enemies, is democratic twaddle. This, say our enemies, is the cry of the warmonger.
They lie. History proves they lie. But our history reveals that Americans have fought, and fought damn well, only for the defeat of things that tormented the soul of man. Tyranny, slavery, and intolerance.
Like the stars and stripes is something you can never take away from Hawaii. Listen to this letter from Private F.J.W., the command performance. We had some excitement around here early last December. Among the people who met that test were some of the greatest gals I've ever known. I'm speaking of the Army nurses, and especially of one. You can please her and me by having Connie Boswell, a grand girl herself, sing Nursey Nursey. Well, Private F.J.W., we'll add that this will also please us here on Command Performance, and here she is, that very great artist, Connie Boswell.
Nursey! Nursey! Nursey!
Yes?
Come over here and hold my hand.
Again?
Nursey! There's something I can't understand.
What's that?
Round my heart, I got a funny pain.
Oh.
Oh, 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 it's coming on again.
That's what I figured.
Nursey, come over here and hold my hand.
You said that before.
I feel awful shy.
Well, you do look shy.
When I look at you, my heart goes goo, goo, goo.
Oh, stop.
Nursey, nursey, I'm a-getting worsey. What you gonna do?
Every day in the park, when the troops are marching by, there's a nurse, what a nurse, and she catches every eye. What a style, what a smile. Can you wonder why they fall? From the colonel to the private, you'll hear the fellas call. Oh, nursey, come over here and hold my hand. Nursey, there's something I can't understand. Round my heart, I've got a funny pain. Oh, 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 it's coming on again. Nursey, come over here and hold my hand. I feel awful shy. Nursey, when I look at you, my heart goes goo, goo, goo. Nursey, nursey, I'm a-getting worsey. What you gonna do? Nursey, come over here and hold my hand. I feel awful shy. Nursey, when I look at you, my heart goes goo, goo, goo. Nursey, nursey, have a little mercy. Nursey, nursey, I'm a-getting worsey. What you gonna do?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Connie Boswell. And now, Now, if I can use your telephone, I'd like to see if my mother is listening. Hello, operator. Get me Imglick 8654, please. Hello, Mrs. Flynn? It's Georgie Jessel. How are you? How are you, Mrs. Flynn? You fell down and sprained both ankles. My. I'm sorry to hear it. Would you mind running upstairs and getting my mother to your phone? Oh, she's there. Well, that's quite a coincidence. I say, it's good. Put her on, will you? Thank you. Hello, Mom. Well, I called you to tell you that I'm broadcasting by shortwave to the boys in the Philippines, Australia, Iceland, and Ireland. Yeah, I guess he's listening, too. Well, I hope he is, yeah. I told you 1,000 times, it is not Max Arthur. MacArthur. Can't make everybody Max. Yes, he's a wonderful man. He fought the Pershing, too. What do you mean, what about? He fought. He's in Australia. Yes, he made most of the trip by mosquito boat. It's wonderful how they can train such a little bug. Don't ask me such silly. Now, listen, I wish you'd listen to this broadcast. You don't listen to shortwave anymore? Why? You caught cold this winter listening to the Russian broadcast. Well, all right. What are you doing at Mrs. Flynn's? You're having a meeting with Mrs. Schultz and Mrs. Desmoni and all the neighbors. You're all chipping in for a sinking fund for the Japs. That's a good idea. How's the family? Anna's fella. What is he doing? He's in the Navy? When did he join the Navy? He didn't exactly join. He was walking down Broadway past the place where the fellow in uniform was yelling, "Come inside and see the world." He thought it was a free newsreel. He's in the Navy. All right. What boat is he on? Not on it. I should help him get on to South Dakota. Why particularly to South Dakota? He's got a friend on the North Dakota. All right. You don't feel good, huh? Well, the trouble is with you, Mama, you don't chew your food enough. You must realize that's why nature gave you your teeth. You didn't give them to you. You bought them. Well, all right. How's Willie? You got trouble with him? What's the matter? He's going to a party and he won't take a bath. Why not? Says the party's informal. Well, look, Mom. What did you do over the weekend? You went down to Virginia to Cousin Milford's camp. Well, I'm glad. How is Cousin Milford getting along? What the sergeant said made you feel very proud? What did he say? He said the way Milford is going, it wouldn't be long before he's up for a court-martial. That's very good. Tell me, while you were in Virginia, did you see the spot where General Cornwallis fell? You did. They should fix it. You tripped there, too. I'll tell the boys you send your love. Good night, Mother. Thank you. Now, here's a note that's worked its way up from somewhere in the Caribbean area, from a dozen fighting Marines to Command Performance USA. It says we've got a piano down here and a top kick who thinks he can play Rhapsody in Blue. And we swear that he's playing it backwards. He's got the music, but he's all thumbs, all right? Let's set the sergeant right by letting him hear Rhapsody in Blue the way it was written. Well, a certain Marine sergeant is going to take a little ribbing via shortwave, but here's your number, boys, with Mark Warno conducting and America's favorite pianist to play it, Oscar Levant. George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. Well, fellas, we only get 29 and a half minutes with you, and that clock has got that when you gotta go look. First, I want to tell you something. A comedian is supposed to be a funny guy, and if he's lucky, people laugh at him, and if they laugh hard enough and long enough, he makes a living at it. And I suppose some folks think a comedian tries to be funny all the time. But let me tell you that all that matters in our lives over here, whoever and whatever we are, is you men and the great job that you are doing over there. And while we're waiting for you, we'll keep on working for you. This is Georgie Jessel saying so long from the USA.
To Uncle Sam's fighting soldiers, sailors, and Marines, Command Performance is your show. American radio, stage, and screen stars are taking orders from you. Your letters, addressed to the station to which you are listening, are commands to Command Performance. And listen, fella, the Axis goose may be tough, but you're going to cook it for 'em.
Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with There's a Great Day Coming Mañana. What has a thirsty palm tree way down in Brazil got to do with your floors? Well, you'll have the answer to that question if you'll read an interesting two-page advertisement in this week's issue of Life magazine. That palm tree in Brazil is called the carnauba palm, and it's the source of carnauba wax, one of the main ingredients in the Johnson's wax you use on your floors, furniture, and woodwork. So every time you protect your things with a coat of Johnson's wax, you are really demonstrating the good neighbor policy between this country and our South American ally, Brazil. The true secret of Johnson's wax is the skillful blending of carnauba with other waxes to produce a wax coating that provides both protection and beauty. Right now, especially, you'll want to take good care of the things you have. And the easy way to do this is with genuine Johnson's wax, which is now available in paste, liquid, or cream form. After dinner tonight, while Molly was starting her dishwashing, Fibber suddenly threw down his magazine and dashed out of the house. Why? Well, we refer you to Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, I wonder what got into McGee all of a sudden. Oh, well. McGee never helps me wash the dirty dishes, McGee.
Okay, Molly, one side there. I'm taking over the dishwashing tonight. Give me that apron.
McGee, what on earth?
Come on. This is important. Open this package of soap while I roll up my sleeves. Then you go sit down and knit a natty little nightie for some nipper in the Navy while I wash these dishes.
Here.
Huh?
Calm down.
Okay, I'm calm. I'm as cute as a cucumber.
Take off your hat.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. Oh, well, come on, Molly, come on. I got to...
Stop skipping around whilst I'm talking to you.
Well...
For goodness sake. You're as jumpy as a Jeep. Now then, tell me what this is all about.
Okay, you see this package of soap?
Yes.
This is Latherino, the soap that's going to be worth $5,000 a year to you and me.
You don't say.
Yeah.
What do we do with it? Wash the Rockefeller Foundation?
Maybe I better start at the beginning.
Well, now we're getting someplace, and I don't think I'm going to like it when we get there.
Oh, yes, you will, baby. Look, I'm entering a contest.
Oh,
now don't start owing. Don't start owing till you hear what I got to say.
All right. If it's worth $5,000 to us, I'll stop owing everybody.
I'll say you will. The Latherino Company is offering a first prize of $5,000 a year for life to the one who tells...
In 25 words or less.
In 25... Hey, how did you know?
Well, this is the 97th contest you've entered, dearie. And any similarity between this one and the other 96 is purely. So go ahead.
Well, I just got to tell in 25 words or less, quote, why I like to wash my dishes in Latherino, unquote. Come on, give me that apron.
All right, here you are.
There.
And you're so sweet to wash the dishes for me.
If you think I'm sweet now, you wait till I've got $5,000 a year to spend on you. Why, I'm going to buy you the most expensive Irish setter in the country.
Irish setter?
Yes. I've always wanted a good Irish setter. Haven't you?
Yes. I love him so much I married one. All right, McGee, get busy.
Okay. First, I pour in a handful of soap.
Run some more hot water in the sink, dearie.
Okay. And I get that. Boy. Look at that stuff.
Yep.
Hey, this is going to be kind of fun.
Well, try doing it 3 times a day for 20 or 30 years, dearie. And the only thing that'll look rosy to you will be your knuckles.
Now, let me see. I like to wash my dishes in Latherino because...
Because it may bring you $5,000.
I'm serious, Molly. I'm really trying to think of a good reason why I like to wash my dishes in Latherino.
Well, good luck, Riley. I've never yet found a good reason why I like to wash dishes. Besides, it's a pain in the neck.
Come in.
Hello there, girls. Oh, excuse me, Johnny. The apron fooled me. You kids want to buy any Easter eggs?
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. I don't believe we want any.
Oh, come on, kids. I got some beauties this year. Purple ones, pink ones, striped ones, polka dotted ones with pictures on them.
Oh, my. Did you dye them yourself, Mr. Oldtimer?
Sure did, daughter. Stripped down in my bathing suit, went out in the backyard and colored eggs till I was blue in the face, green on the knees, and purple on the feet.
Well, I imagine purple feet look good on you, old-timer.
I didn't think so, Johnny. So you know what I done after that?
What'd you do?
I died with my boots on.
Yeah, you'll be putting your foot in it up to the last, I guess.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it.
Wonderful world, or is it?
The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, see, says, what does Mahatma Gandhi want England to do for his country anyway? That's easy, says t'other feller. He wants them to give it back to the Indians. Well, I'll see you later, kids. Sorry I didn't want any Easter eggs. Hey, that's the wrong door opener.
No, dear, that's the closet door.
Oh, no. Ain't you kids ever going to straighten out that gosh darn museum?
Ladies and gentlemen, take a letter. Take the letter H. General Sherman rightly said war is H. And
And H is the difference between selling out and shelling out. So get in there today and see how much more you could invest in United States bonds and war stamps. We're all in this war. It's up to us to protect and preserve for our children's children what our fathers' fathers gave us in the Bill of Rights. You listeners in Canada, keep on buying those war-saving certificates. Thank you.
Getting tired. This is the third time you've washed those dishes.
Yeah, and I still don't know why I like latherino. Well, it really does get the dishes clean, don't it?
Well, you can get them just as clean with a handful of grass if you wash them 3 times. I could say. I'll go see who that is, McGee. Now be careful with those dishes.
Okay, now let me see. I like latherino soap for washing dishes because... Oh, why do I like latherino? Because the skin on my hands retains its natural loveliness. I like latherino because latherino has a swell smell. Hey, now I'm getting it. Latherino.
Oh, McGee, here's Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Ah, Jeannie with the light brown station wagon. Hi, Uppy. Curl up on the kitchen cabinet near the sugar. Sugar?
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Your hospitality is only exceeded by your charming appearance in that apron. But if you don't mind my mentioning it, your trousers are showing.
Doesn't he look ducky otherwise, though, Abigail?
Simply ravishing, my dear. And who is doing his hair these days, if anyone?
Well, he does it himself with an egg beater, I think. But, you know, he's so busy with his dishwashing and housework that...
All right, break it up, girls. Break it up. I'm doing this so as I can enter a contest, Uppy. Why I like to wash my words in latherino in 25 dishes or less.
Oh, yes. Oh, these contests are so enthralling, Mr. McGee. Such a challenge to one's ingenuity.
Oh, I got ingenuity, all right. But why shouldn't I? I'm part Indian.
Careful with my teacups, McGee.
Why, I think he's being extremely careful, my dear. But I'm afraid his apron is coming loose. Here, let me tie the bow in the back a bit tighter.
Hey, not so tight. You're choking me.
Oh, quit it. I'm so sorry.
Ah, that's all right, Abigail. They were just a lot of old dishes anyway.
I'll say they were. Some of them been in Molly's family for 100 years. We were getting pretty tired of it.
Sure. When a dish gets to be 100 years old, throw it away, I always say.
Oh, but good heavens, I simply feel horrible about this, really. You must allow me to reimburse you for the damage.
Oh, no, we won't.
Now, no protest. I can well afford it, you know.
Oh, yeah, but...
No. I shall leave some money on the table in the living room as I leave.
No.
Oh, now, please don't go with me. I know the way, and I've been embarrassed enough. Goodbye.
Out of my way, McGee.
Oh, boy. Where'd you leave it? Here it is.
How much? 100?
No.
Not 500?
No.
McGee, don't tell me she left 1,000.
No.
Well, what did she leave?
$3.
For all those dishes, why, the stingy thing.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call that cagey old gypsy up and scorch her clear down to her wedgies. I'll burn that old moose till the whole town smells like venison. $3. Why, of all the...
Forget it, dearie, forget it. Huh? She hasn't had time to get home yet. Come on, let's go in and clean up that mess in the kitchen.
Imagine her leaving $3 for all those dishes. Why, that woman is so close she breathes down her own neck.
No. Take it easy now, McGee. We can't all be...
Hello, folks. Oh, hi, Harlow. I can't shake hands now. My hands are all soapy.
He's washing the dishes, Mr. Wilcox. And if that makes you feel faint, have a chair.
I don't believe I ever saw you in an apron before, Fibber. Up to now, your charm and daintiness had escaped me.
Oh, cut it out. You ain't sincere. I'm entered in a contest.
Well, if it's a beauty contest, you'll get one vote from me, pal. In that apron, you...
Oh, lay off, will you? I'm just wearing this thing to get into a housewifey mood so as I can answer the question intelligently.
And the question is, why do I like to wash my dishes in latherino?
Yeah.
And the answer is, quote, I don't, unquote.
If I win, Arlo, the first prize is $5,000 a year for life.
Well, can't you get an angle on it?
Well, I'm on the trail. I think I like to wash dishes in latherino on account of it's got a swell smell. It's got that tangy, piquant odor of the great outdoor. The pine-scented fragrance of the North Woods. The haunting, memory-laden...
McGee. You stole that off the label of my bath salt.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to use it verbena.
You mean verbatim. Look, Fibber, maybe I can give you a lead. I know most of the angles on household products and why people like them.
Of course you do, Mr. Wilcox. Let him help you, McGee.
Sure, look. The Latherino Company probably wants to hear something nice about their product, something they can tell other people, use in their advertising.
That's sensible, too.
Well, go on, Harlow. I'm all ears, and they're twitching with eagerness.
Well, now take what people are always writing to the Johnson's wax people in Racine. They say, I love Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on my kitchen linoleum because it saves me so much work.
Yes, but that...
They say, when I think that all I have to do is pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry to a beautiful mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less.
Yeah.
I wonder why I ever used the old-fashioned scrub brush.
Yeah, but Harlow, this is a different
And
thing.
they usually go on to say Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has given my linoleum a new lease on life.
Sure.
And given me one, too, because it saves me so much work and time and money.
But Harlow, I can't...
So, you see, pal, all you have to do is think up some reason why Latherino is better than other soaps. Just like Johnson's Glow Coat is superior to other products of its kind.
You see, McGee, that's all.
Doggone it, I knew that. But what can I say about Latherino?
What do you want me to do, Fibber? Write out your whole contest entry for you? You go earn your own $5,000. This is your baby. You rock it.
I can't think of anything but Johnson's. Someday I'm going to turn him over and give him the needle and play the other side.
Now, look, dear, you go ahead and write your answers to the contest, and I'll go out in the kitchen and sweep up those broken dishes.
Okay, now let me see. I like Latherino because. When the suds go down the drain, it sounds like a horse pulling his foot out of the mud. That's no good. Might be repulsive. Now, let's see. I like Latherino because Latherino...
Hi, mister.
Hi, Latherino. Hi, sis. Don't bother me now. I'm busy.
Oh.
Well, what are you standing there snickering about, sis?
Gee, do you look funny in that apron, mister?
Oh, yeah? Well, I don't look any funnier in this apron than some gals do in slacks.
That's what my daddy says, I betcha.
Your old man... Your daddy never saw me in an apron.
Yeah, but he's seen my mama in slacks, mister. And you know what he says?
I'll come back in about 15 years with earmuffs on, sis, and I'll tell you what I imagine he says.
Well, he says for her to get into slacks is like trying to put 2 quarts of jelly in a quart jar. Oh, boy, my mama was mad clear through.
And if I remember your mama, sis, that's quite a distance. Now, run away, will you? I want to think.
Well, gee, can't you stop thinking long enough to tell me a story, mister?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Oh, well, all right. If I tell you a story, will you scram out of here and leave me in peace?
Sure I will, I betcha. Cross my heart.
Your heart's on the other side, sis. Crossing your appendix don't count. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Cinderella.
Shall I stop you if I've heard it?
Oh, well, certainly. And one day, Cinderella was...
Stop. I've heard it.
Okay. Once upon a time, a little boy named Jack planted some beans.
Stop. I've heard it.
Okay. Once upon a time...
Stop, I've heard that too.
Well, doggone it, sis, if you're so smart, you tell me a story.
All right.
Well...
Once upon a time, there was a big city, and it had a river running through the middle of it, and there were lots of little boats to take people in automobiles from one side of the river to the other.
Well, what kind of a story was that?
A fairy story.
The King's Men singing Old Uncle Fudd.
In this busy, dizzy, hustling, bustling world, everybody's rushing, pushing, hurrying, scurrying by. All except one sweet, lazy old guy. Old Uncle Fudd was not an ordinary guy, yet he might have been a big millionaire. But he slept until 1, and when his whistling was done, he just never had the time to spare. Old Uncle Fudd was always gone to go to work, but it took him just so long to prepare. And most always by then the sun was setting again, so he never had the time to spare. He said he never did believe in hurrying, unless the trout were jumping in the stream, while other folks were busy with their worrying. He was busy working on a dream. He was busy dreaming. Old Uncle Fudd is getting close to 93, but he's happy as a bear at the fair. For he's youthful and spry and can't remember to die, 'cause he's never had the time to spare. His cabin didn't even have a porch on it. He was a good-for-nothing, folks did say. But while they all were calling him unfortunate, our Uncle Fudd was growing younger every day. Someday I know that Uncle Fudd will travel on, and when he walks in to meet St. Peter up there, he'll say, "How are you, Gate? I'm awful sorry I'm late, but I never had the time to spare."
Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
Run some more hot water over these dishes, will you? I gotta wash them again.
Again? For the 4th time?
Yep. I still haven't thought of a good reason why I like Latherino. Now, let's see. I like...
Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia, how do you do?
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Mayor. Have a chair.
No, thank you. I just stopped in to have a few words with you about your horse.
Oh, you mean Lillian. Isn't she sweet, Mr. Mayor? You know, sometimes she seems almost human to me, but then when I realize she can't talk about you behind your back, I realize she isn't.
Well, what about Lillian, Latrivia? If you can't say anything nice about her, don't say anything. Lillian's just like a daughter to me, except that she stays home nights.
McGee, you're overfeeding that animal. She's much too much overweight.
Oh, no, she's just plump, Mr. Mayor.
Nevertheless, you're ruining a fine animal. That horse has splendid lines, good blood. I think she comes from racing stock.
Yeah? A crumb off the old Seabiscuit, eh? What made you an authority on horses, Latrivia? I knew you ran for office on a promise for stable government, but I thought it was just a stall. Don't you get it, Molly? Yeah, you get it, Latrivia? I says I knew you.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Indeed it ain't. I mean, it isn't.
Okay, don't nag.
I used to own racehorses myself, McGee, and this horse of yours reminds me a great deal of one of my animals. One that I once entered in the Derby.
In the what?
In the Derby. At Louisville.
Oh, isn't that where they have the Kentucky Derby every year?
That is what I was referring to, Mrs. McGee, the Kentucky Derby. In the winter book, my horse was quoted...
In the winter book, eh? Oh, I get it. They run the Derby in the winter and the Derby in the spring. See, Molly, they do that because they
McGee, the Derby and the Derby are the same thing.
Well, how could they be? The Derby's only run in the spring, so if the Derby is run in the winter...
There isn't any Derby. That is, some people use the English pronunciation for Derby. Derby.
Since when did they start running the Kentucky Derby in England, Latrivia?
They don't run it in England. It's just an English pronunciation.
Well, why should they pronounce it different in the winter than they do in the spring?
Maybe they get their faces frozen, Molly. If your lips are all stiff from the cold, you can't...
I'm trying to tell you that it's merely a matter of choice, whether you pronounce it Derby or Derby. The winter has nothing to do with it. I merely said that my horse in the winter book...
Are you trying to tell us that your horse could read books?
No. He was merely quoted.
Ah, go on. What did your horse say that was worth quoting?
My horse didn't say anything. I'm trying to tell you that my horse was listed in the winter book for the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, you mean you took him to England, huh?
No, I did not. I have never been in England.
You mean you sent that poor horse over there all alone? For shame, Latrivia. How could you...
Please, will you let me explain? I had a horse.
You had a horse?
He was a racehorse.
A racehorse.
I entered him in the Kentucky Derby, or Derby, as you prefer.
Well, which do you prefer?
A Derby.
Oh, not good enough for the Derby, eh?
No. Yes, he was, too. Can't you understand that the Derby and the Derby are the same thing?
Well, how can they be? One is in the winter and one is in England.
I told you. Let it go. All I came here for was to... I don't know what I came in here for. Good day!
Now, McGee, we really shouldn't lead him on like that. He'll think we're the two dumbest people in town.
I like to see him get exasperated. You know, he'd make a swell head of the city government if he didn't have such a swell head.
I think he's nice.
Yeah, he's nice, but stuffy. Hey, this ain't getting my contest entry ready. Pour some more soap in there, will you?
Okay. Now think fast.
I am. Now, let's see. I like Latherino for washing dishes because... get a pencil and paper ready, Molly. I want you to be ready now to write down any answer.
I'm ready any time, and don't splash any more water on that apron now.
I like Latherino because...
Well, we're doing a nice business in the kitchen tonight, McGee.
Glad it anyway.
Come in.
Now, I like Latherino.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Wimp? Is that a turtleneck sweater you're wearing, or is that your lower lip?
Excuse me for looking so mournful, folks, but I've just gotten some bad news.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Wimple. What was it?
I'm all broken up about it. Sweetie Face has been called out of town, and she'll be gone 3 whole days.
Oh, what's so sad about your wife leaving town for 3 days?
She's taking me with her.
Poor Mr. Wimple.
Oh, I don't mind, because lately she's been so thoughtful and romantic.
Oh.
She's even been slipping notes under my door.
Oh, isn't that sweet? And what do they say?
Oh, they're just mash notes. She says if I don't open the door, she'll mash my head in. Well, I'd better run along. I've got to go to the drugstore to pick up some things.
Hey, before you go, Wimp, there's something I'd like to ask you. Why are you holding your arm like that?
Oh, Sweetie Face tied a knot in it so I wouldn't forget to buy her some vitamin pills.
My heavenly days, is it broken?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. Just a bone in it. Sweetie Face does get a little playful at times, but thank goodness she can't take me over her knee and spank me anymore.
She can't? Who's stopping her?
Priorities.
How do priorities keep her from turning you over her knee, Mr. Wimple?
Well, haven't you read the papers? No more cuffs and the pants.
You should not let her get away with that stuff, Wimp. Why don't you be a man and stand up for your rights? Every man ought to be the boss in his own house.
Oh, that's very good advice, Mr. McGee. And I'd be inclined to take you seriously if I hadn't seen you in that apron. Well, goodbye.
Poor little Mr. Wimple. You know, he's so terrible.
Hey, Molly, I got it.
You got what, dearie? Dishwater hands?
No. My idea for Latherino. Wimple gave me the idea. Here, write this down.
All right.
I like Latherino for washing dishes because it's so much fun. My wife takes me to task every time I take the task from her. Quick, how many words?
Exactly 25.
Wow, that's it. Now, here you finish the dishes. No, never mind. This is more important. Write an envelope quick and I'll mail it.
What's the address?
Yeah, well, it's right on page 67 of that magazine.
Page 67.
That's it.
All entries to be mailed to contest judges, Latherino Corporation, Sudsville, Ohio.
That's right.
On or before midnight of April 1st, 1900... McGee.
Huh?
Where did this magazine come from?
I picked it up in the dentist's office this morning. Why?
Well, it's for March 1938. This contest closed 4 years ago.
What?
You mean I'm too late?
In coming over to the studio tonight, I noticed carefully the cars parked along the street and in the parking lot. It struck me that there are still plenty of car owners who would welcome further information on how to take better care of their cars. Maybe they are saving their tires, but what about the outside of the car, the finish, the paint job? Sure, that needs attention too, and it's about the easiest part of the job with Johnson's Car New available everywhere. Car New, the auto polish that has made a hard job easy, that cleans and polishes in one application, that does 2 jobs at once in quick time. You've probably heard people say your car looks like new when you use Car New. Well, it's true, as you'll realize the first time you use Johnson's Car New on your car. And here's an extra tip. If you want to give longer life to that new showroom shine, protect it against sun and weather, you might apply a little wax after using Car New. But don't delay too long.
Hey, Molly, I just called up that dentist and bawled him out for having a 4-year-old magazine in his office.
What'd he say?
Well, he said he couldn't keep any new ones.
Why not?
Said people kept stealing them.
Well, and what did you say?
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and Wonderful Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a trick of the tobacco trade. A simple but conclusive color test used by experts in judging tobacco quality. And it proves beyond question the superiority of Raleigh cigarettes. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other brand. You'll see instantly the tobacco in Raleighs is outstandingly more golden in color. Those golden tobaccos, according to experts, are choicer, more expensive. And for more forceful proof of Raleigh superiority, no less than 31 of these prime tobaccos are blended into Raleigh cigarettes, each contributing its own distinctive seasoning touch. No other cigarette can boast a more careful blend. No other cigarette gives you Raleigh's richness, smoothness, mildness. Raleighs give you valuable coupons, too, redeemable for over 70 luxury premiums, including United States savings stamps. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the proof is right before your very eyes that it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. Raleigh cigarettes. Nelson and his orchestra playing Sunny Disposition. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's newest young comedian, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight, Truman?
Not so good, Red. I've got spring fever.
Yeah, me too. I got that California spring fever.
California spring fever?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's double pneumonia approved by the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce.
Say, everybody's got spring fever, haven't they?
Yeah, this morning I saw a pedestrian tripping across Sunset Boulevard with a rose in his teeth.
A rose in his teeth?
Yeah. Later he tried the same thing on Vine Street and wound up with a lily in his hand.
Well, sir, the lazy spirit's sure in the air, all right.
Yeah, you ought to see my dog. He's going nuts with his spring fever.
Well, how do you mean, Red?
Well, his back has been itching him for weeks now, and he's too lazy to lean up against the fence and scratch it.
Well, doesn't he do anything about it?
No, he just looks those fleas in the eyes and says, "All right, wise guys, just you wait."
a great cure for spring fever. Sulfur and molasses.
Yeah, my mother used to give me sulfur and molasses when I was a kid.
She did, huh?
Yeah, gallons of it. In fact, I was so full of sulfur that every time I walked down the street with my girl, everybody would yell, "Look, here comes the devil and Miss Jones."
I had spring fever once.
Once? You must still have spring fever, Ozzy. You've got a little shaving soap on your face yet.
I have?
Yeah.
Can I reach it with my tongue?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it'll flake off in time.
Say, Red, have you been to Catalina Island to see the Chicago Cubs?
Yeah, I went over there yesterday. I don't wait, see, because I know what's coming. I went over to Catalina yesterday, and I took Harriet Hilliard with me. Ladies got in free to see the game. And, a lot of people thought we were sisters.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Harriet. You're just in time for an egg. Say, we were just talking about the great American sport.
The great American sport?
Yeah.
What's your system? Do you whistle at them or you just say, "Hi, Toots"?
We're talking about baseball.
Well, baseball's a great game. How do you like it, Harriet?
Well, every time I've seen the game, the fans are always yelling, "Kill the umpire!"
I had an uncle who was an umpire once.
He was, Ozzy?
Sure, but he was going to hang anyway.
Say, Red, do umpires get married?
Oh, sure. I know a woman that married an umpire, and every time she'd try to have the last word, he'd send her off to the showers.
Well, spring certainly brought out a lot of bathers to the beach at Catalina.
Yeah.
You sure were popular, Red.
Yeah, there was one kid running up and down the beach yelling, "Has anybody seen Red Skelton?"
Wanted your autograph, huh?
No, he forgot where he'd buried me. Say, you should have seen me in that swimsuit that Johnny Weissmuller let me wear. Boy, it really brought the Tarzan out in me.
Weissmuller's swimsuit brought out the Tarzan in you?
Yeah, every time somebody splashed that cold water on me, I'd yell, "Oh!"
Weissmuller's a pretty big guy, Red. Wasn't his suit a little large for you?
Yeah, I'll say. Every time I dive in the water, we swim off in different directions.
Embrace me, you sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to mama do. My sweet embraceable you. Come to mama do. My sweet embraceable you.
That was Embraceable You, sung by Harriet Hilliard, and very good, too.
Say, Red, every week we do different things that happen to people. So what's the subject tonight, huh?
Well, you know, it's pretty hard to find things to do on Sunday afternoon, so I'll tell you what. Right after you light up a Raleigh cigarette, let's show different things that people do on Sunday. And first, we start out west. And as we look in on Deadeye, we find it's Sunday evening, and he's just riding up to see his girl, Calamity Jane. Whoa!
Good evening, Mr. Deadeye.
Well, wonderful Smith. How do you like working as a butler?
Well, it's better than nothing.
Yeah?
And besides, I got a wife and 17 children to support.
You got a wife and 17 children?
Yes, sir. 18.
Well, you sure look good today, wonderful. I like that suit you got.
Thank you. This is my victory suit.
Victory suit?
Yeah, made the last payment yesterday.
Yeah. Say, where's Calamity,
Oh, she ought to have the tires off your buggy any minute now.
Yeah.
Hey, wonderful. Who's down there?
It's Mr. Deadeye.
Okay, I'll be right down.
Well, I gotta go now, and if you want anything, just pull that cord down.
Yeah, what'll happen if I pull that cord?
The ceiling will fall down.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of. Hello, Calamity.
Hello, Deadeye. What's the matter? Ain't you glad to see me?
Yeah, shall I turn out the lights?
Huh?
I say, shall I turn out the lights?
Why? I didn't hear no siren.
Yeah. Well, ain't you gonna kiss me?
Nope, I'm saving my lips for the man I love.
You are?
Yeah.
What is he, a lip collector? Oh, gee, Calamity.
Oh, all right. I'll give you a kiss, Deadeye.
Nope, I reckon I've changed my mind.
You changed your mind. Why?
I'll have to shift my bubble gum to the other side.
Well, go ahead and shift it.
I can't.
Why not?
I got a wad there, too.
I don't think you like me, Deadeye.
Oh, yes, I do.
You never bring me anything like you used to.
Well, I bought you a whole box of cough drops once, didn't I?
Sure. 2 years ago.
Well, they'd have lasted longer if you hadn't chewed them.
Oh, well, let's go someplace. I'm tired of sitting here.
Yeah, me too.
You know, Deadeye, I think you'd make a fine husband.
Yeah, me too.
You have such a fine vocabulary.
Yeah, me too.
Can't you say anything but me too? I hate people like that.
Yeah, me too. Hey, would you like to go for a ride? I got my horse and buggy outside.
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
Okay. The horse is tied to the tree. Will you unloosen the knots?
I can't. My nail polish is still wet.
Okay, then I'll do it. I'll use my teeth. Yeah, I got 'em loose now.
The knots?
No, my teeth. All right, giddy up there. Come on, boy.
You sure got a lot of horses, Deadeye.
Yeah.
I used to have a horse that looked like this one a couple of years ago.
No kidding.
But some horse thief hijacked him.
No kidding.
And if I ever find out who got him, I'll fill him full of lead.
You don't say.
Where did you get this horse?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Say, Deadeye, why does a horse wobble like that?
He's got the staggers. It's from watching me play those pinball machines. You like my horse, Calamity? He's a race horse, you know.
You mean to say that nag of bones... that bag of bones is a racehorse?
What kind of a horse is a nag of bones?
Hey, look down the road, Deadeye. There's a pretty suspicious fellow standing down there.
Yeah, how can you tell? He's wearing a mask.
Hey, you two. Hey, you two, stick 'em up.
Gee Willikers, Johnny Morgan, the lone bandit.
Gee, he sure is an ugly-looking critter.
Yeah.
Look at them big buck teeth.
Yes, my teeth are pretty big. Look what happens when I close my mouth. You see, every time I bite my necktie in half.
Say, you must be pretty brave to stick people up all by yourself.
Oh, I ain't scared. I've always been lucky.
Yeah?
I got a rabbit's foot.
You got a rabbit's foot? Let me see.
Oh, not now. It's too much trouble getting my shoes back on.
Say, Deadeye,
Yeah?
one of us has got to take the gun away from that guy. Who'll it be? Me?
No. I've never hid behind the skirts of a woman. But there's a first time to everything.
Hey, Sawdaw, you know, I could like a guy like you. A man that fears nothing?
Oh, yes, I do. One man, Deadeye. He's the only man that could make me shake in my boots.
Well, brother, I'm Deadeye.
Well, brother, I'm shaking. Look, give me a break, Deadeye.
Okay, I will. I kind of like you. So I'm going to be fair and square about this. I'll count 3, and then we draw. Are you ready? 1 and 2 is 3. Education's a wonderful thing, ain't it?
Say, Deadeye, I'll take his horse and race you back to town.
All right, you ready? Let's go. Giddy up there. Hurry up, Calamity. I'm beating you.
Yeah, but look out, Deadeye. There's a steamroller coming right towards you.
A steamroller? Gee willikers.
Look out, you're gonna crash. Well, Deadeye, you hit the steamroller, but you won the race and nothing flat.
What do you mean, nothing flat? Look at my horse. Then we have Clem, the boy from the country. He's on his way to spend Sunday afternoon with his favorite girl, Daisy June. Well, here we live. On my way to call on Daisy June. Daisy, Daisy, do-do-do-do-do-do. She'll look sweet upon the seat of an elephant built for two. Gee, I sure hope she likes this perfume I got her. Oh, I love the smell of kerosene. Well, here's Daisy June's house. I wonder if her old man's home. Yep, he's home.
Why, hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy. What's the matter?
Gosh, you stretched that out into July and August. Well, Clem, won't you take your thumb out of your mouth and come in?
Okay. Say, Daisy June, look, I brought you a flower.
Why, Clem, and just the kind I like, Pillsbury's.
Here, look, I brought you some perfume, too.
Oh, land sakes, perfume. What kind is it, Chanel number 4?
No, Rabbit Hutch, number 5.
Oh, Clem, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it was nothing. Really, it wasn't. Someday when I get rich, I'll buy you a fur coat. A genuine imitation rabbit.
Say, Clem, I like that sport coat you're wearing. Is it new?
Nope, it's the same old one. I just turned it inside out.
I tried to call you last night, Clem, but you weren't home. Where were you?
I was over at Earl Carroll's getting my sugar ration.
Were you going to take me somewhere this afternoon? There's an awful good picture at the Bijou. Eleanor Powell and Red Skelton and Chip Ahoy.
Yeah, I don't like that Red Skelton. He's sort of a mail-order Edgar Bergen.
Oh, Clem, honest, we never do anything. You just come over and sit.
Yeah, they applauded like he was here, didn't they? You say we just sit and sit? Why, we do not. That ain't true. The last 2 times I wiggled my ears like mad.
I'll tell you what. Let's take a hike up into the hills.
Okay, but them mosquitoes eat me up.
Oh, no, we'll take this bottle of citronella oil with us.
Oh, that's no good. The last time I had mosquito bites and you gave me that citronella oil, didn't help. And I drank 3 bottles, too.
You ain't supposed to drink it. You rub it on.
Now she tells me.
Well, come on, let's go.
Okay.
Ain't it a beautiful day?
Yep, the sun's back from Florida early this year.
Hey, Clem, let's do something romantic.
Okay, let's play hide and seek. I'll be it.
Now, don't be a peeping Tom, Clem.
Okay.
Count 10 and slow.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Let's see, where shall I hide? Oh, there's an old cave. I'll hide in there. Ah! Good heavens, a bear!
9, 10.
Here I come, ready or not. Oh, let's see now, where'd she go? I'll bet she's in that old cave. Yep, there's footprints. Sure is dark in here. What's the matter, Daisy June? Catching cold? Oh, I see you, Daisy June. Gee, your eyes shine just like a big cat. I wish you'd have put on some of that perfume. You smell just like a bear.
Hey, Clem, come out of that cave.
Okay. Uh-oh, let me yell it. Hey, if you're a bear, growl again. That's good enough for me. You let go of me, will you?
Clem, you all right?
Yep. Here's that fur coat I promised you.
Say, Red, you've been saving Raleigh cigarette coupons. I suppose you've enough saved up to get some mighty attractive premiums.
I sure have, Truman.
Well, what are you going to get, Red? That fine fishing tackle you've been wanting?
Well, in a way, I'm going to help Uncle Sam tackle some mighty big fish.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm redeeming my Raleigh coupons for United States savings stamps.
That's the stamp of a true American. And, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who now smoke Raleigh cigarettes have an extra opportunity to help your country's war effort. You can redeem your valuable Raleigh coupons for United States savings stamps. By so doing, you'll be helping to secure the most precious premium of all, freedom. And those of you who haven't yet tried Raleigh's have newfound smoking pleasure in store for you. You'll enjoy the richness, smoothness, and mildness of Raleigh cigarettes, the gold and goodness of their exclusive tobacco blend. And you'll enjoy saving those valuable Raleigh coupons, redeemable for over 70 luxury premiums, including United States savings stamps. Truly, ladies and gentlemen, you'll find that it pays in many ways to smoke Raleigh's. The pack with a coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Getting back now to things that happen on Sunday, we have a lady and her little boy. Sunday morning finds her in the kitchen, busy preparing dinner. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be a mean old kid, huh?
Junior, where are you?
Here I am, Mummy. Just letting her at peace with the world.
Oh, that's a nice boy.
Uh-oh, war is declared again. Hey, Mummy, where's the puny 97-pound weakling?
What?
I said, where's the puny 97-pound weakling?
Junior, that's no way to talk about your father. By the way, Junior, did you hear your father come home last night?
No, I didn't hear him. I heard the cops that were with him.
Stop making so much noise, Junior. You'll wake up your father.
Is he still asleep, Mom? Boy, that stuff is better than warm milk, ain't it, Mom?
Junior, how can you say things like that?
Oh, it's easy once you know how.
Something tells me that you're looking for a spanking.
Yeah, and something tells me I don't have to look very far. Do I, Mom? Right.
Yes?
Read me the funny paper.
I'm busy now.
Oh, Mommy, Dick Tracy's got widow face.
I don't care if he's got a midget head. Go away. Junior, stop pouting. I'll read the funny papers later.
You said that last week, and they ended up at a bath mat in a canary cage.
You shouldn't be so interested in the comics. You ought to read the rest of the paper, too.
Yes, I
Do you know what's going on in Bataan?
No, I don't know what's going on in Bataan.
You know what's happening in Corregidor?
No, I don't know what happened in Corregidor. I don't know.
Do you read the school section?
No. Wait till she gets to Superman. Why make a monkey
Junior?
Yeah?
How come this bottle of mercurochrome is on the table?
I used it all up.
Did you cut yourself?
No, I've been painting funny faces on the bottom of Pop's feet. Hey, Mommy, I'm hungry. Could I have some ice cream?
Oh, okay. We'll go next door to the store and get a bottle of milk, and I'll make some ice cream.
Oh, boy.
I'll put on my hat.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
Come on.
I ain't gonna walk down the street with you in that hat.
Why? What's wrong with this hat?
I could answer that, but my policy ain't paid up.
Oh, come on, and don't slam the door. Daddy's asleep.
Okay. I bet he awake now.
Now, I told you not to slam that door.
Oh, you hit me and broke my widow's spine. You broke my widow's spine. You hit me and broke my widow's spine.
I did not, Junior. I merely tapped your shoulder blade.
You broke me. Did you cut yourself, Ma?
Oh, here we are. Here we are at the grocery store. Junior, be a good boy, will you?
Okay.
And be careful around the red paint. The sign says it's wet.
Yeah, doesn't say that, Mommy. I didn't think you could make it up for a minute. I would be good, though, Mommy.
Junior, get out of that cracker barrel.
It's all right, Mommy. I got my shoes off.
Will you be good?
Yeah.
I want to look around for some canned goods.
Okay.
Now, you go ask the clerk for a bottle of milk.
Okay.
Huh?
Hey, clerk.
What do you want, little boy?
I want a dozen of eggs with holes in them.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have eggs with holes in them.
You don't know me very well, does he?
Now, look, son, what do you want?
I want 18 pounds of animal crackers.
Well, 18 pounds of animal crackers.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty good order.
Yes, it is. But there's a catch to it. You got to take all the elephants out, because I don't like them.
Oh, now that's too bad. Why don't you like elephants?
Well, if you see what they do to my pop, you wouldn't like them either. Say, here I is, Mommy, over here.
Did you get that quart of milk, Junior?
No, I didn't.
A quart of milk, did you say? Here you are.
Yeah, I will carry it, Mom.
No, I'll carry
No,
it.
give it to me. I want to carry it.
Look out!
Okay, you can carry it, Mom.
Now, you go play while I pick up the rest of the groceries.
Okay.
And stop squinting, or someone will ship you off to Owens River Valley.
Okay, well, here I is, all alone by me widow self. And boy, that is murder. Look at this nice can of red paint that the painter left. I wonder if I paint myself up red, I would look like an Indian. I always wanted to be an Indian. If I do, I get a whipping. I do this. I would take the paint and paint myself red like an Indian. Boy, oh boy, look at me now, red like an Indian. Hey, look, Mommy.
Ah! Junior!
Don't yell at me, you scare me too.
What on earth?
What? I'd wet like an Indian, though.
I know, and I'm going to give you a good sound thrashing.
Well, wait a minute, Mummy. I ain't wet all over.
No, but, brother, you're gonna be.
While Oz and Nelson and the orchestra are being led off uptown, Del King has a word about Sir Walter Raleigh.
Pipe smokers, Sir Walter Raleigh will be like a spring tonic to your pipe. Sir Walter Raleigh is smooth and mild and mellow, packed with a rich, new nut-like flavor. It burns even and cool right down to the bottom of the bowl, never bitter or biting. Sir Walter Raleigh is blended from selected burleys, carefully cured and aged, precisely crimp cut. And its fragrant aroma is welcome every place. Try the quality pipe tobacco of America tonight, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next week at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and your announcer, Truman Bradley. Until next week, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and next week Junior sing Bye Junior. Bye now.
Metro Golden Mayer Studio. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, one of the programs selected to be rebroadcast to our armed forces overseas, is brought to you by Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol Myers products for the protection of good looks. For hair that's well groomed, it's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For a smile that sparkles, it's Ipana toothpaste and massage.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Tonight's story begins in a small walk-up apartment in your district attorney's city. It's supper time, and a young couple are at the table talking.
Rocket was here again.
You got any more bread?
Here. He said he'd be back.
You should have made some gravy for this.
I said he's coming back, Eddie.
I heard you the first time.
Well?
I'll be out.
Where you going?
No place. I'm just out if he comes back.
Why?
Oh, Ruthie, I told you 10 times I don't want to have anything to do with rockets.
Sure. You don't want to have anything to do with rockets. You don't care. You don't care about making more money, real money.
Look. If you want me to finish my supper, lay off.
I don't care what you do.
I don't want to hear any more about rockets.
That's too bad.
Ruthie.
You're going to hear. Your great friend Joe Herndon went to work for Rocket today. And you know what he's making? $150 a week.
Doing what?
The same thing you are.
Not for that, Joe.
Why not?
It don't add up.
Good mechanics are hard to get.
It don't add up. I make $65 in a big plant. Rocky's got a back alley joint. How can he pay so much?
Well, he just opened. Maybe he wants to make sure it goes.
Don't add up.
You worry about being a patriot and working in a war plant. His place is a war plant.
I'll bet.
Well, what if it isn't? What if there is something phony about it? What do you care? It's a chance to make money.
We're doing all right.
Oh, yeah, we're doing fine. Us and the roaches. Are you going to be a sucker all your life? Are you going to live in a dump like this all your life? I'm sick of it, Eddie. I'm sick of being poor. I'm sick and tired of it.
You woke the kid.
Yeah. Great for her to be brought up in a hole like this without room to breathe. All right, darling. Pour yourself some coffee, Eddie. There you are. Now go to sleep, baby. That's it. Go to sleep, darling.
You want some?
No. I'll stick to the champagne. Great place to bring up a kid. Freezing in winter, boiling in summer, crawling with dirt the whole year.
Is that Rocket?
Yes. Take the kid. I'll tell him you're out.
No. No, I'll see him. Oh, what is this?
What's the matter, Eddie?
What is this? What are we doing here, Joe? What's this all about?
Oh, you got me.
Rocket said he wanted a mechanic and new calibrations. So for 2 days I'm monkeying around on this machine. You can't use it for anything. Can't use any of these machines for anything.
What do you care, Eddie? We're getting paid, ain't we?
You get paid more, too, boys.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rocket.
What do you mean we get paid more?
Oh, an extra 25 a week. To start, you might say.
To start what?
Yeah, you're right about these machines, Eddie. They're not much good for anything. But, you boys come out in the back. I'll show you some that are.
Oh, I didn't know there was a back to the place, Mr. Rocket.
Well, this room is really just for appearances. Showroom, you might say. But in the back, help me move this cabinet, will you?
That's not very heavy.
No, just a screen to cover this door. Come on.
Slot machines.
Yep. There. See what the trouble is?
You mean somebody could win by luck for once?
They were pretty banged up when we got them.
They look all right now.
They are on the outside. The machinery's all off. Until they're fixed.
And that's where we come in?
That's right.
Is this your war plant, Mr. Rocket?
You might say.
Count me out.
No, Eddie.
Count me out.
Where are you going?
Back where I came from.
Eddie. You know, you can make 175 here. Work is easy, the hours are short.
I'll take 65 in overtime.
When?
What do you mean?
You know the manpower laws, Eddie. See, that's a war job, and you can't take another for 3 months.
What?
He's right, Eddie.
So for 3 months, you might just as well work here and make some easy money. I don't bother about manpower laws. I think you're kind of stuck, Eddie, you might say.
I don't know, Miss Miller. I just don't know.
You just don't know what, Harrington?
This manpower shortage. We know there's a real shortage. How can people quit their jobs now?
Well, I guess they think the war's almost over.
Are they crazy?
Either that or it's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Oh.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chief.
I have some work from both of you.
That's a surprise.
What kind of a case is it, Chief?
Robbery.
Who was robbed?
The city storage yard.
What?
That's right. It happened a few days ago, but unfortunately it wasn't brought to my attention until this morning.
Well, what on earth would anybody steal from the city storage yard?
Slot machine.
Uh-oh.
All those machines we confiscated have been taken before there was time to convert them to scrap.
Well, I guess that means we better get on the lookout, huh? They'll be popping up again all over town.
Yes, I want to get them before they're redistributed.
How are you going to do that, Chief?
Well, machines aren't any good. They have to be fixed.
And that takes skilled mechanics, huh?
Exactly. And they're very hard to get these days.
Well?
I have a list here of war plants where they employ mechanics who could be used to fix slot machines. I want you both to check these plants and find out if any men have quit recently.
And if they have?
Find out what they're doing now.
afraid I haven't got very much for you, Chief.
Oh, it's too bad, Miss Miller.
There were 5 of these mechanics who'd left in the last 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them are out because they're sick, and the other 3 have left town altogether.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, Harrington, any luck?
No. I could only find 2 of these guys who had quit.
Mm-hmm.
One's sick and the other's not working. How'd you make out, Miss Muller?
Not much better, Harrington.
Well, I guess we're at the dead end of that one.
Well, maybe my idea wasn't so good after all.
Chief?
Yes.
No, I thought I had something, but I didn't.
Did neither of you see any of these men?
Huh? No, I called him up to.
So did I.
You know, because of the Manpower Commission, the chances are they wouldn't say that they had a new job, even if they had one.
Hey, that could be right.
Sure.
I just wonder if they're really sick.
Who?
Well, say those 2 you reported on, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
What were their names?
Let's see. One was Joe Herndon, and the other was Eddie Lang.
Oh, well, if they're not sick...
Hey, you got an idea there, Chief.
Well, Harrington, suppose you drop around and find out.
Right.
But more important...
Yeah?
Find out if they're spending more money than they used to.
Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Eddie Lang?
Yes?
My name's Johnson. I'm from the Acme Auto Company. Can I come in? Yes, thank you very much. Well, this is a nice little place you've got here.
Mr. Johnson...
At your service, ma'am. So I'd really like to see your husband.
My husband?
Yeah, that's right. I guess he's working, though, huh? At this time of day?
Yes, that is...
What?
He would be, except he's sick.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, he's gone to see the doctor.
Well, in that case, I won't bother you, ma'am.
Well, what did you want to see him about?
Oh, nothing. My company's got some wonderful second-hand cars that we can sell now real cheap, and on the installment plan, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only $50 a month. Of course, with your husband sick, I guess $50 a month's a lot of money to you.
I've always wanted a car.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe when your husband gets better, you...
Mr. Johnson.
Huh?
We have some money saved up.
Oh, Mrs. Lang, I wouldn't want to touch your savings.
It's quite a bit. As a matter of fact, we just bought this couch the other day.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's a real fine piece of furniture.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, maybe your husband would be interested in a car then.
Well, I think so.
Yeah? Well, suppose I drop around tomorrow morning.
Well, Eddie, he likes to sleep late.
Yeah?
And then he usually goes for a walk or to the doctor.
Oh.
But he's always here supper time.
I see.
Why don't you come around tomorrow night? You'll be sure to get him then.
Okay, I'll get him then.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Chief. This is Harrington.
Yes.
Hey, your hunch was right. I think Lang and Herndon are our boys.
Good.
You want me to bring them in?
No. We want to find out where they're working and who's at the head of it.
Okay. Suppose I tail them tomorrow morning.
Yes. And when you find out where they go, call me and I'll have the place raided.
Yeah, this one's working okay, Eddie.
Yeah, against suckers like us.
You'll never catch me near one again. Come on, let's get at the next.
I'd like to leave them just as they are.
Ah, no, Eddie.
Don't hand me that stuff again about all the dough we're making.
Well, we are, Eddie.
Yeah. What happens when they catch up with us, Joe?
How's anybody going to catch up with us?
Well, suppose they do.
Suppose you're crossing the street and you get run over. You can suppose anything if you want to. Well, we're making dough, Eddie, so let's enjoy it.
All right, come on, let's test this one.
Don't touch that.
What?
What's the matter, Mr. Rocket?
Not so loud.
What's up?
We have visitors out front.
Who?
The police.
Police?
Shut up. How'd you head them off?
Why should I talk to them?
They know you own the joint anyway.
Oh. You don't think I put it in my name, do you?
Hey, listen, if they come back.
They're walking right up here.
Is the cabinet in front of the door?
Yes, just keep still.
We're caught. Shut up. Why don't we go out the back stairs?
Because they probably...
Joe, you clumsy dumb... I only know we're here now. Just back then. Never mind, we gotta get out. Come on. We're backstairs? Yeah. What about Rock? What about us, you jerk? Come on.
He'll be in here in a minute.
Never mind. Here we are. Up this way. Hurry.
All right, you two.
All right, nothing, copper.
What are you standing there for? Come on.
Joe.
Come on, Eddie.
Joe, look at him.
Listen, Eddie.
He slammed his head against that pipe, Joe. Maybe he's dead.
Well, if he is, then we gotta get out of here. Come on.
If Eddie's suspicions are right, if the police officer is dead, your district attorney is faced with another serious problem. We'll hear the new developments in just a moment. But first, a footnote on colors.
Green stands for envy.
Yellow stands for cowardliness.
And pink must stand for romance, judging from all my pink Valentine cards.
Well, perhaps. Though pink certainly doesn't stand for romance when it's pink on your toothbrush. Now that calls for a quick trip.
Where?
A trip to your dentist. He may say your gums are sensitive. And like so many dentists, he may suggest the helpful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Is that so?
Yes, a 1944 survey, carefully conducted by impartial authorities, reveals that 7 in 10 dentists advise regular gum massage. Also, that twice as many dentists personally use Ipana as any other dentifrice.
Gum massage and Ipana.
Yes, a winning smile and sparkling teeth depend so much on healthy gums. And today's soft foods often fail to give our gums the exercise they need to stay firm and strong. So help give your gums that exercise with Ipana and massage. Now, every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, massage a little extra Ipana onto your gums. Remember, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile, start now to use Ipana toothpaste and massage. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
No word from the hospital yet, Chief.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller.
That cop never did regain consciousness, did he?
Oh, his skull was badly fractured.
What are his chances of pulling through?
Very slim, the doctor said.
If he dies?
There's a murder charge.
Yeah, Chief, I wish you'd let me pick up Lang and Herndon.
I told you, Harrington.
Yeah, I know, but if that poor guy dies...
Lang and Herndon are being watched. They can't get away.
I know.
I want to find out who their boss is, or was.
Well, we could question them, Chief. We could find out.
Well, maybe, but maybe this way they'll lead us to whoever he is.
I just keep thinking of that poor policeman.
How do you mean, Miss Miller?
Well, if he'd been found earlier, he would have had a better chance, wouldn't he, Chief?
Probably.
Why wasn't he found right away, Chief?
I don't know. My guess is that his body must have been hidden by that door leading to the back stairs.
Oh, I get it. And when the cops opened it, he was behind it and they ran through without seeing him, huh?
Yes. Of course, I have an idea.
Shall I get it, Chief?
Yeah, it's probably the hospital. I'll take it.
All right.
District Attorney's office. Speaking. Yes? I see. Thank you. Well, that's that.
Oh.
Then it's a murder charge.
Right.
For Lang or Herndon.
Or both.
Shall I bring him in, Chief?
No.
What are we going to do?
Nothing, Harrington. We're just going to sit tight.
Why don't you eat something, Eddie?
I'm not hungry.
Well, walking back and forth like that isn't going to help.
That cop died.
You didn't mean to do it.
If he dies,
Nobody will know you did it.
I'll know I did it. I'll know.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Eddie.
Stay on that phone.
I'm afraid to answer.
Maybe it's Joe.
Maybe it's the police.
Maybe it's Santa Claus. Answer.
Eddie.
Go on.
Hello? Who is it? It's Rocket.
Rocket. Hello? Yeah? Oh. Okay. I said okay. Goodbye. The guy's dead.
How does he know?
He said he was hiding in the place when they took him out, and he was dead then.
Oh, Eddie.
You know what else he said? You know what else my boss, Mr. Rocket, said? He said you were a murderer, Eddie, you might say. So I don't think you better say anything to the cops about me or anything. I think you better beat it, Eddie. Get out of town, you might say.
Eddie! Oh, Eddie!
Wish I'd never got the end of this. I wish I'd stayed where I was.
It was my fault.
It was mine, too.
No, I nagged you into it.
I don't blame you.
Well, you should.
I can't. You see, I can't. If I turn on you, I got nothing. I got nothing at all.
Oh, Eddie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Baby, we're in an awful mess. We're in a jam, baby. What am I going to do?
We're going to get out of here.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Let's get the baby and get out of here.
We haven't any dough.
We've got 200.
You can't get far on that. Can't get far enough on any kind of dough.
Yes, we can.
I can't. I can't ever. I did it, and I know I did it, Ruthie.
Eddie, what are you going to do?
Well, I can fix Rocket's wagon anyway.
What do you mean?
I can do one good thing anyway.
Eddie, where are you going?
Where do you think? I'm going to give myself up.
Eddie, why did you go to work for Rocket?
More dough.
You were working in a war plant, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Maybe he thought Rocket's place was a war plant.
Well...
Oh, you didn't really know, did you?
No, sir. About leaving the plant, I figured I was just one guy.
Yeah, sure. Start multiplying yourself by all the others who think the same way, and you've got 10 and 100 and then 1,000. Then pretty soon you've got a production slow up and a war that goes on longer than it should.
I didn't think of that.
You didn't think of lots of things when you got yourself in this mess?
No, I guess not.
Well...
Shall I take him away, Chief?
No. There's one more thing, Eddie. You said before that when you punched that policeman, he fell down the stairs and hit the back of his head against that pipe.
Yes, sir.
Then you ran right up.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to kill him.
You didn't kill him.
What?
He's not dead.
But I thought...
I know, but Rocket was lying when he said that man was dead.
The newspapers...
It was a false report. That policeman's alive, Eddie.
He's not dead?
That's right.
Yeah,
Carrington and I want to take Eddie home in one of our cars.
Yeah, but Chief...
And right away.
Yes.
And you're not to leave your house, Eddie.
No, sir. What's going to happen to me?
We'll worry about that later.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you. Chief...
That's all, Harrington.
Yes.
Chief, that policeman is dead.
Yes, I know. But Rocket's the man I'm after. I'm pretty sure the news that Eddie Lang was brought home safely with a police escort will get to him. Then he'll get to Eddie Lang.
And you'll get to him.
Right.
But, Chief, you don't just want him for the slot machine racket, do you?
No. No, I want him for much more.
Eddie, I don't get it.
I don't either, baby.
It doesn't make sense. There's something wrong someplace.
Look, all I know is the guy's not dead. I'm not a murderer. There's something screwy about them sending me home, but I didn't kill anyone, Ruthie. I didn't kill anyone. You don't know what it feels like to think that you did, and then you... Oh, honey, I'm so glad.
So am I.
I just don't care about...
What?
I was going to say that I don't care about anything. But I do.
What do you mean?
I care about going to jail.
Eddie.
I don't know just what they're up to, but they're not going to let me off, baby.
I guess not. Sucker.
What?
I was remember saying to you, do you want to be a sucker all your life? Well, I guess when you're poor, you're set up to be a sucker.
Oh, now what?
Oh, there was an auto salesman around yesterday. I guess we're not going to need a car.
Well, I better answer.
Eddie.
Yeah.
If it's the police.
Yeah?
Did you tell him about Joe?
No, but they knew. Hello, Eddie. What do you want, Rocket?
Get out of here.
In time, Mrs. Lang. I got a little business first, you might say.
Eddie.
It's a nice-looking knife you got, Rocket. Mm-hmm. Why don't you cut your throat with it? What'd you tell the DA, Eddie? What do you care? Why'd he send you home in a big parade, Eddie? Because I'm a hero.
You're a squealer. What did you tell him? Come on!
Don't be frightened, baby.
What did you tell him?
Well, if you move that knife back an inch, I think I could talk better. Thanks. I told him the truth, Rocket.
You're working for me?
Yeah.
Setting slot machines?
Yeah.
Tell me you killed that cop?
Yeah. Only the cop isn't dead.
What?
You heard.
That's a lie.
No, it's true, Rocket.
It can't be. He has to be dead. He has to be dead.
Why does he have to be dead, Rocket? Come on in, Harrington, and keep him covered.
Right.
All right, Rocket. Why does he have to be dead?
I don't like guns, DA. Too noisy. It won't go off if you behave.
Why does that policeman have to be dead, Rocket?
Suppose you tell me.
Because you killed him, you might say.
Your district attorney will be back in just a moment to tell you the reason he knew Rocket was the murderer and the final outcome of the case. But first, the story of Mrs. Gates, the lady who hadn't heard. Right now, she's going into a neighborhood store. And now to the Center Pharmacy. Next to the chain store down a few blocks. Then across the street to the variety store. Just a moment, Mrs. Gates. Now, what is the trouble?
Well, I've been all over town trying to find a bottle of Vitalis for my husband. He's let his hair go without Vitalis long enough.
Why, Mrs. Gates, haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Servicemen now get the entire supply of Vitalis, the famous hair grooming preparation.
They do?
Yes. You see, because of wartime shortages, there isn't enough Vitalis to meet the wants of civilians, plus men in the armed forces. Well, naturally, we're giving servicemen first call on the limited supply. So your husband will have to go without until wartime shortages are relieved. But when shortages are relieved, your husband will be able to get the same genuine Vitalis that was the standby of so many for so long. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both Eddie Lang and Joe Herndon were sent to prison for short terms. It was hard on their families, but they had knowingly broken the law. Justice required they pay for their misdeeds. Rocket, however, was sent to the chair for murder.
Chief, how did you know Eddie Lang didn't kill that policeman?
Because the man died from a wound in the front of his skull. The pipe he knocked the back of his head against just scratched him. And later I found a blood-stained crowbar in Rocket's plant.
Yeah, but Chief, did you guess what happened before Rocket confessed?
Well, no, Harrington. At first I thought Eddie Lang had used the crowbar to kill the officers so he couldn't be identified. And then when I heard his story, I believed it and realized that probably someone else had been hiding in the cellar.
And that was Rocket.
Yeah. As we know now, the police were so busy chasing Lang and Herndon, they didn't see Rocket.
And by the time he decided it was safe to beat it, the cop came too.
Yes, unfortunately. And so Rocket used the crowbar.
Yeah, he was a pretty nasty character all around.
Well, what about next week's case, Chief?
Well, friends, we have quite a different type of story for you next week. It's the case of the Boogie Woogie murder. I hope you'll all join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
all characters of tonight's dramatization are fictitious and in a resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Glenn Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Fola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Arthur Lawrence. And don't forget, when you think of well-groomed hair, remember Vitalis. When you think of a winning smile, remember Ipana toothpaste. Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol-Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney. Hold it. A young lady has just made a big discovery.
Yes, I'm in love, and I think George is just about perfect, even though he isn't what you'd call handsome.
Well, George's romance proves again that a clean-shaven, masculine look counts more than a handsome face. Men, rely on Ingram's rich leather for close, smooth shaves yourself. Comfortable shaves, too. Ingram helps condition your face for the razor, for cool, comfortable shaving. Enjoy cooling Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram Shaving Cream.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'll Silver! Away!
Jim Blake, a bounty hunter, rode into Mountain City with a chip on his shoulder. He reined up viciously at the hitch rail.
Oh, there. Steady.
Entered the handiest cafe and yelled at the man behind the bar.
We're getting so many laws around here, a man don't know where to turn. Set him up, barkeep.
Matter with you, Jim? You look mad enough to chew off a couple of horseshoe nails.
Yeah, I am. Why don't they let the bounty hunters know if they're going to change the laws?
I never heard of any changes.
Well, there's been some. Here's how.
Drink her down.
All the years I've hunted wolves and lions and the like for the bounty on them,
All I had to do was turn in the ears and get paid off, and now it's changed.
How's that?
Got to turn in the whole pelt now. Fine thing. A man's loaded down in no time if he has to bring in the whole hide to get his bounty. Can't tote enough to make it pay.
Well, maybe there's reason for the law.
There can't be a reason that makes good sense. If you got the ears, it's proof the critter is dead.
Maybe so.
Well, sure, it's proof. What more do they want?
Where'd you hear about the new law?
Up north of here, Sam Peters' place. He always took the bounty critters off my hands at a discount. That saved me lugging them into town. Now Sam says the ears don't count. You got to have the whole pelt.
I never heard of that ruling, but the chances are you're right.
Well, I know what Sam Peters told me.
Well, I can see why they'd make a law like that.
I'd like to know why.
It's the Webster Fur outfit.
Webster?
Sure. Webster Fur is getting so powerful they can just about tell the lawmakers what to do and count on it being done.
But what's to be gained?
Webster outfit wants furs. That's the main thing.
But the hides of wolves and the like are no good.
No. But the point is this, Jim. While you're hunting a wolf for bounty, you could just as well hunt down a critter that's got good fur. Webster'd like to discourage bounty hunting so as the hunters would spend their time in bringing in valuable fur.
For the prices the Webster outfit pays? Oh, no, not me. I'll go hungry first.
Here comes Tom Turner. He's one of the head men in the Webster outfit. Maybe he can answer your questions. Howdy, Mr. Turner.
Howdy. I thought I heard complaints from this end of the bar.
Yeah, if you mean me, you sure did. So you're one of the Webster outfit, huh?
That's right.
Just about run this town, don't you?
I? No, I don't run the town. We got Marshal John Maitland for that. Why?
I'd like to know about this new rule for the bounty hunters. Got to turn in all of the hide instead of the ears.
I suppose you come with me and I'll try to explain it. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say, but it's Jim Blake. And I've been making my living by hunting for bounty.
I see. You can make a better living hunting worthwhile animals, couldn't you? Step over this way where we can talk.
Yeah, I could make a better living in the Webster outfit and pay the right prices for furs.
Not satisfied, huh?
No.
Yeah, sit down, Blake. We won't be bothered here in this corner.
Say, the last time I heard about the Webster fur outfit, there was a gent named Sedley in charge.
Sedley went crooked.
I wonder where he got that idea.
Blake, is there a point to that remark?
Well, maybe there is, if you look for it. I've heard plenty about this Webster outfit.
Chances are that the things you heard came from the Great Western warehouse. They've been trying to compete with the Webster organization and can't do it. So the Great Western men are spreading all manner of stories about it.
No, Great Western isn't the outfit that's put through this new rule about bounty hunting.
Yeah, maybe not.
What's more, I understand Great Western aims to pay a fair price for furs from now on. Well, what's there to that?
They can't pay more than we do and stay in business. Now, why don't you hunt and just sell to us and stay in line like everybody else does?
They'll be hanged if I will.
Blake, every so often some gent like you gets the idea that he's bigger than an organization. And then he finds out that he's not. Now, you'll only waste your time trying to be independent.
When I can't be independent, I'll clear out of here.
I see.
And I aim to know more about this new law regarding bounty hunting.
Weren't you told there was a law?
Yes, but I want to...
Doesn't that satisfy you?
No. I'm going to see John Maitland and find out about it.
You suit yourself.
I always suit myself, Turner. Good evening.
Independent, huh?
You signaled for me, Turner?
You saw the man that I was talking to?
Yeah.
I'll get this butch and get it straight. He's going to find out about the new rules on bounty hunting.
He is, huh?
I've issued that rule for all the men that are scattered on the plains paying off the bounty hunters.
Sure.
There's no real law that says the whole animal has to be turned in to get paid off. But most bounty hunters accept what's told them and let it go at that. Jim Blake isn't taking it that way.
Troublemaker, huh?
He's going to question John Maitland. So you'd better do something about it.
No?
Right now. And get going. Catch him before he gets to Maitland's house. You know where to take him.
The following day, Tonto was in town. He stood watching a man tack a sign on the big side wall of the Webster warehouse.
What that sign say?
Can't you read it? Oh, you're Redskin, huh?
Me, Indian.
Well, this is a notice to everyone that's got furs to sell.
Oh.
I reckon some of your friends will be glad to hear about this.
What'd it say?
Well, Webster's going to pay a lot more for furs than they've paid in the past.
Why him do that?
Oh, I guess the Great Western outfit has been paying a little more than we have. So, we're going way ahead of them.
Hey there, you.
Well, howdy, Ma Collins.
Don't you howdy me. Tell me where you get the prices you're paying for furs on a new schedule.
You'll have to ask Mr. Webster about that.
Webster? You know doggone well he never shows up around here. As far as I know, he's just a name.
Then call on Tom Turner. He's the boss now.
You mean to say what I heard about your new prices is the truth?
There's the schedule. Just typed it up.
Why, it can't be right. Why, Thunderation, nobody can pay those prices and stay in business.
You started raising prices yourself, Ma.
I paid fair prices from the start. Great Western has always paid fair prices, and it always will as long as I run the outfit. When I'm gone and my daughter takes over, she'll pay fair prices, same as I do. But those prices are yours.
Don't talk to me about him. Talk to Tom Turner. He's the boss.
Well, by Juniper, I will. I'll do it right away. I know what the market price is, Turner, and I know you can't pay prices like those new ones and stay in business.
Nope, I reckon we can't for very long, Ma Collins. But we can pay them long enough.
Yeah, just long enough to break me. Is that it?
That's about it.
Why, you money-grabbing coyote. You wait. Wait till I tell Madge about this. There must be something we can do, Madge.
I don't know what it would be, Mom. Webster can pay whatever they want to get the furs from the trappers.
But there's new high prices.
We can't pay 'em.
Of course we can't. We'd lose money on every hide we bought.
And if we don't pay her, we won't get any furs. So, that's that. We're licked.
Yep. Webster Fur can afford to lose cash for a time, and they'll break us by doing it. After we're out of here, they can cut their price down to nothing, and the trappers and hunters will have to take it. There won't be anyone else to sell to.
I suppose there'd be no use going to John Maitland.
I don't see what good that'd do. Oh, if only Webster himself had come out here, that dirty scheming snake. If I could only see Webster himself.
Hey, Ma Collins.
Well?
I can't let you have no more furs. I got to sell to the Webster outfit now.
Well, go on, sell to him then.
Well, I'm sorry, Ma.
Forget all about the fact that Great Western paid you higher prices up till now. Go on, sell to Webster.
No, you can't blame Hank for that.
I'm sorry, Ma Collins, but we got to get the best price we can. If you want to meet the Webster's price...
No, I don't. I always paid a fair price, and I always will. But I won't lose all I got trying to compete with Webster.
Well, it's too bad, then. I reckon you won't get many more furs this season.
After dark, Tonto rode into a small, well-concealed camp in the woods, where he reported to the Lone Ranger.
Mighty unfair, the Webster outfit, Tonto. Ma Collins and her daughter have had their little trading post here for a long time.
Oh, that's right.
Webster has warehouses all over the fur country. This is only one of his offices.
Everyone sells furs to Webster now.
Yes, he's out to stop all competition. And he'll have things his own way. But, Tonto, what about Jim Blake? Did you find him? I'd like to know more about the new rule for bounty hunters.
No, me not find him.
Did you ask about him?
Me asked 2-3 fella. Him go to cafe last night.
Well, then what?
Then him get plenty mad. Him mad at Webster Fur.
But hasn't anyone seen him since?
No one see him.
Did he leave the cafe?
Him leave. Him say him go see Marshal, but Marshal not see him.
I wonder if Jim's disappearance has anything to do with the sudden raise in the Webster price of furs.
Me not know that. Wait, Kimasabi.
What is it, Tonto?
Me hear wagon close by.
Yes, I hear it, too. We'd try to take a wagon through this woods from the regular trail to town. It's so much easier. Keep down and see what we can find out.
A buckboard loaded down with the hides of animals moved slowly through the dark woods. At the edge of the woods near town, the driver reined up. A man stepped forward from the shadows.
Right on time. Anyone see you coming through the woods?
No, but it was hard going.
You're here, that's what counts. You drive straight ahead to the back of the warehouse. The boys will have the door open so you can drive right in.
Good. Climb aboard.
I made sure there was no one between here and the warehouse to spot you.
Get up there. Butch, is a man named Jim Blake, a bounty hunter, come into town?
Yeah.
That critter's going to make trouble, or my name's not Sam Peters.
He wouldn't bring me the whole of the pelt to collect the bounty.
I met up with Blake.
He said he'd be hanged if he turned in more in the ears.
It's all right. There's plenty of bounty hunters that did turn in more in the ears. They got a good load here.
Sure, but what about Blake? If he starts investigating...
He won't. I've got him where he'll be out of the way. The door's open. You can drive right in.
Good. Get up there. Anyone around, boys?
Right here. We'll close the doors behind you.
Oh, there. Oh, steady. Oh, there.
Bring out those coat, boys. The light lantern in here.
Gosh, this is sure a sizable warehouse.
Even bigger when we take over the business of the Great Western.
Hurry up now, boys. Load those wolfskins and load the wagon up with a higher price first. I'll toss them down to you. What's this? Grab him.
No, you don't. I'll fix him.
Not so fast.
Hit him. Let me at him. I didn't know there was someone hid under the pelt.
Swing him this way.
Wolf pelts, huh? We'll see.
Hit him.
I got him.
Good work, Butch. I'll get the ropes on that critter, and then we'll find out more about him. Don't hit him again, Butch. He's out cold.
Why not finish him off?
I don't need to. We'll treat him the same as we did Jim Blake and let him go together. It'll work out just right.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger was in camp, he heard a wagon. Wondering why it was being driven through the woods instead of over the much easier trail on the plains, he crept through the darkness to investigate. Finding the wagon piled high with furs, he climbed aboard and concealed himself. Sam Peters drove the load of furs through a rear door of the Webster warehouse. There, the masked man was discovered and overpowered by the odds against him.
Take him away in the corner near Jim Blake. Rope him tight and lead him there. I've got his gun.
Hey, grab a hold.
I got him. Heavy critter.
Heavy he looks.
We'll have to work fast, boys. There's several other loads coming in between now and the time we start the fire. Just leave him there and hurry back.
We will.
I don't know when he got aboard my wagon.
Probably in the woods. Yeah, this will be all right. I'm down here alongside of Jim Blake.
Is Blake conscious?
Sure, but he's gagged. I put a gag on this one, too, just to be sure he don't holler for help.
Need any help?
Nah, I can handle him alone.
Wonder who he is.
I don't know. We haven't got time to find out. Yeah, that'll do for a gag. Come on, Sam. We'll help the others unload your wagon and load it again.
Right.
The Lone Ranger recovered consciousness, only to find himself bound and gagged. But he knew that Tonto was still free and waited patiently in the darkness. The hours passed while Tom Turner, Butch, and other men unloaded and loaded many wagons, which came into the warehouse with cheap or worthless skins and left with ones that were valuable. Finally, an hour before daybreak.
There. I just managed to get the gag out of my mouth. 1 minute, and I'll see if I can get my teeth in the knot that holds yours in place. Hold still now.
This is the last load, then, Tom?
Yeah. As soon as we get this rig loaded, we're through. Open the front door so there'll be a good draft in here.
What about those fellas over there? You think we ought to...
No, won't be time for it. They're tied so they can't get out.
There. Now can you talk?
Try.
Don't make too much noise.
I can talk. I had the gag loose when they first came in, but they spotted me and put it on tight again.
You're Jim Blake.
Right.
I don't think I'll be able to do much with the ropes that holds our hands. I can't get at them.
I don't know who you are.
A friend of yours.
You must be, or you wouldn't be here like this. Do you know what Turner and Butch are doing?
Yes, they're bringing in wolf and mountain lion skins.
Yeah, and taking out the good pelts, it would bring a nice price to the men that got them.
Why are they doing that?
They're going to set fire to this place.
They are?
They're going to burn us with the rest of it. The crooks have the sleekest scheme I ever heard.
Yeah, they've raised the price on furs.
Sure. And they got a lot of them here because of it. All day yesterday, they were buying them faster than they could pile them up in here. Only they didn't pay for them yet.
When do they pay for the furs?
Well, according to the agreement, they store the furs here at the risk of the ones that sells them. And then when the furs are shipped east, they're paid for at the price agreed on.
If something happens to them while they're here, the Webster Company doesn't lose a cent.
No.
So that's the scheme. When the fire is burned out, there will be evidence that fur has been destroyed. But no one can tell what kind of fur. The owners will find the ruins of wolf skins and think their valuable furs were destroyed.
Sure, that's the scheme. That's why these critters have been demanding all of the hide from bounty hunters. That's why they're getting all those no-good pelts.
Webster must have all the men who deal with bounty hunters under his thumb.
Webster's got doggone near everyone under his thumb. He'll bust the Great Western Company before he's done.
How are they going to explain the fire?
And that's why I'm here. Everyone heard me say something about the Webster outfit when I was in the cafe. They've seen to it that there's been a lot of talk about me plotting against the Webster Company. I'll be blamed for starting the fire.
Now that I'm here?
Oh, they'll just say I had a helper. They'll spread the story that we got trapped in our own fire. No, they're slick ones, all right. The scheme they got worked out is foolproof.
All but for one thing.
What's that?
We won't burn.
Oh, what's to help us? I can't budge my hands, can you?
No, but I've got a friend on the outside.
Yeah? Then there's a chance for us to get out of here?
Yes, we can count on Tonto.
Hey, I smell smoke.
Yes, they started the fire.
I never noticed them leaving. Look, there's the flames over there.
Look to your left.
More flames. But the polecats even left the doors open so the fire would burn good. But they started fires in 2 places.
3 at least. Look toward the front. Keep your face close to the floor. Smoke isn't as bad there.
I don't have much time. This wood building will go like tinder. Look at those flames leaping up.
Keep close to the floor.
The main street of Mountain City was deserted in the gray light of dawn. The clouds of smoke from the warehouse mingled with the morning mist. But suddenly a vivid orange tongue devoured the dusk. Almost at once the town sprang to life. The first shout of fire had hardly died away when the street became crowded with townspeople and the trappers whose furs were inside the warehouse. The flames and with them the clamor of the frantic men rose to the skies. Ma Collins and her daughter Madge roused from their beds dressed in haste and ran from their home toward the scene of the excitement.
Mom, look! The Webster warehouse is on fire.
Sakes alive. Come on, Madge. Come on, we'll see it.
My furs are in there. I lose my furs. Look at that fire. Those flames are busting through the roof.
That's good break. Remember what he said?
Don't chance the fight. Never mind the bucket brigade. We can't save that building. Who started that? Who started it? How'd that fire start? Hey, Turner, what about my furs? What about the warehouse? What do Webster say about that?
Tom, we can't save it.
The furs will all be lost. I've got $500 worth of furs in there.
It serves you right, Hank. You wanted to do business with the Webster Company.
You, Ma Collins. I'm going to make you prove you didn't do this because we were busting your business.
I don't need to fight that way, Tom Turner, and you know it.
Look at her go. Flames as high as the sky.
The flames increased in fury, and the scorching heat drove the crowd back some distance. Tom Turner made believe he was very much concerned about the loss of the warehouse, but inwardly he gloated at the thought of the fortune and furs which the Webster Company could have for nothing. He whispered to Butch.
We can build a new warehouse for a tenth of what the furs will bring.
Webster will give us a nice cut on this job.
Then suddenly 2 horses broke through the crowd, an Indian on one of them.
Hey,
Mom, look at that Indian.
Hey, that redskin. Get those horses back.
all right. Let them stay here.
Don't let that Indian go in there. You can't save the
Let
fire.
me go. No, you don't. We won't let you burn to death in that fire.
All the men have lost those Indian. You're no worse off than the rest.
Let me go.
Not on your life. Sure death to go in there.
That's right. Hang on to me, Butch. Hold the Indian back.
Sure, what she said.
You let me go. That won't get you nowhere, Indian. You let me go, too. See here, you coward. Now you go fast.
Wait, Turner. Shooting him won't help. Here, give me a hand with these horses.
He's gone right into the warehouse.
He hasn't got a chance.
We're supposed to withdraw because I tried to stop him.
Those horses want to go after
It's
him.
the first time I saw horses so eager to run into a burning building.
If he does come out, I'll square with him for knocking me down.
Yeah, me too.
Poor Redskin, he likely went loco when he saw that his furs was going up in smoke.
And who wouldn't? 6 months of my hunting is in those flames.
Look, the roof is about to
Oh,
cave.
merciful goodness. Isn't there some way to get that engine out of there?
There goes the roof.
As the roof of the warehouse caved in, a twisted column of spark shot upward. The fire seemed to gather itself for one last surge of energy, a final blaze of glory to herald its own death. The flames died out. The smoke still billowed from the blackened timbers. The sun rose, blood red, but not a face was turned to the east or lifted to the sky. The crowd, now almost silent, watched the ruins.
Well, that's that. Now I guess it'll burn out slow. Roof and walls are flat. Oh, that poor redskin.
Oh, Ma, when I think of that poor Indian.
Well, I reckon we may as well go home. Nothing more to stick around here for.
Yeah, there's more men coming. They're too late to see the excitement, though.
Ma, look. That looks like the same Indian.
Madge, it can't be.
And the other one. He's mad.
Butch, look. It's the redskin and the masked man. It can't be, Tom. It can't be.
There you are, Turner. Steady, Silver. All right, boy.
Ma, it is the Indian.
But that masked man. Look how that white horse is acting.
And there's Jim Blake.
Good boy, Silver. Here's what I want.
He's got his rope.
I want you, Turner.
Wait. Let me have this rope. Help me, Butch.
He's rope me, too. Get that redskin. He's the one who started the fire.
Too thin for anyone to believe, Butch.
Which one of those two have my guns?
Now, wait.
You, Turner? Good. Here they are. Now, where's the marshal?
Oh, there he is, mister.
I saw the whole thing. How'd that redskin get out of that fire?
He went out the back way. But before he left, he cut the ropes that held Jim Blake and me. We were supposed to burn in there the same as the wolf hides did.
Wolf hide?
Marshal, you can't listen to a masked man. Make him let me out of this rope.
You get out in just a minute. Marshal, all of you men who had hides stored in there. Now, listen to me.
Go ahead.
Turner started the fire, but the good skins were taken out during the night. They were replaced by worthless hides. That's why the Webster Company could offer such high prices. They had no intention of ever paying for the skins. They were going to make everyone think they were destroyed. Well, they're not.
Where are they?
In the woods. Sam Peters is there, tied by Tonto. You'll all find your furs in the woods. Turner and Butch plan to take them away secretly.
Now they gotta pay for them.
And at the price they agreed to pay. And there's one thing more in the agreement. They've got to store those skins until the train takes them east.
Now wait, let me talk.
You'll have your chance when you come to trial for burning the warehouse.
What was you saying about storing the hides?
The agreement states that the men will not be paid for the fur until it's shipped. It also says that the Webster Company will store the furs free of charge until it is. That means, Turner, you've got to have a warehouse. It means you will have to use the only warehouse that's available.
You mean my warehouse?
Yes, Mrs. Collins.
Ma, that's right. I know he's right.
You're doggone right, he's right. By Ginger Turner, you've got to put our furs into the Great Western warehouse.
And being marshal, I might add that Ma Collins can charge any price he doggone pleases for the storing of those things.
No, she'll break us.
You're broken already, Turner. So's your partner, Butch.
But I tell you...
Jail for both of you. Webster himself don't press the charge of arson again you. Then it's because Webster's in this deal with you. Then we'll file charges of attempted murder against all of you. As for that Lone Ranger, he knew what he...
Did you say the Lone Ranger?
Sure.
John Maitland's right. It was the Lone Ranger that was here.
Where's he now?
Hey, he's going away. He and that Indian, they're moving off. Hey, Lone Ranger, wait a minute. Adios. Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
From Hollywood, California, we present Gene Hersholt in another Dr. Christian story called A Bad Case of Quarantine. Brought to you by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly for first aid, Vaseline Hair Tonic for the care of the scalp and hair, and other Vaseline specialties. Would you like to see the New York World's Fair this summer without it costing you a penny? Or would you rather see the San Francisco Fair? Well, just listen to this. 100 first-class trips to either World's Fair will be given away in one of the easiest-to-enter contests you ever heard of. Yes, a free round trip to whichever World's Fair you'd rather see, and $150 cash for spending money besides. That's first prize in this contest. And remember, there are 100 first prizes. To make doubly sure that everyone has a good chance, there are 5,000 valuable second prizes, too. So listen for the simple rules at the end of the program. Tonight's play is called A Bad Case of Quarantine. The opening scene takes place in the Robinson home on the night of the annual spring dance at the high school. And so, as the curtain rises, we find Dr. Christian, looking very handsome in his dinner clothes, talking to 9-year-old Patsy Robinson in her room.
I wish I could stay up for dinner, Dr. Christian. If you're going to be here, I'd like to come to the table.
I know you would. But I really think it's best for you to go to bed early.
I miss everything. I'll be glad when I'm grown up. Bud's going to the high school dance tonight.
So I hear.
I'll bet you didn't know he's wearing a brand new tuxedo.
Really?
Yes. It's the first time he's ever had any evening clothes. He's worse than a girl. He's been trying them on in front of the mirror for weeks.
Oh, men are vain creatures, Patsy.
He looks awful nice in them. But I won't tell him so. Mary Lee will do that.
Mary Lee?
Mary Lee Hamlin. You know her.
Oh, yes, of course. The little Hamlin girl.
Little girl? She's almost 16.
Really? I didn't realize.
Yes, she's all grown up. I know what she's going to wear tonight, too. It's black velvet with white gardenias.
Well, it sounds as they should make a very attractive couple.
They'll look swell. I think Bud's awfully good looking. The way his hair waves. He pretends to get awful mad when I say that, but I don't believe he is, really. Well, I'm glad he's going to the dance.
I'll tell you all about it when I stop in tomorrow.
Tell me about it? Are you going too?
Yes. Yes, we're giving out mid-year awards, and I'm on the Board of Education. So I'll have to get there later in the evening. But I'll report to you how everything goes.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
Now, snuggle down. Your tray will be here any minute. Oh, and there's something special on it. From me to you.
A surprise?
A surprise. To the best measles patient I ever had.
Is it chocolate ice cream?
Now, how did you guess?
'Cause I like that most in all the world. And you know it.
It's because you've been the most wonderful and good little girl about going to bed early.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. Gee, you're swell.
Good night. I'll see you tomorrow and tell you all about the dance.
Night.
Oh, here's Dr. Christian now. We're just ready to sit down.
How are you, Paul? Glad you're going to stay and have dinner with us.
Oh, Dr. Christian.
Good evening, everybody.
Dr. Christian, this is Lester Lair, Bud's cousin. He arrived this afternoon to spend a few weeks with us.
How do you do, Dr. Christian?
I'm glad to meet you, Lester. Well, you just missed the measles quarantine, didn't you?
Oh, I've had the measles.
Oh, I see. It's going to be a very formal occasion tonight. Huh?
Formal? Oh, you mean Bud's dinner clothes?
Yes. Why, you look quite a man of the world, Bud.
A fella's got to have something to hang on his frame.
You seem to have managed it very well. Where's your home, Mr. Lair?
I'm from New York.
I'm so afraid Les is going to be bored here in River's End. Bud's crowd is so much younger than
don't
his.
worry about me, Aunt Molly. I shall amuse myself.
Oh, aren't you going to the dance, too?
No. Bud asked me, but, well, it seemed a little juvenile.
Bud, what's the matter, dear? Your face is so flushed.
I don't know.
Don't you feel well?
Oh, I don't feel so good. My eyes are all watery. Maybe I got a cold coming on. You think so, Dr. Christian?
Come over here to the light and let me look at you.
Oh, no, please, Dr. Christian. I'll be all right. Honest, I will. I just got to go to the dance.
Come on, boy. Let's look at your mouth. Now at your throat. Say ah.
Ah.
Well, let me look at your forehead.
But, Dr. Christian...
Just what I was afraid of.
What is it, Dr. Christian?
It's...
I know. You needn't say it. It's that darn kid. It's Patsy. She's giving me the measles.
I'm afraid she has, Bud.
Measles? Then, Bud, you go right straight to bed.
Bed? I've got to go to the dance.
You'll go to no dance tonight, young man.
But I've got to. I promised Marilee. She's got a new dress and my flowers and everything. I've got to go.
You can't do it, boy.
But I feel all right.
You don't, but that wouldn't help, even if you did. Measles are contagious. You are under quarantine.
Well, what am I going to do, Marilee?
Say, who is this Marilee number?
Why, she's Marilee Hamlin, the girl that Bud goes with.
Pretty?
Oh, she's very pretty.
Good dancer?
Why, well, I wouldn't know. Is she a good dancer, Bud?
She'll get by.
I won't get stuck with her, will I?
You?
Oh, yes, I thought I might take her to the dance in your place. I've had the measles. I can go and stay at a hotel or somewhere while you're in quarantine.
Well, now, Les, that's awfully nice of you.
Yeah, just Ducky.
Perhaps that would be a solution.
He doesn't need a bother.
You mean you'd rather have this girl stay at home, son?
Well, she's my girl.
Don't worry, I'm not going to steal her. Just a favor to a cousin.
Well, I think it's really a very nice solution.
Well, where does she live?
Well, I'll give you the address, and I'll call up her mother and explain everything. Now, you needn't worry a bit, Bud.
Oh, no. What'll she think of me?
Well, when she knows that you have the measles, she won't expect
Measles? Of all the fool kid diseases. Mother, can't you tell her I've got something else?
Well, I don't see how very well,
Run along, youngster. I'm taking over as soon as I finish dinner.
Oh, gee, Dr. Christian, couldn't I?
I'm afraid not, Bud.
Now, you go to bed right away, Bud. I'll fix you some nice milk toast.
Yes, I'll go to bed eventually. Right now I'm going in and tell Patsy Robinson exactly what I think of her. Of all the dirty tricks. To give the measles to a grown man.
Dr. Christian, I'm so glad you've come. The committee's been looking for you to make the awards. I'll get all the certificates for you.
Thank you, Judy. Well, quite a crowd we have here tonight.
Oh, you know how the high school dances are. The boys and girls take them so seriously. I'll wager there isn't a girl in high school who didn't get a new dress for this. And have you noticed the tuxedos?
Popping up like dandelions in the spring, aren't they?
The boys look nice in them, though.
I suppose nothing in the world makes a boy feel more important than his first dinner coat.
No.
Oh, and I see that we have one young gentleman in white tie and tails.
Oh, that isn't one of our boys. He's Bud Robinson's cousin. Bud couldn't come.
Yes, I know. I met the young man earlier in the evening.
He's completely turned Marilee Hamlin's head. They've been dancing together all evening.
So? Oh, I thought Marilee was Bud's girl.
Oh, you know how fickle girls are at that age. Here they come now. Oh, will you stay right here, Dr. Christian? I'll get the awards and be right back.
All right.
Hello, Dr. Christian.
Good evening, Dr. Christian.
Hello, Marilee. I see you're taking good care of this young lady, Les.
The very best.
Oh, he's been wonderful. He's marvelous to dance with.
And how did you leave your patient, Dr. Christian?
Patsy? Oh, she was asleep long ago.
Well, I didn't mean Patsy. I meant Bud.
Wasn't it just too quaint of Bud to get the measles? The poor darling.
Well, you can't exactly blame him for it.
Oh, I suppose not. But it sounds so silly.
Of course, it's always better if a fellow gets over those childhood diseases before he starts to go around.
Well, now, I don't think there's anything so disgraceful about getting the measles.
Oh, of course not. Bud's an awfully nice child, Dr. Christian.
I see.
Only, well, I don't know what I would have done if it hadn't been for Les. Everybody in town had asked a girl to a dance weeks ago. I'd have just had to stay home, I guess.
Well, Les was right here, ready for the rescue. Come on, Marilee, I'll show you another new step. Marilee's a wonderful dancer, Dr. Christian.
Oh, Les.
It's too bad to take advantage of an invalid, Dr. Christian, but you'd better warn your patient that I'm stealing his girl.
Miss Judy, is Dr. Christian in?
Oh, he's just getting ready to leave, Patsy. But I'm sure he'll see you. How are the measles?
They're all gone. And the man from the Board of Health came today and took the sign off the house.
Oh, good.
But Mother won't let either of us go back to school till Dr. Christian sees us.
Well, then you'd better get in there in a hurry and let him look at you. Here's a patient who wants to be discharged, Dr. Christian.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Glad to see you. Sit down.
Hello, Dr. Christian. Mother wants you
Yes,
to...
I know. I talked to her on the phone. Patsy doesn't look much like an invalid, does she, Judy?
I should say not. How do you feel, dear?
I feel all right, but measles are awful tiresome.
Well, they're all over with now. Shall I put these things in your bag, Dr. Christian?
Yes, please, Judy, and also the list of calls.
All right. I'll see you later, Patsy.
Bud's coming down to see you, too, after a while.
Well, you seem to be fine, Patsy. I think you can start back to school on Monday. Will you like that?
I will. Bud doesn't want to go back.
No, why not?
He's mad at Mary Lee.
Oh, he is? Why?
Because she's been untrue to him. That's why. Dr. Christian, Mary Lee was Bud's girl. Do you think it was fair for her to start going around with Les the minute Bud's measles came on? Just as if she didn't care about Bud at all.
Well, now, that's pretty difficult to answer, Patsy. Maybe a little of it was Lester's fault.
It was probably all his fault, but that doesn't make it any better. It's a mean trick. Dr. Christian, do you know why Les is visiting us?
I know.
It's because he got put out of college. He flunked and he came out here to my dad because his folks were in Europe. Dad's trying to fix it up, but nobody knows how long it's going to take. Dr. Christian?
Yes, Patsy?
When Bud sees everybody today and finds out how things really are, he's going to feel terrible.
Well, now, dear,
Oh, Dr. Christian, he is. I know he is. He had an awful case on Mary Lee. He's got her class ring and a picture of her up in his room. And he sleeps with them under his pillow. I found them once when I had to help make the beds and...
Patsy, I think you're taking this all too seriously. After all, Les will only be here a little while longer, and, well, did you ever hear of a thing called propinquity?
Propinquity? What is it, Dr. Christian?
It's being thrown together. Oh, it's responsible for more romances than you'd ever believe.
But what's it got to do with Bud?
Oh, Mary Lee may be temporarily interested in Les, but let him go back home, and in a couple of weeks, why, she'll forget she ever knew him.
Maybe, but he's still here in River's End. He's been at the hotel, but he's coming back to our house today. If I could only get rid of him. You see, Dr. Christian, Bud blames me for everything. He won't hardly speak to me anymore. He says it's all my fault that I gave him the measles.
Why, Patsy, darling, don't cry about it. Now, dear, it isn't such a tragedy as all this.
Maybe it isn't, but Bud's so swell. And he looks so grand in that tux. And I didn't mean to give him the measles.
Of course you didn't. There now. All right again? Oh, let me see you smile. That's the girl. Patsy, I've got to go now. There's an epidemic of mumps down the Primrose Street district. I've got several cases to see before dark. Now, promise me you won't worry any more, and you tell your mother that I said you were fine.
All right. Dr. Christian, where did you say the mumps cases were?
Primrose Street.
We're on Primrose Street. Not down by the Baileys.
Yes, right there. All the Bailey children have got them. I reported the cases today.
Dr. Christian, are mumps catching?
Oh, yes. Very catching.
And do you have to be quarantined with them, too?
Oh, indeed you do. Until all the symptoms are gone.
Oh. Well, I'll go now. And thank you, Dr. Christian, for everything.
Hello, Bud. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right. I was just on my way down to your office.
Yeah, Patsy told me you were coming. Oh, jump in and I'll take you back with me. I've just finished my calls.
Thanks.
Patsy says the sign is off the house, so I can send you both back to school Monday.
Yeah?
I suppose you saw all your crowd today?
Yeah, I saw him all right.
Oh, it must be your relief to be out again, huh?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, you don't sound very enthusiastic. I thought with the basketball season just underway, you'd be raring to go.
Well, I'm not so sure I'll go out for basketball.
Not go out for it? Well, now, how will we beat Central without you?
Well, there are plenty of others just as good.
Why, Bud, you were always so enthusiastic.
Yeah, I know. I used to go in for a lot of kid stuff.
Kid stuff?
Yeah. Athletics, school spirit, and getting all excited over things. Falling for people.
But...
Oh, I'm past all that now.
Past it?
Yeah. You see, while I was sick, a lot of things happened. I just found out about them today. Gee, I must have been an awful sap.
Bud, what's come over you?
Nothing's come over me. I've just grown up. I found out what kind of a world it really is.
Bud...
I used to think blood was thicker than water. I used to think you could trust a woman. That when a girl gave you her class ring to wear, it meant something. Well, I know better now.
Oh, but things aren't really as bad as old Dad.
Oh, don't think I'm going to let it spoil my life, Dr. Christian. I'll still wear my tuxedo and go out to parties. You know, maybe Dad's going to let me drive the Roadster. And there'll be plenty of girls who'll be glad to go out in that, I'll bet. You'll probably be the only one in town who'll know things aren't the same.
Oh, I certainly shall respect your secret, Bud, but...
Well, probably I'm weak saying all these things to you. A man's got to talk to somebody, and... you're a doctor. You understand about life. Oh, I'll get over it, I know. I'm over it right now. But it's a pretty terrible thing when a man's betrayed by his girl and his own cousin, just because he's got the measles.
We pause now for a brief intermission in our Dr. Christian program called A Bad Case of Quarantine. Do you know that you stand just as good an opportunity as anyone else to win a free trip to the New York World's Fair or to the one in San Francisco just by telling why you want to go? Yes, and $150 in spending money besides. Or instead of the trip, $250 in cash. There will be 100 such prizes in a new contest which will be explained at the end of this program. And even if you miss out on the first prizes, you still have a swell chance to be one of the 5,000 lucky second prize winners. Don't miss this chance to win a free round trip to the World's Fair. The curtain is rising now on Act 2 of our Dr. Christian drama, A Bad Case of Quarantine, starring Jean Hersholt in the role of the good doctor of River's End. Dr. Christian has been called to the Robinson home because little Patsy is sick again.
Really, it's just too much. Here they both are just over the measles, only back in school a couple of weeks, and now Patsy's sick again. What is it, Dr. Christian?
I'm not just sure, Mrs. Robinson. Suppose you go out in the other room for a moment and let me talk to Patsy alone.
Of course, if you want me to. Are you all right, Patsy, dear?
Yes, Mommy.
I'll go in and see if Lester wants anything. You'll see him just as soon as you finish with Patsy, won't you, Dr. Christian? The poor boy is feeling miserable.
Yes, I'll see Lester in just a few moments. Well, Patsy?
Yes, Dr. Christian.
Don't you think you'd better tell me all about it?
About how I feel? I did. My head aches a little, and it hurts when I swallow.
You wouldn't have any idea what's the matter, would you?
Maybe I'm getting a sore throat.
Maybe you are. Maybe those lumps which are beginning to swell up under your ears are marbles. But I don't think so.
Why, Dr. Christian, you don't think I'm going to have the mumps?
If you're not, I'd better stop trying to practice medicine. Patsy, how did you get them?
The mumps? Well, you said yourself there was an epidemic.
Yes. You haven't been near Primrose Street, have you?
Primrose Street? You mean?
I mean Primrose Street, Patsy.
Well, only for a minute. I just stopped by, just a littlest while, to take a book to Sue Bailey.
I see. Well, that wasn't by any chance the same day you came to my office, was it, Patsy?
Why, yes. I believe it was, Dr. Christian.
But I told you Sue was quarantined.
I only went in just a minute. Mrs. Bailey came and sent me right home.
Oh, I guess a minute was long enough. Well, is that all you want to tell me?
I guess I'll have to stay home from school again, I guess.
Yes, and I suppose we'll have to watch Bud.
Oh, Bud won't have them.
What?
I haven't been near him since. Oh, Dr. Christian, don't keep Bud in. That'll spoil the whole thing.
Patsy, what do you mean?
Well, if Bud's shut in too...
Too? Then you have reason to suspect that Les is going to have the mumps?
Well, if he isn't, I've kissed him goodnight every night for 2 weeks for nothing.
I can't stay but a minute. I just came to tell you that Les is sick in bed and can't take you to the movies tonight. Mother thought I'd better explain.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know. Dr. Christian's over there now. Patsy's sick, too.
Again? The poor kid.
Yeah. Well, I guess I better be going.
Oh, don't go. Come on in and sit by the fire. I've hardly seen you
Since I got over the measles. Is that what you mean?
Well, yes.
Well, you seem to have been busy enough. I suppose going around with a college boy makes us high school fellas seem pretty flat.
Well, of course, boys in college are more sophisticated.
They show us up, all right.
Mother doesn't like me to go with boys in college. She says they're too old for me.
Well, she let you go around with Les all the time.
Well, that's because you were sick.
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason I went with him myself.
Yeah, I'll bet.
It was. I thought you'd rather have me going around with your own cousin than anybody else.
Honest?
Of course. I really have missed you a lot, Bud. And I haven't had a passing grade in algebra since you got sick.
Oh, what's the matter? Isn't the boy Wonder good in algebra?
No, but he is a marvelous dancer, Bud.
Yeah, so they tell me.
How much longer is he going to be here?
A couple more weeks, I guess.
Oh.
You promised you'd go to the basketball dance with him, didn't you? Well, I guess I might as well be going.
Oh, listen, there's somebody in the hall.
Is Bud Robinson here, Mrs. Hamlin?
Oh, it's Dr.
Yes, he
Christian.
is, Dr. Christian. I'll call him.
Oh, here he is now. How do you do, Dr. Christian?
Hello, Dr. Christian.
Oh, hello, Bud. Your mother told me I'd find you here. I've got some news for you.
Bad news?
Well, nothing desperate. But your mother has her hands full with all these invalids.
Invalids?
Yes, so I suggested that you come down and stay with me. You don't want to run a chance of missing school.
But who's sick?
Patsy and...
Anybody else?
Patsy and Lester.
Lester? What's he got?
He's got the mumps.
The mumps? Jiminy Christmas!
I bet he looks a sight.
Well, we thought it'd be better to keep you away, Bud. So your mother is going to send your things down to my house.
Going to do no such thing. Now, there's no earthly reason for going all the way down there when he's almost next door to the school. Bud's going to stay right here.
Stay here?
He can have Jack's room. It's never used while Jack's away at college, and I'll look after him just like his mother would.
That's very nice of you, Mrs. Hamlin. I'm sure Mrs. Robinson will appreciate it. How about it, Bud?
Well, thank you very much for asking me, Dr. Christian, but if Mrs. Hamlin really wants me and Marilee doesn't mind...
I think it'd be marvelous. You can do all my algebra for me.
Well, I'll try. But after all the college competition I've been having,
Oh, Marilee is much too intelligent to be dazzled by a mere college man, Bud. After all, even college men went to high school once.
I like high school boys best anyhow. They're not so conceited.
Do you really mean that?
Yes. Les will have to be in quarantine quite a while, won't he?
I'm afraid so.
Till after the basketball dance?
Yes, till after the basketball dance, Marilee.
Never mind, Marilee. I'll take you to the dance. I'm always glad to return a favor. Les did as much for me.
Bud is going to be the star of the team this year. If he stays here, you'll have to see that he goes to practice every day.
I'll make him go. I'll go over every afternoon myself and watch.
Will you, honest?
Of course.
And you won't mind going to the dance with me?
Of course I won't, Bud. I'll love it.
I'll be running along now. Goodbye, Marilee. Goodbye, Mrs. Hamlin.
Goodbye, Dr. Christian.
Goodbye.
Dr. Christian, how long will Les have to stay in quarantine?
Well, let's see. Until about the 28th, I think, Bud.
28? He's going to leave on the 29th. Dad said so today. Well, that sure helped.
I don't see why you should feel that way, Bud. Mary Lee seems to think you're the only boy in town.
Oh, sure. I always knew Les couldn't cut in on me, really. Only, well, you know how women are, Dr. Christian.
Don't let yourself become cynical, Bud.
I won't. Well, everything's all right again, thank goodness.
Better say thank Patsy.
Patsy? You mean... Dr. Christian, did Patsy know she was going to have the mumps?
What makes you ask that, Bud?
Oh, because she acted awful funny. She hasn't let anybody come near her lately except Les. Do you mean she... gee.
Patsy felt very badly because she gave you the measles. She cares a great deal about her big brother, Bud.
Enough to... Well, gee, can you imagine that? Hey, what can you do for a kid like that?
I'd suggest that you walk down with me as far as Davis' drugstore and place an order.
An order for what?
Well, there's nothing so soothing to mumps as a big dish of chocolate ice cream.
And the curtain descends on another Dr. Christian drama. Gene Hersholt, our star, and the others of the cast will be here to greet you in person in just a moment. You want to win a first-class round trip to the World's Fair, either New York or San Francisco, and $150 in spending money besides, or instead of the trip, $250 in cash? Then listen closely to these simple rules. First, make up your mind which World's Fair you want to see, and write a letter beginning as follows. I want to see the World's Fair because... and finish it in 50 words or less. Second, get a carton or wrapper or a tracing of the label from any item which bears the trademark Vaseline, such as Vaseline Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, or any one of the Vaseline products, or one from any Colgate-Palmolive toiletry. Enclose it with your letter and mail to Vaseline Products, 17 State Street, New York City. Did you get that address? 17 State Street, New York City. For your convenience, entry blanks giving full details are available at your druggist's or by mail. But your entry on plain paper is perfectly satisfactory. You can enter this contest as many times as you wish, but be sure your entries are in by midnight, May 15th, when the contest closes. Now, think of all the reasons why you want to see a World's Fair this year. Boil your answer down to 50 words and mail your first entry tomorrow. In tonight's play, A Bad Case of Quarantine, you heard several of Hollywood's talented youngsters. Lester J. in the role of Bud, Velma Patsy Berg in the role of Patsy, Richard Quine in the role of Lester Lair, and Lucy Gilman as Marilee Hamlin, and Myra Marsh, Captain William Royal, and Inez Seabury. Rosemary DeCamp was Judy Price, as usual, and Gene Hersholt, our star, played his customary role of Dr. Christian. What sort of play have you selected for next week, Dr. Christian?
Well, I'm not going to tell you anything about next week's play, except to say that its title is Little Sweetheart. It's different from any of the stories we presented in the past, but if you have a spark of romance in you, I know you'll enjoy it very much. Until next Tuesday evening, then, I'll say good night.
Don't fail to hear our Dr. Christian drama next Tuesday evening at this same hour. It is called Little Sweetheart and stars Gene Hersholt as Dr. Christian with Gloria Holden in the supporting role. The makers of Vaseline products, Mr. Hersholt and the other artists on our Dr. Christian program, extend greetings to the Campfire Girls and congratulations on their 27th anniversary, which they're celebrating this week. This is Arthur Gilmore bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor. My neighbor, my gentlemen, to increase the output of foodstuffs, our government is urging private citizens to take up farming. Having bought himself a farm in Connecticut, we now bring you that great agriculturist who supplies you with corn every Wednesday night, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you, Harry Bonzell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Harry, I've fallen in love with my farm. I never knew what it was, the joys of nature. Think of it, Harry. Harry, think of it.
Yes?
2 weeks ago, I took a little seed. I planted it in the earth, covered it up, tucked it in, nursed it day and night. And this morning at 3 a.m.,
yes,
I became the proud father of a 2-pound cabbage. Have a cigar.
Thank you, Eddie, and congratulations.
That's all right.
Now, what else have you accomplished on the farm?
Well, Harry, I've gone in for time-saving devices. For instance, I built the hen's nest 10 feet above the kitchen stove. And now I never have to wait for breakfast. You see, at 5 a.m., the alarm clock rings, the rooster crows, the hen wakes up and lays an egg right in the frying pan. Harry, it's beautiful. Look, the whole thing works like this.
I must admit that is amazing.
Yeah.
Now, tell me this, does the hen ever miss the pan?
Does she? Where do you think I got this egg shampoo? You know, Harry, I feel sorry for that hen. She overworked herself something awful yesterday. And now, Harry, my hen is in the poultry hospital.
Oh, Eddie, in the poultry hospital? Why, what happened?
Well, there was a big fat rooster in the chicken coop, see?
Yes.
And my poor hen wanted to make an impression on him.
Oh, well, what did she do?
She flew 20 feet in the air and tried to lay enough eggs to spell out Pepsi-Cola.
No.
Yeah, she wrote Pepsi-Cola all right. But like a big show-off, she had to go back and try to dot the I's. The poor hen was so exhausted she collapsed and fell into a 6-foot ditch. I climbed down into it to pick her up and, oh, Harry, it was so embarrassing when I tried to crawl out.
Why, Eddie?
As soon as I stuck my head out of the ditch, a little kid pointed at me and yelled to his mother, "Look, Ma, it's Groundhog Day."
Well, now, listen here, Eddie. That farm work, I'm afraid, is too strenuous for you. You ought to give it up.
Give it up, but why?
Well, why? You just don't look healthy enough to be a farmer.
What makes you say that?
Well, I heard that every time you dig a hole in the ground, somebody tries to lower you into it.
Yep. Now, don't laugh, Harry. You'd be doing a wise thing if you bought a farm, believe me.
Oh, Eddie, how could I buy a farm? I've only got $500.
It's a deal. It's a deal. I'm selling you half interest of mine. Congratulations, partner. My buddy. Oh, you're a partner.
I don't. Wait a minute, Eddie. I think...
Pardon me, Harry. Is that the phone? Hello? Eddie Cantor speaking.
Mr. Cantor, I'm calling from your farm.
What's up?
The cow's in the meadow, the sheep's in the corn.
Who is this?
Little Boy Blue.
Now, Eddie, look here a minute.
Don't get excited, Harry. I tell you, we're going to make a lot of money.
Oh.
Why, right now I'm growing 12 acres of expensive Chinese rice. Think of that. In China, rice is their second favorite in the planting season.
Yeah, well, second favorite? What do they like to plant more than rice?
Japs.
Oh.
Now, do me a favor and stop worrying, Harry. We're not only going to make money for ourselves, but also for the Army. You see, we've got a lot of high-class neighbors up in Connecticut, so I'm going to put on an opera in our barn and give the proceeds to the USO.
The USO?
Yeah. I'm going out right now and tell my agent to get the biggest opera stars available, and I'll pay them out of my own pocket.
Oh, well, say, that's very generous of you, Eddie. How much are you willing to pay?
Anything up to your $500.
Yeah, well, that's very generous of me. To save up that $500, I've had to work for that pop-eyed penny pincher since 1937. Oh, well, easy come, easy go. Anyway, it's for the Army. I wish we could get a big world-famous opera star like John Charles Thomas. And $500 isn't much to offer a guy like him. Maybe if I threw in 2 lumps of sugar. 2 lumps of sugar and the farm and my piggy bank and Cantor. No, I guess not. Maybe a big shot like John Charles Thomas would be impressed if I went up to him sort of dignified-like and said, "How do you do, sir? I'm Harry Von Zell."
How do you do? I'm John Charles Thomas.
Well, how do you... Huh?
Mr. Von Zell, I heard about Cantor putting on a show for the USO, and I'm here to rehearse my song. If you'll be good enough to introduce me to your conductor...
oh, yes, of course. Cookie Fairchild, come here. Cookie, this is John Charles Thomas.
John Charles Thomas. Do you mind if I call you Sam?
I wouldn't mind it at all, Gertrude.
Gee, thanks. You know, Sam, you don't look like an opera singer.
Well, appearances are often deceiving. For instance, you don't look like a jerk.
But I am.
Never mind this now, Cookie. You get up there on the stand. Mr. Thomas wants you to play his accompaniment for him. His music is right here.
Oh, this is a great honor, Mr. Thomas. There's one thing I must know before we get into your number.
What's this?
When you reach a high note, do you want me to play loud and drown you out like I do for Mr. Cantor?
No, you go ahead, Cookie. Ladies and gentlemen, John Charles Thomas singing Albert Haymalot's Song of the Road.
Listen to the tramp, tramp, tramp of millions of feet. On every high road, by road and city street. Like an endless cavalcade, they come and they go. Over the hills and into the vales below. The long, long road is calling me. Misfortune has set me free. I'm on the road to anywhere. Let me travel on. With no more load and no more care, just a vagabond. I let the blue sky above me cover my head. Why do I want a feather bed? I'm on the road to anywhere. Let me travel on. Hello, hobo. Hi, boy. Here am I, wandering to. Let me travel and sing my song of the road, the long, long road, my song. The road.
Hold on to him. Don't let him get away. Head him off.
Head who off? What's he done? What is it?
Go on, grab him while I get his autograph.
Look, I just came in from making a few phone calls. I don't know who you're talking about. Who was it?
I don't know. Skip it. Hey, you sign my book, will you?
Second Fiddle Cantor. That's me. Here you are.
Oh, are you Eddie Cantor? I thought you were Uncle Don.
Yeah. Oh, you did you?
Yeah, I don't know anybody around here except Harry Von Zell.
And how do you happen to know Harry Von Zell?
My father told me about him.
Yeah?
Pop says he's the only one in this program who talks sensible.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Harry, will you sign this autograph book?
Yes.
And leave our friends with a sensible thought for their memory books?
Yes, I'll be glad to, Eddie. There you are, son.
Gee, thanks.
And ladies and gentlemen, will you remember this very brief but very helpful thought? When you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and under the weather because you need a laxative, take Sal Hepatica right away before breakfast. because Sal Hepatica brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour. Now that's important, for it means you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning, so you don't risk going through the whole day feeling miserable. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has another advantage, too. It also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again. So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tomorrow, and whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. What, Eddie?
Harry, while I was out, I engaged a wonderful singer for my opera company, Enrico Garibaldi. He's marvelous.
Well, Eddie,
He's the most
Eddie,
sensational...
Wait. This is John Charles Thomas.
Don't interrupt me. I'm trying to find an opera singer.
Wait a minute.
But you don't understand. This Garibaldi is terrific. He's dynamite. He's sensational.
Well, how much are you paying this... What's his name?
$12 a week, and he's also doing my laundry. Look at Harry. I want to tell you, this man...
Listen, John Charles Thomas here wants to work for you. He's a real opera singer.
Is that so?
Yes.
Maybe we can make a deal, Mr. Thomas. But since I've never heard of you, I can only give you $10.
I have heard of you. I only expected $5.
Now, Mr. Thomas, I hope you understand that I can only give you a small part. You see, for the big roles, I can get some famous people. See, I happen to know every important opera star in the business, you know.
Then perhaps you'd like to hire a chap like say, Lawrence Tibbett.
Oh, Lawrence Tibbett.
Everybody on Broadway knows Lawrence Tibbett.
Oh, of course, Lawrence Tibbett. Oh, sure. He was in Hellzapoppen, wasn't he?
His last appearance was with Lily Pons.
Who?
Lily Pons.
Who's he?
Eddie, listen, are you sure you know enough about opera to put on your own show?
He wants to know, too. I know. Of course I know. And what's more, I'll put on every opera except the Barber of Seville.
Why? Is there a shortage of singers?
No, a shortage of razor blades.
Eddie, maybe we ought to call the whole thing off.
What? And lose your big chance? Don't be silly, kid. I'm trying to give you a break, boy, see? Appearing in my opera company might even get you a break in pictures.
Oh, I don't think I belong in pictures.
Oh, don't be silly, John. You could be to the movies what I am to radio.
I wouldn't take that from anybody.
I'm serious, John. What has Nelson Eddy got that you haven't got?
Curls.
Look, he even made me laugh. Look, I can get you in pictures with just your voice. Just hit a high note. Hit one high note. Perhaps that'll impress those movie scouts out there. Very well. The phone. Hello? What? His name is John Charles Thomas. Start work in the morning? I'll tell him. Goodbye, John, stop singing. Stop singing. Guess what happened?
What happened? You mean they want me in pictures?
No, LaGuardia wants to use you as an air raid siren.
That's not as silly as it sounds. Right now, I happen to be one of the air wardens at the Metropolitan Opera House.
You, an air raid warden? Opera singers would be lost in an air raid drill. Whenever there's an emergency, they spend a half an hour just singing about it.
What do you mean?
I'll show you. Just suppose there's an emergency blackout at the Metropolitan Opera House. The siren has just blown. The warden rushes up the stairs to warn the singers. Racing against time, he frantically knocks on the door.
Hark! Methinks there's someone knocking at the door.
Do not be alarmed, my dear. I fear 'tis something else you hear, for it could be the wind and shutters. It could be the shade that flutters. It could be the lightning's roar. It could be the creaking for the lapping waves upon the shore. Not the knocking at our door.
It may be the shutters, the shade that flutters, the creak of the floor, the lightning's roar, but still I fear.
What, my dear?
Someone is knocking at our door.
The door, the door, the door, door, the 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 door, knocking at the door. Someone's
Someone's knocking at the door. E-I-E-I-O. Oh, someone's knocking at the door. E-I-E-I-O. Tell us, who is knocking at our door? It's me, the air raid warden. Please forgive my urgency, but this fa-la-la is an emergency. The warden's in a hurry, and his voice is fraught with worry, so perhaps we'd better scurry to the door, to the door.
The warden's in a hurry, and his voice is fraught with worry, so perhaps we'd better scurry to the door, to the door, to the door, to the door.
Why, Mr. Jones, I thought your son was air raid warden on this floor.
Not anymore. While he was waiting for you to open the door, the kid was drafted. We shouldn't have kept you so long, Mr. Warden. No, tell us what is wrong, Mr. Warden. Oh, there's a blackout going on. E-I-E-I-O. Yes, there's a blackout going on. E-I-E-I-O. A light on here, light on there. Here a light, there a light, everywhere a light, light. There's a blackout going on. Oh, ho, so all lights must go off. No. Front and the back out. No. This is the blackout. Well, if we obey your command, if here in darkness we stand, will you, dear sir? Yes? Will you, dear sir? Yes? If here in darkness we stand, will you hold my hand? John Charles Thomas, oh John Charles Thomas, will hold your more money.
Oh, Mr. Thomas, if you're really serious, I'll hold your hand. If Mr. Cantor will hold my handbag.
Why are you so careful of that bag, Dinah Shaw?
Because I have something very valuable in it, Mr. Cantor.
Jewelry?
No, an empty toothpaste tube.
Well, say, you're right at that, Dinah. From what I read in the papers this morning, empty tubes are more important to us and to the government right now than ever before.
Oh, Master.
What is it, Cookie?
I'm all mixed up on this tin tube business.
Well, Cookie, if you'll just pull yourself together, I'll elucidate.
Oh, don't go to all that trouble, Master. Just explain it to me.
Yeah, all right. I'll try. You see, for some time on this program, we've been pointing out that there is a drastic tin shortage in this country, that America needs tin. And we've been asking everyone to help meet that shortage by saving all their empty toothpaste and shave cream tubes and taking them to the tin salvage station at the drugstores. Is that clear so far?
Yes.
Yeah, well, up to today, that saving of tin tubes was purely voluntary, but now it's required. Last night, the War Production Board issued this order. Beginning today, when anyone goes into a store to buy a tube of toothpaste or shaving cream, they must bring an empty tube in with them, or they can't get a new one.
The same kind of tube?
No, any kind of tube so long as it's a metal one. So you see, the retail store is still the tin salvage depot, but this time it's required.
This isn't an April Fool, is it, Harry?
No, sirree, Cookie. This is straight from the government. And ladies and gentlemen, just as we've been urging you in the past to save those tubes, we're urging you now to cooperate. Oh, it may be a little bothersome at first to always remember to take tubes to the store when you want to buy toothpaste or shaving cream. That's only human. And if you do forget, don't get mad at your druggist because he won't sell you what you want. This is a government order. Just remember, the more tin your government gets from you, the more successful this war effort is going to be. So when you buy a new tube of toothpaste or shaving cream, don't forget to take a used metal tube along for exchange, because you're helping your government to help you.
lovely Dinah Shore singing one of the year's top tunes, How About You?
I like New York and you. How about you? I like a Gershwin too. How about you? I like a fireside when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight and motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill. And Franklin Roosevelt's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill. And Franklin Roosevelt's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it, we like it too. How about you?
Oh, say, Harry Von Zell, where is John Charles Thomas?
Here I am, Eddie. What's up?
I just got a wire from Enrico Tobias Garibaldi. He has offered to sing an entire opera on my program for $2.
$2? Say, Eddie, any opera singer who would work that cheap is an untalented, incompetent fool and a stupid, lame-brained idiot.
How do you do?
Mad Russian. Russian?
Yes,
Russian, I want you. Russian, I want you.
Yes,
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I want you to say hello to John Charles Thomas.
Hello, John. Hello, Charles. Hello, Thomas. Pull up a couple of chairs and sit down.
Thank you. You know, Russian, you look familiar. Haven't I seen your face somewhere in a photo finish?
Now, don't be insulting, John.
This man is obviously an imposter. Russian, you dare call yourself an opera singer? And you're getting paid $2 for this broadcast?
Jealous, huh?
Mr. Thomas means that you're working perhaps a little too cheap, eh?
Those are my prices. Yeah? Why, for only $1.50, I'll sing the entire score from that romantic opera, The Flight of the Boiled Potato.
What?
Why, Russian, there is no opera called The Flight of the Boiled Potato.
For a $50 extra, I'll write it.
Oh, stop it, Russian.
Russian, one must work hard to succeed in opera. You've no idea of the difficulties I encountered. It took me 15 years to reach the Metropolitan Opera House.
Stuck in traffic, eh?
Oh, you don't realize the honor of belonging to the Metropolitan.
But I do.
You do.
7 years I was on the payroll of the Moscow Met.
The Moscow Met.
I was getting a good salary every week until I made the greatest mistake of my singing career.
What did you do?
I sang.
Continue, Russian. What happened after your Moscow debut?
They honored me with a dinner. All the greatest musicians were there. Bach, Beethoven, Mozart.
Wait a minute. Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart are dead.
No wonder they didn't need so much.
Oh, stop pretending, Russian. You never had any musical education?
Don't say that. To prove that my musical education is not in vain, yes? I will show you what I have accomplished in my 11 years of intensive study.
Yes.
Maestro, mine introduction, please. Do, re, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
What is that?
Do, re, fa, so.
Wait a minute, Russian. What happened to me? What happened to me?
What happened to you shouldn't happen to our dog.
Will you stop that? Please, Russian, let me hear it complete. Give me the whole scale.
Very well, very well. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, ti.
Wait, will you give me your dough?
What is this, a stick-up?
No! Russian, the trouble with your voice is that you don't practice enough. Tell me, did you ever sing in the bathtub?
Ha ha, silly boy. Who's got a bathtub?
You have, Russian. It's that big tub you have in your apartment.
You leave my wife out of this.
Oh, you might as well give up.
Oh, Russian, I'm convinced you know nothing about the opera. But I'm going to help you.
Thank you.
Tomorrow night, I'm going to take you to see the Mikado.
The what?
The Mikado. Mikado. Look, Russian.
Yes?
What do they call the head man in Japan? Who is the man that all the Japanese fear?
General MacArthur.
Say, Eddie, about this opera you're putting on, how are you going to raise the money for the production costs?
Listen, I've got a farm and I can raise anything. I've grown a lot of vegetables and I've got a great way to sell them.
How?
I put a big sign over my farm and it says, potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper, now the time to fall in love. Why, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker gave their price a downward shove. Grab yourself someone to fry your eggs and bacon. She can live just like a queen on what you're making. You'll find in sunshine and trouble, you're better off double. Now's the time to fall in love. I know potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Down on Eddie Cantor's farm. Fresh greens give you vigor, string beans make you bigger, carrots give your figure charm. After spinach, you're a miniature gin tonic. Every mussel sprout from Brussels sprouts and honey. Why, with my cauliflower, you'll out-type power. Down on Eddie Cantor's farm. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've been awfully nice. I want to ask you to join us again next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we have as our special guest that very glamorous star of stage, screen, and radio, Miss... And believe me, you don't often hear her on the air, do you? Meantime, don't forget the two products that make these Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way.
From New York to California, women are acclaiming Touché, the wonderful new lotion that protects your hands even in soapy water. Touché is the latest product of Bristol-Myers, makers of Ipana and Sal Hepatica, and it's based on a brand new idea. Other hand lotions are applied after you have had your hands in water. Touché is smoothed on before you put your hands in water, and it actually protects them against roughness and dryness. Touché, spelled T-O-U-S-H-A-Y, is grand for soothing chapped hands, too, and for a fragrant all-over body rub. So begin today to use Touché.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.